The Project Gutenberg ebook of Cookery and Dining in Imperial Rome. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Cookery and Dining in Imperial Rome. Author: Apicius. Commentator: Frederick Starr. Translator: Joseph Velling. Release date: August 19, 2009. Ebook number 29728. Language: English. Credits: produced by David Starner, Sam W., and the online distributed. Proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Cookery and Dining in Imperial Rome. Transcriber's note: the original text used a prescription take symbol to indicate recipe numbers. There are also some characters with a macron or overline, straight line, above them. You may need to adjust your font settings for these to display properly. The many inconsistencies in hyphenation and use of accents and ligatures have been preserved as printed, with a few exceptions. Variable and archaic spelling has also been preserved. A full list of amendments and other notes follow the end of the book. A considerable number of the recipe and page numbers in the index are incorrect, however, they have been preserved as printed. The transcriber has, as far as possible, linked to the correct place in the text. Where the reference could not be determined, the numbers remain unlinked. Apicius. Cookery and Dining in Imperial Rome. A bibliography, critical review, and translation of the ancient book known as Apicius Dorico Quinaria. Now for the first time rendered into English. By Joseph Velling. With a dictionary of technical terms, many notes, facsimiles of originals, and views and sketches of ancient culinary objects made by the author. Introduction by Prof. Frederick Starr, formerly of the University of Chicago. Go to transcription of text. Subscribers. Handmade paper, limited edition. Mary Barber, Battle Creek, Mich. Morton S. Brooks, Chicago, Ill. Caxton Club, Chicago, Ill. Gaylord Donley, Chicago, Ill. F. H. Douthit, Chicago, Ill. Helen E. Gilson, Philadelphia, Pa. John Hairmon, Chicago, Ill. W. T. H. Howe, Cincinnati, O. Dr. Samuel W. Lambert, New York, NY. Tom L. Powell, Houston, Texas. Arnold Shercliffe, Chicago, Ill. W. A. Stewart, Chicago, Ill. Ernest Sturm, New York, NY. Jake Zeitlin, Los Angeles, Cal. Book Paper Edition. American Institute of Baking, Chicago, Ill. E. E. Amiot, Chicago, Ill. Argus Bookshop, Chicago, Ill. Kimball C. Atwood, Jr., New York, NY. Baker and Taylor Co., New York, NY. Edith M. Barber, New York, NY. Mary Barber, Battle Creek, Mich. Ann Batchelder, New York, NY. J. C. Bay, Chicago, Ill. William G. Belko, Boston, Mass. Albert R. Bennett, Chicago, Ill. A. W. Bidding, San Francisco, Cal. Edward W. Bodman, Pasadena, Cal. Professor Dr. Edward Brandt, Munich, Germany. Donald C. Brock, Chicago, Ill. Morton S. Brooks, Chicago, Ill. John M. Cameron, Chicago, Ill. Vernon G. Cardy, Montreal, Canada. The Marchese Agostino Cavalcabo, Cremona, Italy. C. D. Champlin, Reims, N.Y. George M. Chandler, Chicago, Ill. City of St. Paul, Minnesota Department of Education. Cleveland Public Library, Cleveland, O. Lena F. Cooper, New York, N.Y. W. A. Cooper, Montreal, Canada. Cornell University, Martha Van Ren. Hall, Ithaca, N.Y. Cornell University Library, Ithaca, N.Y. John Crerar Library, Chicago, Ill. Franklin M. Crosby, Jr., Minneapolis, Min. Dr. Harvey Cushing, New Haven, Con. J. O'Dall, New York, N.Y. Davis and Orioli, London, England. E. F. Detterer, Chicago, Ill. George Dahmers, Clinton, Con. F. H. Douthit, Chicago, Ill. James F. Drake, New York, N.Y. John Drury, Chicago, Ill. Ellen N. Dunham, New York, N.Y. Eugene C. Epley, Omaha, Neb. George Fabian, Geneva, Ill. Rose Fallenstein, St. Louis, M.O. Dr. W. M. T. Fenker, Sandusky, O. Catherine Fisher, New York, N.Y. T. Henry Foster, Ottumwa, Iowa. Free Library of Philadelphia, Philadelphia, Pa. Donald McKay Frost, Boston, Mass. Louise B. Fuchs, Put in Bay, O. Mariano Gamero, Chicago, Ill. E. P. Goldschmidt, London, England. Grand Rapids Public Library, Grand Rapids, Mich. Grosvenor Library, Buffalo, N.Y. Alfred E. Hamill, Chicago, Ill. Gladys Hamilton, Detroit, Mich. Dr. Fred W. Hark, Chicago, Ill. Herald Tribune, New York, N.Y. James Jerome Hill Reference Library, St. Paul, Min. Walter M. Hill, Chicago, Ill. Mrs. Julia P. Hindley, Oakland, Cal. John L. Horgan, New York, N.Y. Horwath and Horwath, Chicago, Ill. Hospitality Guild, Stamford, Con. Hotel Robidoux, St. Joseph, M.O. W. T. H. Howe, Cincinnati, O. Henry E. Huntington Library and Art Gallery, San Marino, Cal. Hurlbut Paper Co., South Lee, Mass. Dr. Julius Kahn, Chicago, Ill. Crocus Bookstores Incorporated, Chicago, Ill. Dr. Samuel W. Lambert, New York, N.Y. Miss E. N. Latsk, Armour & Co., Chicago, Ill. Maggs Brothers, London, England. Abby L. Marlatt, U of Wisconsin, Madison, WIS. Massachusetts State College, Amherst, Mass. R. B. May, Chicago, Ill. Howard B. Meek, Ph.D., Ithaca, N.Y. A. Merritt, American Weekly, New York, N.Y. Leopold Metzenberg, Chicago, Ill. Michigan State College, East Lansing, Mich. Emma L. Miles, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Edward F. Missack, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Mrs. Lawrence Montgomery, Gerrards Cross, England. H. K. Morse, Chicago, Ill. Mrs. A. P. Munson, Marion, Pa. Jannie McCrary, Lubbock, Texas. O. O. McIntyre, New York, N.Y. Elizabeth J. McKittrick, U of Wyoming, Laramie, Wyo. P. Mabel Nelson, Ames, Iowa. New York Public Library, New York, N.Y. Hans Nickel, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Northwestern University Library, Evanston, Ill. Dr. Kurt W. Ossendorf, Chicago, Ill. Louis Pelsman, Chicago, Ill. Pennsylvania Hospital, Philadelphia, PA. Peoria Public Library, Peoria, Ill. Imogene Powell, Chicago, Ill. Pratt Institute Free Library, Brooklyn, NY. Mrs. A. W. Proetz, St. Louis, MO. Public Library, Detroit, Mich. Public Library of Fort Wayne and Allen County, Fort Wayne, IND. Putnam Bookstore, New York, NY. Charles Retz, New York, NY. Dr. George Roemeert, New York, NY. Everett E. Rogerson, Chicago, Ill. Otto Sattler, New York, NY. Walter W. Schmach, Chicago, Ill. Louis Sherwin, New York, NY. J. G. Sigmund, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Andre L. Simon, London. Ray Smith, Milwaukee, WIS. Albert V. Smolka, Vienna, Austria. State University of Iowa Library, Iowa City, Iowa. Renee B. Stern, Philadelphia Record, Philadelphia, PA. B. F. Stevens and Brown, London, England. W. A. Stewart, Chicago, Ill. Dr. Alan Edgar Stewart, Chicago, Ill. Colton Storm, New York, NY. Arthur Swan, New York, NY. Marion G. Taft, PT, Chicago, Ill. Dr. Helen H. Tanzer, New York, NY. The Tavern, Chicago, Ill. E. Jackson Taylor, Coatesville, PA. Max L. Tyke, St. Louis, MO. Dr. Henry Bascom Thomas, Chicago, Ill. Nathaniel S. Thomas, Palm Beach, FLA. C. H. Thordarson, Chicago, Ill. Toledo Public Library, Toledo, O. Edith Tranter, Cincinnati, O. Albert B. Tucker, Chicago, Ill. University of Illinois Library, Urbana, Ill. University of Illinois, College of Medicine, Chicago, Ill. University of Maryland Library, College Park, MD. University of Nebraska Library, Omaha, NEB. University of Notre Dame Library, South Bend, IND. University of Texas Library, Austin, Texas. U.S. Department of Agriculture, Library, Washington, D.C. Harold Van Orman, Evansville, IND. T. Louise Viehoff, Chicago, Ill. Anne-Marie Elvietsk, Chicago, Ill. George War, Ann Arbor, Mich. The Waldorf Astoria, New York, NY. Dr. Margaret B. Wilson, Washington, D.C. John William Wallers, Port Clinton, O. Yale Cooperative Corp., New Haven, Con. Jake Zeitlin, Los Angeles, Cal. Charles C. Eulig, Milwaukee, WIS. 2. Arnold Shercliffe. Steward, gastronomer, author, and bibliophile. As the actors Shakespeare and Molière created the best drama, so the best in gastronomic literature emanated from within the ranks. The author. Symposium. From an ancient vase. Contents. Page. Introduction. 11. Preface. 17. The Book of Apicius. A critical review of its times, its authors, and their sources, its authenticity and practical usefulness in modern times. 1. The Recipes of Apicius and the Excerpts from Apicius by Vini Darius. Original translation from the most reliable Latin texts, elucidated with notes and comments. 41. Apiciana. A bibliography of Apician manuscript books and printed editions. 251. Dictionary of Culinary Terms and Index. 275. Illustrations. A facsimiles. Made from originals and reproductions in the author's collection. Page. 1. Brevis Pimentorum, excerpts of Veni Darius, 8th century. 234. 2. Incipit Condidum Paradocum, Vatican MS, 9th century. 253. 3. Colophon, Signer edition, Milan, 1498. 260. 4. Title page, Tacuinus edition, Venice, 1503. 262. 5. Opening chapter, same. 232. 6. Title page, Schola Apiciana, Antwerp, 1535. 206. 7. Title page, Taurinus edition, Basel, 1541. 220. 8. Title page, Taurinus edition, Lyons, 1541. 263. 9. Title page, Humelbergius edition, Zurich, 1542. 265. 10. Title page, Lister edition, London, 1705. 267. 11. Verso of title page, Lister edition, London, 1705. 268. 12. Title page, Lister edition, Amsterdam, 1709. 250. 13. Frontispice, Lister edition, Amsterdam, 1709. 156. 14. Banquet scene, from an ancient vase. Opposite. B. Pen and ink drawings by the author. Sketched from scenes and objects at Pompeii, Naples, Berlin and Chicago. Most of the ancient objects are in the National Museum of Naples with many replicas in the Field Museum, Chicago. The treasure, found in 1868 near Hildesheim, is in the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin. Page 15. Apicii Libri X, Latin title of present edition, hand-lettered. Facing title. 16. Diagram of Apicius manuscripts and printed editions. 252. 17. Great Crater, Hildesheim treasure. 140. 18. Thermospodium, Plain, Naples. 90. 19. Thermospodium, Elaborate, Naples. 72. 20. Dessert or fruit dish, Shell, Naples. 125. 21. Dessert or fruit bowl, fluted. 61. 22. Table, square, adjustable, Naples. 138. 23. Table, round, Naples. 122. 24. Pen, frying, round, Naples. 155. 25. Pen, frying, oval, Naples. 159. 26. Pen, service saucepan, with decorated handle, Hildesheim. 73. 27. Service dish, oval, with two handles, Hildesheim treasure. 43. 28. Pen, saucepan, with handle, Hercules motif, Naples. 222. 29. Platter for roast, Hildesheim treasure. 219. 30. Platter, the Great Palace Athene dish, Hildesheim. 158. 31. Tripod for crater, Hildesheim treasure. 40. 32. Egg service dish, Hildesheim treasure. 93. 33. Wine dipper, Naples. 3. 34. Dionysus cup, Hildesheim treasure. 141. 35. Cantharus, theatrical decoration, Hildesheim treasure. 231. 36. Cantharus, Bacchic decoration, Hildesheim treasure. 274. 37. Cullender, Naples. 58. 38. Wine pitcher, Diana Handel, Naples. 208. 39. Wine press, reconstruction in Naples. 92. 40. Gong for slaves, Naples. 42. 41. Wine stockroom, Pompeii. 124. 42. Casa di Forno, Pompeii. 2. 43. Slaves operating hand mill, reconstruction in Naples. 60. 44. Stew pot, number 1, Cacabus, Naples. 183. 45. Stew pot, number 2, Cacabus, Naples. 209. 46. Stew pot, number 3, Cacabus, Naples. 223. 47. Stew pot, number 4, Cacabus, Naples. 235. 48. Craticula, combination broiler and stove, Naples. 182. 49. Libro completo. End of book. Explanation of typesetting, abbreviations, and system of numbering. Text and headings. The original ancient text as presented and rendered in the present. Translation is printed in capital letters. Matter in parenthesis, is original. Matter in square brackets is contributed by the translator. In most of the early originals the headings or titles of the formulae are invariably part of the text. In the present translation they are given both in English and in the Latin used by those originals which the translator considered most characteristic titles. They have been set in prominent type as titles over each formula. Whereas in the originals the formulae of the various chapters run together, in many instances without distinct separation. Numbering of recipes. A system of numbering the recipes has therefore been adopted by the translator, following the example of Scotch, which does not exist in the other originals, but the numbers in the present translation do not correspond to those adopted by Scotch for reasons which hereafter become evident. Notes and comments by the translator. The notes, comments, and variants added to each recipe by the translator are printed in upper and lower case and in the same type as the other contributions by the translator, the Apiciana, the critical review, and the vocabulary and index. For the sake of convenience, to facilitate the study of each recipe, and for quick reference, the notes follow in each and every case such ancient recipe as they have reference to. Abbreviations. New York: the New York Codex, formerly Cheltenham, Apiciana, I. The Vatican Codex, Apiciana, 2. Then the Codex Salmogenus, Excerpta Avenidario, Apiciana, 3. B. de V edition by Bernardinus, Venice, N.D., Apiciana, No. 1. Lan edition by Lancelotus, Milan, 1498, Apiciana, NOS 2-3. Tac edition by Tacuinus, Venice, 1503, Apiciana, No. 4. Tor edition by Taurinus, Basel and Lyons, 1541, Apiciana, NOS 5-6. Hum edition by Humelbergius, Zurich, 1542, Apiciana, No. 7. List edition by Lister, London, 1705, Amst, 1709, Apiciana, NOS 8-9. Bern edition by Bernhold, Market Bright, etc., Apiciana, NOS 10-11. Bass edition by Baseggio, Venice, 1852, Apiciana, number 13. SCH edition by Skutch, Heidelberg, 1867-74, Apiciana, NOS 14-15. Gall edition by Gallmer, Leipzig, 1909, Apiciana, number 16. Dan edition by Daniel, Leipzig, 1911, Apiciana, number 17. GV edition by Giarratano Volmer, Leip. 1922, Apiciana, number 19. V. The present translation. Giarratano, Vol F. Volmer, Bran Edward Brandt. Introduction. By Frederick Starr, formerly professor of anthropology at the University of Chicago. No translation of Apicius into English has yet been published. The book has been printed again and again in Latin and has been translated into Italian and German. It is unnecessary to here give historic details regarding the work, as Mr. Velling goes fully and admirably into the subject. In 1705 the book was printed in Latin at London, with notes by Dr. Martinus Lister. It caused some stir in the England of that time. In a very curious book, The Art of Cookery, in imitation of Horace's Art of Poetry, with some letters to Dr. Lister and others, Dr. W. M. King says. The other curiosity is the admirable piece of Coelius Apicius, De Obscenitas et Condimentis of Arte Coquinaria, Libri de Cm, being 10 books of soups and sauces, and the art of cookery, as it is excellently printed for the doctor, who in this important affair, is not sufficiently communicative. I some days ago met with an old acquaintance, of whom I inquired if he has seen the book concerning soups and sauces. He told me he had, but that he had but a very slight view of it, the person who was master of it not being willing to part with so valuable a rarity out of his closet. I desired him to give me some account of it. He says that it is a very handsome octavo, for, ever since the days of Ogilvy, good paper and good print, and fine cuts, make a book become ingenious and brighten up an author. Strangely, that there is a copious index, and at the end a catalogue of all the doctor's works, concerning cockles, English beetles, snails, spiders, that get up into the air and throw us down cobwebs, a monster vomited up by a baker and such like, which if carefully perused, would wonderfully improve us. More than 200 years have passed and we now have an edition of this curious work in English. And our edition has nothing to lose by comparison with the old one. For this, too, is a handsome book, with good paper and good print, and fine cuts. And the man who produces it can equally bear comparison with Dr. Lister and more earlier commentators and editors whom he quotes, Humelbergius and Caspar Barthius. The preparation of such a book is no simple task and requires a rare combination of qualities. Mr. Velling possesses this unusual combination. He was born some 45 years ago in the small town of Duelken on the German-Dutch frontier, a town proverbial for the dullness of its inhabitants. There was nothing of dullness about the boy, however, for at the age of 14 years, he had already 4 years' study of Latin and 1 of Greek to his credit. Such was his record in Latin that his priest-teachers attempted to influence him toward the priesthood. His family, however, had other plans, and believing that he had enough schooling, decided that he should be a cook. As he enjoyed good food, had a taste for travel and independence, and was inclined to submit to family direction, he rather willingly entered upon the career planned for him. He Learned the business thoroughly and for 6 years practiced his art in Germany, Belgium, France, England, and Scandinavia. Wherever he went, he gave his hours of freedom to reading and study in libraries and museums. During his first trip through Italy and on a visit to Pompeii, he conceived the idea of depicting someday the table of the Romans and of making the present. Translation. He commenced to gather all the necessary material for this work, which included intensive studies of the ancient arts and languages. Meanwhile, he continued his hotel work also, quite successfully. At the age of 24, he was assistant manager of the fashionable Hotel Bristol, Vienna. However, the necessities of existence prevented his giving that time and study to art, which is necessary if it was to become a real career. In Vienna he found music, drama, languages, history, literature, and gastronomy, and met interesting people from all parts of the globe. While the years at Vienna were the happiest of his life, he had a distaste for the superheated, aristocratic and military atmosphere. It was at that city that he met the man who was responsible for his coming to America. Were we writing Mr. Velling's biography, we would have ample material for a racy and startling narrative. We desire only to indicate the remarkable preparation for the work before us, which he has had. A Latin scholar of exceptional promise, a professional cook of pronounced success, and an artist competent to illustrate his own work. Could such a combination be anticipated? It is the combination that has made this book possible. The book has claims even upon our busy and practical generation. Mr. Velling has himself stated them. The important addition to our knowledge of the ancients, for our popular notions about their table are entirely erroneous and are in need of revision. The practical value of many of the ancient formulae, for in old things there is newness. The human interest because of the amazing mentality and the culinary ingenuity of the ancients revealed to us from an altogether new angle. The curious novelty and the linguistic difficulty, the philological interest, and the unique nature of the task, requiring unique prerequisites, all these factors prompted us to undertake this translation. One word as to Mr. Velling's work in America. He was for 5 years manager of catering at the Hotel Pfister in Milwaukee. For 2.5 years he was inspector and instructor of the Canadian Pacific Railway. He was connected with some of the leading hotels in New York City, and with the Epley and the Van Orman hotels chains, in executive capacity. He not only has the practical side of food use and preparation, he is an authority upon the science in his field. His printed articles on food and cookery have been read with extraordinary interest, and his lectures upon culinary matters have been well received. It is to be hoped that both will eventually be published in book form. There is no financial lure in getting out an English translation of Apicius. It is a labor of love but worth the doing. We have claimed that Mr. Velling has exceptional fitness for the task. This will be evident to anyone who reads his book. An interesting feature of his preparation is the fact that Mr. Velling has subjected many of the formulae to actual test. As Dr. Lister in the old edition of 1705 increased the value and interest of the work by making additions from various sources, so our editor of today adds much and interesting matter in his supplements, notes and illustrations. It is hardly expected that many will follow Mr. Velling in testing the Apician formulae. Hazlitt, in speaking of the Young Cook's Monitor, which was printed in 1683, says, "Some of the ingredients proposed for sauces seem to our ears rather prodigious. In one place a contemporary peruser has inserted an ironical calculation in Ms. to the effect that, whereas a cod's head could be bought for 4 pence, the condiments recommended for it were not to be had for less than 9 shillings. We shall close with a plagiarism oft repeated. It was a plagiarism as long ago as 1736, when it was admitted such in the preface of Smith's The Complete Housewife. It being grown as fashionable for a book now to appear in public without a preface, as for a lady to appear at a ball without a hoop petticoat, I shall conform to the custom for fashion's sake and not through any necessity. The subject being both common and universal, needs no argument to introduce it, and being so necessary for the gratification of the appetite, stands in need of no encomiums to allure persons to the practice of it, since there are but a few nowadays who love not good eating and drinking. Old Apicius and Joseph Dahmersvelling really need no introduction. Frederick Starr. Seattle, Washington, August 3, 1926. Preface. The present first translation into English of the ancient Cookery book, dating back to Imperial Roman times, known as the Apicius book, is herewith presented to antiquarians, friends of the antique, as well as to gastronomers, friends of good cheer. Three of the most ancient manuscript books that exist today bearing the name of Apicius date back to the 8th and 9th century. Ever since the invention of printing, Apicius has been edited chiefly in the Latin language. Details of the manuscript books and printed editions will be found under the heading of Apiciana on the following pages. The present version has been based chiefly upon three principal Latin editions, that of Albinus Taurinus, 1541, who had for his authority a codex he found on the island of Megalona, on the editions of Martinus Lister, 1705-9, who based his work upon that of Humelbergius, 1542, and the Jaritano-Volmer edition, 1922. We have also scrutinized various other editions forming part of our collection of Apiciana, and as shown by our family tree of Apicius, have drawn either directly or indirectly upon every known source for our information. The reasons and raison d'etre for this undertaking become sufficiently clear through Dr. Starr's introduction and through the following critical review. It has been often said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, so here is hoping that we may find a better way of knowing old Rome and antique private life through the study of this Cookery book, Europe's oldest and Rome's only one in existence today. JDV. Chicago, in the spring of 1926. Thanks for many helpful hints, for access to works in their libraries, and for their kind and sympathetic interest in this work. I am especially grateful to Professor Dr. Edward Brandt, of Munich, to Professor Dr. Margaret Barclay Wilson, of Washington, D.C. and New York City, to Mr. Arnold Shercliffe, and Mr. Walter M. Hill, both of Chicago. JDV. Chicago, in the summer of 1936. The Book of Apicius. Pompeii, Casa de Forno, House of the Oven. Ancient bakery and flour mill of the year AD 79. 4 grain grinders. To the right. The method of operating these mills is shown in the sketch of the slaves operating a hand mill. These mills were larger, and were driven by donkeys attached to beams stuck in the square holes. The bakehouse is to the left, with running water to the right of the entrance to the oven. The oven itself was constructed ingeniously with a view of saving fuel and greatest efficiency. Wine dipper. Found in Pompeii. Each end of the long handle takes the form of a bird's head. The one close to the bowl holds in its bill a stout wire, which is loosely fastened around the neck of the bowl, the two ends being interlocked. This allows the bowl to tilt sufficiently to hold its full contents when retired from the narrow opening of the amphora. The ancients also had dippers with extension handles to reach down to the bottom of the deep amphora. NTLMUS, Naples, 73,822, Field M. 24,181. The Book of Apicius. A study of its times, its authors and their sources, its authenticity and its practical usefulness in modern times. Anyone who would know something worthwhile about the private and public lives of the ancients should be well acquainted with their table. Then as now the oft-quoted maxim stands that man is what he eats. Much of the ancient life is still shrouded and will forever be hidden by envious forces that have covered up bygone glory and grandeur. Ground into melee dust under the hoofs of barbarian armies. Remodeled, reused 100 times. Discarded as of no value by clumsy hands. The crime of ignorance is a factor. In league with the forces of destruction. Much is destroyed by blind strokes of fate, eternally pounding this earth in its everlasting enigmatic efforts to shape life into something, the purpose of which we do not understand, the meaning of which we may not even venture to dream of or hope to know. Whatever there has been preserved by providence, by freaks of chance, by virtue of its own inherent strength, whatever has been buried by misers, fondled, treasured by loving hands of collectors and connoisseurs during all these centuries, every speck of ancient dust, every scrap of parchment or papyrus, a corroded piece of metal, a broken piece of stone or glass, so eagerly sought by the archaeologists and historians of the last few generations, all these fragmentary messages from out of the past emphasize the greatness of their time. They show its modernity, its nearness to our own days. They are now hazy reminiscences, as it were, by a middle-aged man of the hopes and the joys of his own youth. These furtive fragments, whatever they are, now tell us a story so full and so rich, they wield so marvelous a power, no man laying claim to possessing any intelligence may pass them without intensely feeling the eternal pathetic appeal to our hearts of these bygone ages that hold us down in an envious manner, begrudging us the warm lifeblood of the present, weaving invisible ties around us to make our hearts heavy. However, we are not here to be impeded by any sentimental considerations. Thinking of the past, we are not so much concerned with the picture that dead men have placed in our path like ever so many billboards and posters. We do not care for their ideals expounded in contemporary histories and eulogies. We are hardly moved by the facts such as they would have loved to see them happen, nor do we cherish the figments of their human, very human, subconsciousness. To gain a correct picture of the Roman table we will therefore set aside for a while the fragments culled from ancient literature and history that have been misused so indiscriminately and so profusely during the last 2,000 years for various reasons. They have become fixed ideas, making reconstruction difficult for anyone who would gain a picture along rational lines. Barring two exceptions, there is no trustworthy detailed description of the ancient table by an objective contemporary observer. To be sure, there are some sporadic efforts, mere reiterations. The majority of the ancient word pictures are distorted views on our subject by partisan writers, contemporary moralists on the one side, satirists on the other. Neither of them, we venture to say, knew the subject professionally. They were not specialists in the sense of modern writers like Renier, Reaumur, Wierst, nor did they approach in technical knowledge medieval writers like Martino, Platina, Turinus. True, there were exceptions. Athenaeus, a most prolific and voluble magiric commentator, quoting many writers and specialists whose names but for him would have never reached posterity. Athenaeus tells about these gastronomers. The greatest of them, Archistratos, men who might have contributed so much to our knowledge of the ancient world, but to us these names remain silent, for the works of these men have perished with the rest of the great library at the disposal of this genial host of Alexandria. 2. There are Anaxarchus and Petronius. They and Athenaeus cannot be overlooked. These three form the bulk of our evidence. Take on the other hand Plutarch, Seneca, Tertullian, even Pliny, writers who have chiefly contributed to our defective knowledge of the ancient table. They were no gourmets. They were biased, unreliable at best, as regards culinary matters. They deserve our attention merely because they are above the ever-present mob of antique reformers and politicians of whom there was legion in Rome alone, under the pagan regime. Their state of mind and their intolerance towards civilized dining did not improve with the advent of Christianity. The moralist's testimony is substantiated and supplemented rather than refuted by their very antipodes, the satirists, a group headed by Martial, Juvenal, and the incomparable Petronius, who really is in a class by himself. There is one more man worthy of mention in our particular study, Horace, a true poet, the most objective of all writers, man about town, pet of society. Mundane genius, gifted to look calmly into the innermost heart of his time. His eyes fastened a correct picture on the sensitive diaphragm of a good memory, leaving an impression neither distorted nor out of focus. His eye did not pick up, for sundry reasons, the defects of the objects of observation, nor did it work with the uncanny joy of subconscious exaggeration met with so frequently in modern writing, nor did he indulge in that predilection for ugly detail sported by modern art. So much for Horatius, poet. Still, he was not a specialist in our line. We cannot enroll him among the gifted gourmets no matter how many meals he enjoyed at the houses of his society friends. We are rather inclined to place him among the host of writers, ancient and modern, who have treated the subject of food with a sort of sovereign contempt, or at least with indifference, because its study presented unsurmountable difficulties, and the subject, per se, was a menial one. With this attitude of our potential chief witnesses defined, we have no occasion to further appeal to them here, and we might proceed to real business, to the sifting of the trustworthy material at hand. It is really a relief to know that we have no array of formidable authorities to be considered in our study. We have virgin field before us, i.e., the ruins of ancient greatness grown over by a jungle of 2,000 years of hostile posterity. Pompeii. Pompeii was destroyed in AD 79. From its ruins we have obtained in the last half-century more information about the intimate domestic and public life of the ancients than from any other single source. What is more important, this vast wealth of information is first-hand, unspoiled, undiluted, unabridged, unbiased, uncensored, in short, untouched by meddlesome human hands. Though only a provincial town, Pompeii was a prosperous mercantile place, a representative marketplace, a favorite resort for fashionable people. The town had hardly recuperated from a preliminary attack by that treacherous mountain, Vesuvius, when a second onslaught succeeded in complete destruction. Suddenly, without warning, this lumbering force majeure visited the ill-fated towns in its vicinity with merciless annihilation. The population, just then enjoying the games in the amphitheater outside of the downtown district, had hardly time to save their belongings. They escaped with their bare lives. Only the aged, the infirm, the prisoners and some faithful dogs were left behind. Today their bodies in plaster casts may be seen, mute witnesses to a frightful disaster. The town was covered with an airtight blanket of ashes, lava, and fine pumice stone. There was no prolonged death struggle, no perceivable decay extended over centuries as was the cruel lot of Pompeii's mistress, Rome. There were no agonies to speak of. The great event was consummated within a few hours. The peace of death settled down to reign supreme after the dust had been driven away by the gentle breezes coming in from the Bay of Naples. Some courageous citizens returned, searching in the hot ashes for the crashed-in roofs of their villas, to recover this or that. Perhaps they hoped to salvage the strong box in the atrium, or a heirloom from the triclinium. But soon they gave up. Despairing, or hoping for better days to come, they vanished in the mist of time. Pompeii, the fair, the hospitable, the gay city, just like any individual out of luck, was and stayed forgotten. The Pompeians, their joys, sorrows, their work and play, their virtues and vices, everything was arrested with one single stroke, stopped, even as a camera clicks, taking a snapshot. The city's destruction, it appears, was a formidable opening blow dealt the Roman Empire in the prime of its life, in a war of extermination waged by hostile, invisible forces. Pompeii makes one believe in providence. A great disaster. Actually molding, casting a perfect image of the time for future generations. To be exact, it took these generations 18 centuries to discover and to appreciate the heritage that was theirs, buried at the foot of Vesuvius. During these long, dark and dusky centuries, charming goatherds had rested unctuous shocks of hair upon mysterious columns that, like young giant asparagus, stuck their magnificent heads out of the ground, blinking drowsily at yonder villainous mountain, the summit of which is eternally crowned with a halo of thin white smoke, such as we are accustomed to see arising from the stacks of chemical factories. The confident shepherd would lazily implore his patron saint to enjoin that unreliable devilish force within, lest the dolce far niente of the afternoon be disturbed, for siestas are among the most important functions in the life of that region. Occasionally the more enterprising would arm themselves with pickaxe and shovel, made bold by whispered stories of fabulous wealth, and, defying the evil spirits protecting it, they would set out on an expedition of loot and desecration of the tomb of ancient splendor. Only about a century and a half ago the archaeological conscience awoke. Only 75 years ago energetic moves made possible a fruitful pilgrimage to this shrine of humanity, while today not more than 2/3 but perhaps the most important parts of the city have been opened to our astonished eyes by men who know. And now, we may see that loaf of bread baked 19 centuries ago, as found in the bake shop. We may inspect the ingenious bake oven where it was baked. We may see the mills that ground the flour for the bread, and, indeed, find unground wheat kernels. We see the oil still preserved in the jugs, the residue of wine still in the amphorae, the figs preserved in jars, the lentils, the barley, the spices in the cupboard. Everything awaits our pleasure. The taverns, with their bars, the ancient guest's opinion of mine host scribbled on the wall, the kitchens with their implements, the boudoirs of miladies with the cosmetics and perfumes in the compacts. There are the advertisements on the walls, the foods praised with all the eclat of modern advertising, the election notices, the love missives, the bank deposits, the theater tickets, law records, bills of sale. Phantom-like yet real, there are the good citizens of a good town, parading, hustling, loafing sturdy patricians, wretched plebeians, stern centurios, boastful soldiers, scheming politicians, crafty law clerks, timid scribes, chattering barbers, bullying gladiators, haughty actors, dusty travelers, making for Albinus, the famous host at the Via della Abbondanza, or, would he give preference to Serenus, the son of Publius, who advertised so cleverly? Or, perhaps, could he afford to stop at the Fortunata Hotel, centrally located? There are, too, the boorish hayseeds from out of town trying to sell their produce, unaccustomed to the fashionable Latin Greek speech of the city folks. gaping with their mouths wide open, greedily at the steaks of sacrificial meat, displayed behind enlarging glasses in the cheap cookshop windows. There they giggle and chuckle, those wily landlords with their blasé habitués and their underlings, the greasy cooks, the roguish good mixers at the bar and the winsome if resolute copy waitresses all ready to go, to do business. So slippery are the cooks that Plautus calls one congrio sea eel so black that another deserves the title anthrax coal. There they are, one and all, the characters necessary to make up what we call civilization, chattering agitatedly in a lingo of Latin Grecoscan as if life were a continuous market day. It takes no particular scholarship, only a little imagination and human sympathy, to see and to hear the ghosts of Pompeii. There is no pose about this town, no mise en scene, no stage setting, no heroic gesture, no theatricals, in short, no lies. There is to be found no shred of that vainglorious cloak which humans will deftly drape about their shoulders whenever they happen to be aware of the camera. There is no registering of any kind here. Pompey's natural and pleasant disposition, therefore, is ever so much more in evidence. Not a single one of this charming city's movements was intended for posterity. Her life stands before our eyes in clear reality, in naked, unadorned truth. Indeed, there were many things that the good folks would have loved to point to with pride. You have to search for these now. There are, alas and alack, a few things they would have hidden, had they only known what was in store for them. But all these things, good, indifferent and bad, remained in their places, and here they are, unsuspecting, real, natural, charming like Diana and her wood nymphs. Were it not quite superfluous, we would urgently recommend the study of Pompeii to the students of life in general and to those of antiquity in particular. Those who would know something about the ancient table cannot do without Pompeii. Three ancient writers, Anaxarchus, Apicius, Petronius. To those who lay stress upon documentary evidence or literary testimony, to those trusting implicitly in the honesty and reliability of writers of fiction, we would recommend Petronius' Arbiter. His Scena Trimalchines, Trimalchio's Dinner, is the sole surviving piece from the pen of a Roman contemporary, giving detailed information on our subject. It is, too, the work of a great writer moving in the best circles, and, therefore, so much more desirable as an expert. Petronius deserves to be quoted in full, but his work is too well known, and our space too short. However, right here we wish to warn the student to bear in mind in perusing Petronius that this writer, in his Scena, is not depicting a meal but that he is satirizing a man that makes all the difference in the world as far as we are concerned. Petronius' Scena is plainly an exaggeration, but even from its distorted contours the student may recognize the true lines of an ancient meal. There is, not so well known, a beautiful picture of an Athenian dinner party, which must not be overlooked, for it contains a wealth of information. Although Greek, we learn from it much of the Roman conditions. Anaxarchus' description of a banquet at Athens, dating back to the 4th century BC, about the time when the Periclean regime flourished, is worth your perusal. A particularly good version of this tale is rendered by Baron Weierst in his book Gastrosophie. Leipzig, 1854, who has based his version on the original translation from the Greek, entitled, Voyage du jeune Anaxarchus en Grèce vers l'Emilieu du Quatrième siècle avant l'ère vulgaire par J. Barthélemy, Paris, 1824. Weierst has amplified the excerpts from the young traveler's observations by quotations from other ancient Greek writers upon the subject, thus giving us a most beautiful and authentic ideal description of Greek table manners and habits when Athens had reached the height in culture, refinement, and political greatness. Anaxagoras was not a Hellene but a Scythian visitor. By his own admission he is no authority on Grecian cookery, but as a reporter he excels. This truly Hellenic discussion of the art of eating and living at the table of the cultured Athenians is the most profound discourse we know of, ancient or modern, on eating. The wisdom revealed in this tale is lasting, and, like Greek marble, consummate in external beauty and inner worth. We thus possess the testimony of two contemporary writers which together with the book of Apicius and with what we learn from Athenaeus should give a fair picture of ancient eating and cookery. Apicius is our most substantial witness. Unfortunately, this source has not been spared by meddlesome men, and it has not reached us in its pristine condition. As a matter of fact, Apicius has been badly mauled throughout the centuries. This book has always attracted attention, never has it met with indifference. In the Middle Ages it became the object of intensive study, interpretation, controversy. In short, it has attracted interest that has lasted into modern times. When, with the advent of the Dark Ages, it ceased to be a practical cookery book, it became a treasure cherished by the few who preserved the classical literature, and after the invention of printing it became the object of curiosity, even mystery. Some interpreters waxed enthusiastic over it, others who failed to understand it, condemned it as hopeless and worthless. The pages of our Apiciana plainly show the lasting interest in our ancient book, particularly ever since its presence became a matter of common knowledge. During the first century of printing, the Apicius book is the most ancient of European cookery books. However, Platina's work, De Honesta Euulptate, is the first cookery book to appear in print. Platina, in 1474, was more up to date. His book had a larger circulation, but its vogue stopped after a century while Apicius marched on through centuries to come, tantalizing the scholars, amusing the curious gourmets if not educated cooks to the present day. Apicius, the man. Who was Apicius? This is the surname of several renowned gastronomers of Old Rome. There are many references and anecdotes in ancient literature to men bearing this name. Two Apicii have definitely been accounted for. The older one, Marcus A, lived at the time of Sulla about 100 BC. The man we are most interested in, M. Gabius Apicius, lived under Augustus and Tiberius, 80 BC to AD 40. However, both these men had a reputation for their good table. Athenaeus on Apicius. It is worth noting that the well-read Athenaeus, conversant with most authors of antiquity, makes no mention of the Apicius book. This collection of recipes, then, was not in general circulation during Athenaean time, beginning of the 3rd century of our era, that, maybe, it was kept a secret by some Roman cooks. On the other hand, it is possible that the Apicius book did not exist during the time of Athenaeus in the form handed down to us, and that the monographs on various departments of cookery, most of them of Greek origin, works of which indeed Athenaeus speaks, were collected after the first quarter of the 3rd century and were adorned with the name of Apicius merely because his fame as a gourmet had endured. What Athenaeus knows about Apicius, one of 3 known famous eaters bearing that name, is the following. About the time of Tiberius 42 BC 37 AD there lived a man, named Apicius, very rich and luxurious, for whom several kinds of cheesecake, called Apician, are named not found in our present day. He spent myriads of drachmas on his belly, living chiefly at Minturni, a city of Campania, eating very expensive crawfish, which are found in that place superior in size to those of Smyrna, or even to the crabs of Alexandria. Hearing, too, that they were very large in Africa, he sailed thither, without waiting a single day, and suffered exceedingly on his voyage. But when he came near the coast, before he disembarked, for his arrival made a great stir among the Africans, the fishermen came alongside in their boats and brought him some very fine crawfish, and he, when he saw them, asked if they had any finer, and when they said that there were none finer than those which they had brought, he, recollecting those at Minturni, ordered the master of the ship to sail back the same way into Italy, without going near the land. When the Emperor Trajan AD 52 or 53 to 117 was in Parthia, a country in Asia, part of Persia, at a distance of many days from the sea, Apicius sent him fresh oysters, which he had kept so by a clever contrivance of his own, real oysters. The instructions given in our Apicius book, Recipe 14, for the keeping of oysters would hardly guarantee their safe arrival on such a journey as described above. Athenaeus tells us further that many of the Apician recipes were famous and that many dishes were named after him. This confirms the theory that Apicius was not the author of the present book, but that the book was dedicated to him by an unknown author or compiler. Athenaeus also mentions one Apian who wrote a book on luxurious living. Whether this man is identical with the author or patron of our book is problematic. Taurinus, in his Epistola Dedicatoria to the 1541 edition, expresses the same doubt. Marcus Gabius, or Gavius, Apicius lived during Rome's most interesting epoch, when the empire had reached its highest point, when the seeds of decline, not yet apparent, were in the ground, when in the quiet villages of that far-off province, Palestine, the Saviour's doctrines fascinated humble audiences' teachings that later, reaching the very heart of the world's mistress, were destined to tarnish the splendor of that autocrat. According to the mention by various writers, this man, M. Gabius Apicius, was one of the many ancient gastronomers who took the subject of food seriously. Assuming a scientific attitude towards eating and food, they were criticized for paying too much attention to their table. This was considered a superfluous and indeed wicked luxury when frugality was a virtue. These men, who knew by intuition the importance of knowing something about nutrition, are only now being vindicated by the findings of modern science. M. Gabius Apicius, this most famous of the celebrated and much maligned bon vivants, quite naturally took great interest in the preparation of food. He is said to have originated many dishes himself. He collected much material on the subject, and he endowed a school for the teaching of cookery and for the promotion of culinary ideas. This very statement by his critics places him high in our esteem, as it shows him up as a scientist and educator. He spent his vast fortune for food, as the stories go, and when he had only $250,000 left. A paltry sum today, but a considerable one in those days when gold was scarce and monetary standards in a worse muddle than today. Apicius took his own life, fearing that he might have to starve to death some day. This story seems absurd on the face of it, yet Seneca and Martial tell it, both with different tendencies, and Suidas, Albino, and other writers repeat it without critical analysis. These writers, who are unreliable in culinary matters anyway, claim that Apicius spent 100 million sestertii on his appetite in Gulam. Finally, when the hour of accounting came, he found that there were only 10 million sestertii left, so he concluded that life was not worth living if his gastronomic ideas could no longer be carried out in the accustomed and approved style, and he took poison at a banquet especially arranged for the occasion. In the light of modern experience with psychology, with economics, Depressions. Journalism, we focus on this and similar stories, and we find them thoroughly unreliable. We cannot believe this one. It is too melodramatic, too moralistic perhaps to suit our modern taste. The underlying causes for the conduct, life and end of Apicius have not been told. Of course, we have to accept the facts as reported. If only a Petronius had written that story. What a story it might have been. But there is only one Petronius in antiquity. His Trimalchio. Former slave, successful profiteer, and food speculator, braggart and drunkard. Wife-beater and upstart who arranged extravagant banquets merely to show off, who, by the way, also arranged for his funeral at his banquet, Apician fashion and, indeed, Petronian fashion. For Petronius died in the same manner. And who peacefully passed out soundly intoxicated. This man is a figure true to life as it was then, as it is now and as it probably will continue to be. Last but not least, Mrs. Trimalchio, the resolute lady who helped him make his pile. These are human characters much more real, much more trustworthy than anything and everything else ever depicted by any ancient pen. They bring out so graphically the modernity of antiquity. Without Petronius and Pompey, the antique world would forever remain at an inexplicably remote distance to our modern conception of life. With him, and with the dead city, the riddles of antiquity are cleared up. The book. Many dishes listed in Apicius are named for various celebrities who flourished at a later date than the second Apicius. It is noteworthy, however, that neither such close contemporaries as Heliogabalus and Nero, notorious gluttons, nor Petronius, the arbiter of fashion of the period, are among the persons thus honored. Vitellius, a later glutton, is well represented in the book. It is fair to assume, then, that the author or collector of our present Apicius lived long after the second Apicius, or, at least, that the book was augmented by persons posterior to M. Gabius A. The book in its present state was probably completed about the latter part of the 3rd century. It is almost certain that many recipes were added to a much earlier edition, probably of Greek parentage. We may as well add another to the many speculations by saying that it is quite probable for our book to originate in a number of Greek manuals or monographs on specialized subjects or departments of cookery. Such special treatises are mentioned by Athenaeus, cf. Humelbergius, quoted by Lister. The titles of each chapter, or book, are in Greek. The text is full of Greek terminology, while classification under the respective titles is not strictly adhered to at all times. It is significant that certain subjects, that of fish cookery, for instance, appear twice in the book, the same subject showing treatment by widely different hands. Still more significant is the absence in our book of such important departments as desserts, dulcia, confections, in which the ancients were experts. Bakery, too, even the plainest kind, is conspicuously absent in the Apician books. The latter two trades, being particularly well developed, were departmentalized to an astonishing degree in ancient Greece and Rome. These indispensable books are simply wanting in our book, if it be but a collection of Greek monographs. Roman culture and refinement of living, commencing about 200 to 250 years before our era, was under the complete rule of Hellas. Greek influence included everybody from philosophers, artists, architects, actors, lawmakers, to cooks. The conquered thus conquered the conquerors. Humelbergius makes a significant reference to the origin of Apicius. We confess we have not checked up this worthy editor nor his successor, Dr. Lister, whom he quotes in the preface as to the origin of our book. With reference to Plato's work, Humelbergius says, K residential tota spectat medicini partum, qui diatique applaudur, et vito. Mediter, at in hac tes diatiques part totus est Apicius noster. In our opinion, unfounded of course by positive proof, the Apicius book is somewhat of a gastronomic Bible, consisting of 10 different books by several authors, originating in Greece and taken over by the Romans along with the rest of Greek culture as spoils of war. These books, or chapters, or fragments thereof, must have been in vogue long before they were collected and assembled in the present form. Editions, or copies of the same must have been numerous, either singly or collectively, at the beginning of our era. As a matter of fact, the excerpts by Veni Darius, found in the Codex Salmogenes prove this theory and give rise to the assumption that the Apicius book was a standard work for cookery that existed at one time or other in a far more copious volume, and that the present Apicius is but a fragment of a formerly vaster and more complete collection of culinary and medical formulae. Thus a fragmentary Apicius has been handed down to us in manuscript form through the centuries, through the revolutionary era of Christian ascendancy, through the Dark Ages down to the Renaissance. Unknown agencies, mostly medical and monastic, stout custodians of antique learning, reverent lovers of good cheer have preserved it for us until printing made possible the book's wide distribution among the scholars. Just prior to Gutenberg's epoch-making printing press there was a spurt of interest in our book in Italy, as attested to by a dozen of manuscripts, copied in the 14th and the 15th centuries. Apicius may justly be called the world's oldest cookery book, the very old Sanskrit book, Vasavariam, unknown to us except by name, is said to be a tract on vegetarian cookery. The men who have preserved this work for future generations, who have made it accessible to the public, as was Lister's intention, have performed a service to civilization that is not to be underestimated. They have done better than the average archaeologist with one or another find to his credit. The Apicius book is a living thing, capable of creating happiness. Some gastronomic writers have pointed out that the man who discovers a new dish does more for humanity than the man who discovers a new star, because the discovery of a new dish affects the happiness of mankind more pleasantly than the addition of a new planet to an already overcrowded chart of the universe. Viewing Apicius from such a materialistic point of view, he should become very popular in this age of ours so keen for utilities of every sort. Coelius Saelius. The name of another personality is introduced in connection with the book, namely that of Coelius or Saelius. This name is mentioned in the title of the first undated edition, ca 1483-6, as Caelius. Taurinus, 1541, places Saelius before Apicius. Humelbergius, 1542, places Coelius after a. Lister approves of this, berating Taurinus for his willful methods of editing the book, an hominem in conjectura sane audacissimus. If any of them were correct about Coelius, Taurinus would be the man. Cf. Schanz, Rom. Lit. Gus, Muller's Handbook. D. Class. Altertums Wissenschaft, v3, 112, p. 506. However, there is no raison d'être for Coelius. His presence and the unreality thereof has been cleared up by Volmer, as will be duly shown. The squabble of the medieval savants has also given rise to the story that Apicius is but a joke perpetrated upon the world by a medieval savant. This will be refuted also later on. Our book is a genuine Roman. Medieval savants have made plenty of Roman fakes, for sundry reasons. A. Most ingenious hoax was the completion of the Petronius fragment by a scholar able to hoodwink his learned contemporaries by an exhibition of Petronian literary style and a fertile imagination. Ever so many other fakers were shown up in due time. When this version of Petronius was pronounced genuine by the scientific world, the perpetrator of the joke confessed, enjoying a good laugh at the expense of his colleagues. But we shall presently understand how such a joke with Apicius would be impossible. Meanwhile, we crave the indulgence of the modern reader with our mention of Coelius. We desire to do full justice to the ancient work and complete the presentation of its history. The controversies that have raged over it make this course necessary. Our predecessors have not had the benefit of modern communication, and therefore, could not know all that is to be known on the subject. We sympathize with Lister yet do not condemn Taurinus. If Taurinus ever dared making important changes in the old text, they are easily ascertained by collation with other texts. This we have endeavored to do. Explaining the discrepancies, it will be noted that we have not given a full vote of confidence to Lister. Why should the mysterious Coelius or Coelius, if such an author or compiler of a tome on cookery existed, affix the name of Apicius to it? The reason would be commercial gain, prestige accruing from the name of that cookery celebrity. Such business sense would not be extraordinary. Modern cooks pursue the same method. Witness the innumerable a la so-and-sos. Babies, apartment houses, streets, cities, parks, dogs, race horses, soap, cheese, herring, cigars, hair restorers are thus named today. Apicius on the front page of any ancient cookery book would be perfectly consistent with the ancient spirit of advertising. It has been stated, too, that Coelius had more than one collaborator. Neither can this be proven. The copyists have made many changes throughout the original text. Misspelling of terms, ignorance of cookery have done much to obscure the meaning. The scribes of the Middle Ages had much difficulty in this respect, since medieval Latin is different from Apician language. The very language of the original is proof for its authenticity. The desire of Taurinus to interpret to his medieval readers the ancient text is pardonable. How much or how little he succeeded is attested to by some of his contemporary readers, former owners of our copies. Scholars plainly confess inability to decipher Apicius by groans inscribed on the fly-leaves and title pages in Latin, French and other languages. One French scholar of the 16th century, apparently kitted for studying an undecipherable cookbook, stoically inscribes the title page of our Leon, 1541, copy with, "This amuses me. Why make fun of me?" This sort of message, reaching us out of the dim past of bygone centuries, is among the most touching reading we have done, and has urged us on with the good though laborious and unprofitable work. Notwithstanding its drawbacks, our book is a classic both as to form and contents. It has served as a prototype of most ancient and modern books. Its influence is felt to the present day. The book has often been cited by old writers as proof of the debaucheries and the gluttony of ancient Rome. Nothing could be further from the truth, because these writers failed to understand the book. The Apicius book reflects the true condition, partly so, because it is incomplete, of the kitchen prevailing at the beginning of our era, when the mistress of the old world was in her full regalia, when her ample body had not yet succumbed to that fatty degeneration of the interior so fatal to ever so many individuals, families, cities, and nations. We repeat, our Apicius covers Rome's healthy epoch, hence the importance of the book. The voluptuous concoctions, the fabulous dishes, the proverbial Excesses that have made decent people shudder with disgust throughout the ages are not known to Apicius. If they ever existed at all in their traditional ugliness, they made their appearance after Apicius' time. We recall Petronius describing some of these stunts is a contemporary of Nero, whom he satirizes as Trimalchio. So is Seneca, noble soul, another victim of Caesarean insanity. He, too, describes imperial excesses. These extremely few foolish creations are really at the bottom of the cause for this misunderstanding of true Roman life. Such stupidity has allowed the joy of life which, as Epicurus and Plotina believe, may be indulged in with perfect virtue and honesty to become a byword among all good people who are not gastronomers either by birth, by choice, or by training. With due justice to the Roman people may we be permitted to say that proverbial excesses were exceedingly rare occurrences. The follies and the vices of a Nero, a boy Heliogabalus, a Pollio, a Vitellius, and a few other notorious wasters are spread sporadically over a period of at least 800 years. Between these cases of gastronomic insanity lie well nigh 1,000 years of everyday grind and drudgery of the Roman people. The bulk was miserably fed. As compared with modern standards of living, only a few patricians could afford high living. Since a prosperous bourgeoisie, usually the economic and gastronomic background of any nation, was practically unknown in Rome, where the so-called middle classes were in reality poor, shiftless, and floating freedmen, it is evident that the bulk of the population, because of the empire's unsettled economic conditions, its extensive system of slavery, precluding all successful practice of trades by freemen, the continuous military operations, the haphazard financial system, was forced to live niggardly. The contrast between the middle classes and the upper classes seemed very cruel. This condition may account for the many outcries against the extravagances of the few privileged ones who could afford decent food, and for the exaggerated stories about their table found in the literature of the time. The seemingly outlandish methods of Apician food preparation become plain and clear in the light of social evolution. Evolution is perhaps not the right word to convey our idea of social perpetual motion. Apicius used practically all the cooking utensils in use today. He only lacked gas, electricity, and artificial refrigeration, modern achievements while useful in the kitchen and indispensable in wholesale production and for labor saving, that have no bearing on purely gastronomical problems. There is only one difference between the cooking utensils of yore and the modern products. The old ones are handmade, more individualistic, more beautiful, more artistic than our machine-made varieties. Despite his strangeness and remoteness, Apicius is not dead by any means. We have but to inspect, as Gallmer has pointed out, the table of the southern Europeans to find Apician traditions alive. In the northern countries, too, are found his traces. To think that Apicius should have survived in the north of Europe, far removed from his native soil, is a rather audacious suggestion. But the keen observer can find him in Great Britain, Scandinavia, and the Baltic provinces today. The conquerors and seafarers coming from the south have carried the pollen of gastronomic flowers far into the north, where they adjusted themselves to soil and climate. Many a cook of the British Isles, of southern Sweden, Holstein, Denmark, Friesland, Pomerania still observes Apicius rules, though he may not be aware of the fact. We must realize that Apicius is only a book, a frail handmade record, and that, while the record itself might have been forgotten, its principles have become international property, long ago. Thus they live on. Like a living thing, a language, a custom, they themselves may have undergone changes, improvements, alterations, augmentation, corruption. But the character has been preserved. A couple of thousand years are, after all, but a paltry matter. Our own age is but the grandchild of antiquity. The words we utter, in their roots, are those of our grandfathers. And so do many dishes we eat today resemble those once enjoyed by Apicius and his friends. Is it necessary to point the tenacity of the spirit of the antique, reaching deep into the modern age? The latest Apicius edition in the original Latin is dated 1922. The gastronomic life of Europe was under the complete rule of Old Rome until the middle of the 17th century. Then came a sudden change for modernity, comparable to the rather abrupt change of languages from the fashionable Latin to the national idioms and vernacular in England and Germany. Under the influence of literary giants like Luther, Chaucer, Shakespeare, all medieval food literature of the continent and indeed the early cookery books of England prior to La Varenne, Lecuisine near François, 1654, are deeply influenced by Apicius. The great change in eating, resulting in a new gastronomic order, attained its highest peak of perfection just prior to the French Revolution. Temporarily suspended by this social upheaval, it continued to flourish until about the latter part of last century. The last decades of this new order is often referred to as the classical period of gastronomy, with France claiming the laurels for its development. Classic for reasons we do not know. Urbain Dubois, outstanding master of this period, wrote La Cuisine Classique. Except that its precepts appeal as classical to our notion of eating. This may not correspond to the views of posterity. We had therefore better wait a century or two before proclaiming our system of cookery classical. Disposing of that old classic, Apicius, as slowly as a conservative cooking world could afford to do, the present nation set out to cultivate a taste for things that a Roman would have pronounced unfit for a slave. Still, the world moves on. Conquest, discovery of foreign parts, the New World, contributed fine things to the modern table. Old forgotten foods were rediscovered. Endless lists of materials and combinations, new daring, preposterous dishes that made the younger generation rejoice while old folks looked on gasping with dismay, despair, contempt. Be it sufficient to remark that the older practitioners of our own days, educated in classic cuisine again, are quite apprehensive of their traditions endangered by the spirit of revolt of the young against the old. Again and again we hear of a decline that has set in, and even by the best authorities alarmist notes are spread to the effect that we have begun our journey back, step by step, to our primitive tree and our primitive nuts. Pennell. Does Spengler consider food in his Decline of the West? It matters not whether we share this pessimism, nor what we may have to say pro or con this question of progress or retrogression in eating, or in anything else for that matter. In fact, we are not concerned with the question here more than to give it passing attention. If classic cookery is dying nowadays, if it cannot reassert itself, that would be a loss to mankind. But this classic cookery system has so far only been the sole and exclusive privilege of a dying aristocracy. It seems quite in order that it should go under in the great Götterdämmerung that commenced with the German peasants' wars of the 16th century, flaring up as the second act in the French Revolution late in the 18th century, the Act 3 of which drama has been experienced in our own days. The common people as yet have never had an active part in the enjoyment of the classic art of eating. So far, they always provided the wherewithal, and looked on, holding the bag. Modern hotels, because of their commercial character, have done little to perpetuate it. They merely have commercialized the art. Beyond exercising ordinary salesmanship, our maîtres d'hôtel have not educated our nouveau riches in the mysteries and delights of gastronomy. Hotelmen are not supposed to be educators, they merely cater to a demand. And our new aristocracy has been too busy with limousines, golf, divorces, and electricity to bemourn the decline of classic cookery. Most people get by without the benefit of classic cookery, subsisting on a medley of edibles, tenaciously clinging to mother's traditions, to things as she used to make them, and mother's methods still savor of Apicius. Surely, this is no sign of retrogression but of tenacity. The only fundamental difference between Roman dining and that of our own times may be found in these two indisputable facts. First, devoid of the science of agriculture, without any advanced mechanical means, food was not raised in a very systematic way. If it happened to be abundant, Rome lacked storage and transportation facilities to make good use of it. There never were any food supplies on any large, extensive, and scientific scale, hence raw materials, the wherewithal of a classic meal, were expensive. Second, skilled labor, so vital for the success of any good dinner, so imperative for the rational preparation of food, was cheap to those who held slaves. Hence, the culinary conditions of ancient Rome were exactly the opposite of today's state of affairs. Then, good food was expensive while good labor was cheap. Now, good food is cheap while skilled labor is at a premium. Somehow, good, intelligent labor is reluctant to devote itself to food. That is another story. The chances for a good dinner seem to be in favor of the Romans, but only for a favored few. Those of us, although unable to command a staff of experts, but able to prepare their own meals rationally and serve them well, are indeed fortunate. With a few dimes they may dine in royal fashion. If our much maligned age has achieved anything at all, it has at least enabled the working slave of the masses to dine in a manner that even princes could hardly match in former days, a manner indeed that the princes of our own time could not improve upon. The fly in the ointment is that most modern people do not know how to handle and to appreciate food. This condition, however, may be remedied by instruction and education. Slowly, the modern masses are learning to emulate their erstwhile masters in the art of eating. They have the advantages of the great improvements in provisioning, as compared with former days, thanks chiefly to the great lines of communication established by modern commerce, thanks to scientific agriculture, and to the spirit of commercial enterprise and its resulting prosperity. There are two ifs in the path to humanity's salvation, at least, that of its table. If the commercialization of cookery, i.e., the wholesale production of ready-made foods for the table, does not completely enthrall the housewife, and if we can succeed to educate the masses to make rational, craftsmanlike use of our wonderful stores of edibles, employing or modifying to this end the rules of classic cookery, there really should be no need for any serious talk about our journey back to the primitive nuts. Even Spengler might be wrong then. Adequate distribution of our foods and rational use thereof seem to be one of the greatest problems today. The authenticity of Apicius. Age-old mysteries surrounding our book have not yet been cleared up. Medieval savants have squabbled in vain. Mrs. Pennell's worries and the fears of the learned Englishman that Apicius might be a hoax have proven groundless. Still, the mystery of this remarkable book is as perplexing as ever. The authorship will perhaps never be established, but let us forever dispel any doubt about its authenticity. Modern writers have never doubted the genuineness. To name but a few who believe in Apicius: Thudisham, Volmer, Brandt, Vicaire, Rumour, Scutch, Habs, Galmer. What matters the identity of the author? Who wrote the Iliad, the Odyssey, The Nibelungen lied. Let us be thankful for possessing them. Apicius is a genuine document of Roman imperial days. There can be no doubt of that. The unquestionable age of the earliest known manuscripts alone suffices to prove this. The philologist gives his testimony, too. A medieval scholar could never have manufactured Apicius, imitating his strikingly original terminology. Faking. A technical treatise requires an intimate knowledge of technical terms and familiarity with the ramifications of an intricate trade. We recommend a comparison of Plotinus' text with Apicius, the difference of ancient and medieval Latin is convincing. Striking examples of this kind have been especially noted in our Dictionary of Technical Terms. Latin slang. H. C. Coote, in his commentary on Apicius, cit Apiciana, in speaking of pen gravy, remarks: Apicius calls this by the singular phrase of jus de suo sibi, and sometimes, though far less frequently, succus suis. This phrase is curious enough in itself to deserve illustration. It is true old-fashioned Plaucian Latinity, and, if other proof were wanting, would of itself demonstrate the genuineness of the Apician text. This scholar goes on quoting from Plautus, Captivi, Act I, SC 2, verses 12, 13. Amphitruo, Act I, SCQV 116 and Ibid v 174, and from Asinaria. Act 4, SC 2, verses 16 and 17 to prove this, and he further says: the phrase is a rare remnant of the old familiar language of Rome, such as slaves talk so long, that their masters ultimately adopted it, a language of which Plautus gives us glimpses and which the graffiti may perhaps help to restore. When Varius was emperor, this phrase of the kitchen was as rife as when Plautus wrote, a proof that occasionally slang has been long lived. Coote is a very able commentator. He has translated in the article quoted a number of Apician formulae, and betrays an unusual culinary knowledge. Modern research, modern means of communication and photography have enabled scientists in widely different parts to study our book from all angles, to scrutinize the earliest records, the Vatican and the New York manuscripts and the Codex Salmogenes in Paris. Friedrich Vollmer, of Munich, in his study An Cit Apiciana, has treated the manuscripts exhaustively, carrying to completion the research begun by Skutch, Traub, Ehm, Studmont, Giarratano, and others, with Brandt, his pupil, carrying on the work of Vollmer. More modern scientists deeply interested in the origin of our book, none doubting its genuineness. Vollmer is of the opinion that there reposed in the monastery of Fulda, Germany, an archetypus which in the 9th century was copied twice, once in a Turonian hand, the manuscript now kept in the Vatican, the other copy written partly in Insular, partly in Carolingian Minussel, the Cheltenham Codex, now in New York. The common source at Fulda of these two manuscripts has been established by Traub. There is another testimony pointing to Fulda as the oldest known source. Pope Nicholas V commissioned Inoki of Ascoli to acquire old manuscripts in Germany. Inoki used as a guide a list of works based upon observations by Poggio in Germany in 1417, listing the Apicius of Fulda. Inoki acquired the Fulda Apicius. He died in October or November, 1457. On December 10 of that year, so we know, Giovanni de' Medici requested Stefano de Nardini, governor of Ancona, to procure for him from Inoki's estate, either in copy or in the original, the book, entitled Apicius de Requa Quinaria, cf. No. 3, Apiciana. It is interesting to note that one of the Milanese editions of 1498 bears a title in this particular spelling. Inoki during his lifetime had lent the book to Giovanni Orispa. It stands to reason that Poggio, in 1417, viewed at Fulda the Archetypus of our Apicius, father of the Vatican and the New York manuscripts, then already mutilated and wanting books 9 and x 600 years before the arrival of Poggio. The Fulda book was no longer complete. Already in the 9th century its title page had been damaged, which is proven by the title page of the Vatican copy, which reads INCP API CAE. That's all. The New York copy, it has been noted, has no title page. This book commences in the middle of the list of chapters, the first part of them and the title page are gone. We recall that the New York manuscript was originally bound up with another manuscript, also in the Phillips Library at Cheltenham. The missing page or pages were probably lost in separating the two manuscripts. It is possible that Inoki carried with him to Italy one of the ancient copies. Very likely the present New York copy, then already without a title. At any rate, not more than 25 years after his book hunting expedition we find both copies in Italy. It is strange, furthermore, that neither of these two ancient copies were used by the 15th century copyists to make the various copies distributed by them, but that an inferior copy of the Vatican Ms. became the Vulgata, the progenitor of the series of medieval copies. One must bear in mind how assiduously medieval scribes copied everything that appeared to be of any importance to them, and how each new copy, by virtue of human fallibility or self-sufficiency, must have suffered in the making, and it is only by very careful comparison of the various manuscripts that the original text may be rehabilitated. This, to a large extent, Volmer and Giarratano have accomplished. Volmer, too, rejects the idea invented by the humanists, that Apicius had a collaborator, editor or commentator in the person of Coelius or Saelius. This name, so Volmer claims, has been added to the book by medieval scholars without any reason except conjecture for such action. They have been misled by the mutilated title. API CAE, Volmer reconstructs this title as follows. API CII Artis Magiri, or, Obserditi CAE Libri X. Remember, it is the title page only that is thus mutilated. The 10 books or chapters bear the full name of Apicius. Never at any time does the name of Coelius appear in the text, or at the head of the chapters. The Archetypus, with the book and the chapters carefully indexed and numbered, as they were, with each article neatly titled, the captions and capital letters rubricated heightened by red color, and with its proper spacing of the articles and chapters, must once have been a representative example of the art of bookmaking as it flourished towards the end of the period that sealed the fate of the Roman Empire, when books of a technical nature, law books, almanacs, army lists had been developed to a high point of perfection. Luxurious finish. Elaborate illumination point to the fact that our book, the Vatican copy, was intended for the use in some aristocratic household. The excerpts of Veni Darius. And now, from a source totally different than the two important manuscripts so much discussed here, we receive additional proof of the authenticity of Apicius. In the Codex Salmogenus, cf. Apiciana, we find some 30 formulae attributed to Apicius, entitled, Apici Excerpta Veni Dario Vir. In L. They have been accepted as genuine by Salmasius and other early scholars. Scutch incorporated the Excerpta with his Apicius, placing the formulae in what he believed to be the proper order. This course, for obvious reasons, is not to be recommended. To be sure, the Excerpta are Apician enough in character, though only a few correspond to, or are actual duplicates of, the Apician precepts. They are additions to the stock of authentic Apician recipes. As such, they may not be included but be appended to the traditional text. The excerpta encourage the belief that at the time of Veni Darius, God Vinitha Hargis, about the 5th century, there must have been in circulation an Apicius, collection of recipes, much more complete than the one handed down to us through Fulda. It is furthermore interesting to note that the excerpta, too, are silent about Coelius. We may safely join Volmer in his belief that M. Gabius Apicius, celebrated gourmet living during the reign of Tiberius, was the real author, or collector, or sponsor of this collection of recipes, or at least of the major part thereof, the formulae bearing the names of posterior gourmets having been added from time to time. This theory also applies to the 2 instances where the name of Varro is mentioned in connection with the preparation of beets and onions, bulbs. It is hardly possible that the author of the book made these references to Varro. It is more probable that some well-versed posterior reader, perusing the said articles, added to his copy, and Varro prepared beets this way, and onions that way, cf. Book 3, 70. Still, there is no certainty in this theory either. There were many persons by the names of Commodus, Trajanus, Frontinianus, such as are appearing in our text, who were contemporaries of Apicius. With our mind at ease as regards the genuineness of our book, we now may view it at a closer range. Obscure terminology. Apicius contains technical terms that have been the subject of much speculation and discussion. Liquamen, laser, muria, garum, etc., belong to these. They will be found in our little dictionary. But we cannot refrain from discussing some at present to make intelligible the most essential part of the ancient text. Take liquamen for instance. It may stand for broth, sauce, stock, gravy, drippings. Even for court bouillon, in fact for any liquid appertaining to or derived from a certain dish or food material. Now, if Apicius prescribes liquamen for the preparation of a meat or a vegetable, it is by no means clear to the uninitiated what he has in mind. In fact, in each case the term liquamen is subject to the interpretation of the experienced practitioner. Others than he would at once be confronted with an unsurmountable difficulty. Scientists may not agree with us, but such is kitchen practice. Hence the many fruitless controversies at the expense of the original, at the disappointment of science. Garum is another word, one upon which much contemptuous witticism and serious energy has been spent. Garum simply is a generic name for fish essences. True, garus is a certain and a distinct kind of Mediterranean fish, originally used in the manufacture of garum, but this product, in the course of time, has been altered, modified, adulterated, in short, has been changed, and the term has naturally been applied to all varieties and variations of fish essences, without distinction, and it has thus become a collective term, covering all varieties of fish sauces. Indeed, the corruption and degeneration of this term, garum, had so advanced at the time of Veni Darius in the 5th century as to lose even its association with any kind of fish. Terms like garadum, prepared with G, have been derived from it. Prepared with the addition of wine, it becomes enogarum, wine. Sauce and dishes prepared with such wine sauce receive the adjective of enogaradum, and so forth. The original garum was no doubt akin to our modern anchovy sauce, at least the best quality of the ancient sauce. The principles of manufacture surely are alike. Garum, like our anchovy sauce, is the puree of a small fish, named garus, as yet unidentified. The fish, intestines and all, was spiced, pounded, fermented, salted, strained and bottled for future use. The finest garum was made of the livers of the fish only, exposed to the sun, fermented, somehow preserved. It was an expensive article in old Rome, famed for its medicinal properties. Its mode of manufacture has given rise to much criticism and scorn on the part of medieval and modern commentators and interpreters who could not comprehend the perverse taste of the ancients in placing any value on the essence from putrefied intestines of fish. However, garum has been vindicated, confirmed, endorsed, reiterated, rediscovered, if you please, by modern science. What, pray, is the difference in principle between garum, the exact nature of which is unknown, and the oil of the liver of cod, or less expensive fish, exposed to the beneficial rays of ultraviolet light artificial sunlight to imbue the oil with an extra large and uniform dose of vitamin D? The ancients, it appears, knew vitamin D to exist. Maybe they had a different name for vitamins, maybe none at all. The name does not matter. The thing which they knew, does. They knew the nutritive value of liver, proven by many formulae. Pollio, one of the vicious characters of antiquity, fed Muranas, sea eel, with slaves he threw into the piscina, the fish pond, and later enjoyed the liver of the fish. Some modern preparations are astonishingly ancient, and vice versa. R. Anchovy sauce is used freely to season fish, to mix with butter, to be made into solid anchovy or fish paste. There are sardine pastes, lobster pastes, fish forcemeats, found in the larder of every good kitchen preparations of Apician character. A real platter of hors d'oeuvres, an antipasto is not complete unless made according to certain Apician precepts. Muria is salt water, brine, yet it may stand for a fluid in which fish or meat, fruits or vegetables have been pickled. The difficulties of the translator of Apicius, who takes him literally, are unconsciously but neatly demonstrated by the work of Daniel. Even he, seasoned practitioner, condemns garum, muria, asafoetida, because professors before him have done so, because he forgets that these very materials still form a vital part of some of his own sauces, only in a different shape, form, or under a different name. Daniel calls some Apician recipes incredibly absurd, fabulous, exaggerated. But he thinks nothing of the serving of similar combinations in his own establishment every day in the year. Daniel would take pride in serving a veal cutlet à la Holstein. What have we learned of Apicius in the northern countries? The ancient Holsteiner was not satisfied unless his piece of veal was covered with a nice fat herring. That barbarity had to be modified by us moderns into a veal cutlet, turned in milk and flour, eggs and bread crumbs, fried, covered with fried eggs, garnished with anchovies or bits of herring, red beets, capers, and lemon, in order to qualify for a restaurant favorite and best seller. Apicius hardly has a dish more characteristic and more bewildering. What of combinations of fish and meat? De gustibus non est disputandum. It all goes into the same stomach. May it be a sturdy one, and let its owner beware. What of our turkey and oyster dressing? Of our broiled fish and bacon? Of our clam chowder, our divine bouillabaisse? If the ingredients and component parts of such dishes were enumerated in the laconic and careless Apician style, if they were stated without explicit instructions and details, supposed to be known to any good practitioner, we would have recipes just as mysterious as any of the Apician formulae. Daniel, like ever so many interpreters, plainly shared the traditional belief. The egregious errors of popular history. People still are under the spell of the fantastic and fanciful descriptions of Roman conviviality and gastronomic eccentricities. Indeed, we rather believe in the insanity of these descriptions than in the insane conduct of the average Roman gourmet. It is absurd, of course, to assume and to make the world believe that a Roman patrician made a meal of garum, laserpitium, and the like. They used these condiments judiciously, any other use thereof is physically impossible. They economized their spices, which have caused so much comment, too. As a matter of fact, they used condiments niggardly and sparingly, as is plainly described in some formulae, if only for the one good and sufficient reason that spices and condiments which often came from Asia and Africa were extremely expensive. This very reason, perhaps, caused much of the popular outcry against their use, which, by the way, is merely another form of political propaganda, in which, as we shall see, the mob guided by the rabble of politicians excelled. We moderns are just as extravagant, if not more, in the use of sauces and condiments. Apician sauces, too, are Worcestershire, catsup, chili, chutney, walnut catsup, AI, Harvey's, punch, Sawyer's, Escoffiers, Oscars. Every culinary coryphée endeavors to create one, are mustards and condiments in their different forms, if not actually dating back to Apicius, are, at least, lineal descendants from ancient prototypes. To readers little experienced in kitchen practice, such phrases, often repeated by Apicius, as crush pepper, lovage, marjoram, etc., etc., may appear stereotyped and monotonous. They have not survived in modern kitchen parlance, because the practice of using spices, flavors and aromas has changed. There are now in the market compounds, extracts, mixtures not used in the old days. Many modern spices come to us ready ground or mixed, or compounded ready for kitchen use. This has the disadvantage in that volatile properties deteriorate more rapidly and that the goods may be easily adulterated. The Bavarians, under Duke Albrecht, in 1553 prohibited the grinding of spices for that very reason. Ground spices are time and labor savers, however. Modern kitchen methods have put the old mortar practically out of existence, at the expense of quality of the finished product. The labor item. The enviable Apicius cared naught for either time or labor. He gave these two important factors in modern life not a single thought. His culinary procedures required a prodigious amount of labor and effort on the part of the cooks and their helpers. The labor item never worried any ancient employer. It was either very cheap or entirely free of charge. The selfish gourmet, which gourmet is not selfish, almost wonders whether the abolition of slavery was a well-advised measure in modern social and economic life. Few people appreciate the labor cost in excellent cookery, and few have any conception of the cost of good food service today. Yet all demand both. When dining out, at least. Who, on the other hand, but a brute would care to dine well, taking it out of the hide of others? Hence we moderns with a craving for gourmandise but minus appropriations. For skilled labor would do well to follow the example of Alexander Dumas, who cheerfully and successfully attended to his own cuisine. Despite an extensive fiction practice, he found time to edit Le Grand Dictionnaire de Cuisine and was not above writing mustard advertisements, either. Sumptuary laws. The appetite of the ancients was at times successfully curbed by sumptuary laws, cropping out at fairly regular intervals. These laws, usually given under the pretext of safeguarding the morals of the people and accompanied by similar euphonious phrases, were, like modern prohibitions, vicious and virulent effusions of the predatory instinct in mankind. We cannot give a chronological list of them here, and are citing them merely to illustrate the difficulty confronting The prospective ancient host. During the reign of Caesar and Augustus severe laws were passed, fixing the sums to be spent for public and private dinners and specifying the edibles to be consumed. These laws classified gastronomic functions with an ingenious eye for system, professing all the time to protect the public's morals and health. But they were primarily designed to replenish the ever-vanishing contents of the imperial exchequer and to provide soft jobs for hordes of enforcers. The amounts allowed to be spent for various social functions were so ridiculously small in our own modern estimation that we may well wonder how a Roman host could have ever made a decent showing at a banquet. However, he and the cooks managed somehow. Imperial spies and informers were omnipresent. The marketplaces were policed, the purchases by prospective hosts carefully noted. Dealers selling supplies and cooks, the more skillful kind usually, hired for the occasion were bribed to reveal the menu. Dining room windows had to be located conveniently to allow free inspection from the street of the dainties served. The passing imperial food inspector did not like to intrude upon the sanctity of the host's home. The pitiable host of those days, his unenviable guests, and the bewildered cooks, however, contrived and conspired somehow to get up a banquet that was a trifle better than a Chicago quick lunch. How did they do it? In the light of modern experience gained by modern governments dilly-dallying with sumptuary legislation that has been discarded as a bad job some 2,000 years ago, the question seems superfluous. Difficile est satirum non scribere. To make a long story short, the Roman host just broke the law, that's all. Indeed, those who made the laws were first to break them. The minions, appointed to uphold the law, were easily accounted for. Any food inspector too arduous in the pursuit of his duty was disposed of by dispatching him to the rear entrance of the festive hall, and was delivered to the tender care of the chief cook. Such was the case during the times of Apicius. Indeed, the Roman idea of good cheer during earlier epochs was provincial enough. It was simply barbaric. Before the Greeks showed the Romans a thing or two in cookery. The methods of fattening fowl introduced from Greece was something unheard of. It was outrageous, sacrilegious. Senators, orators, and other self-appointed saviors of humanity thundered against the vile methods of tickling the human palate. Deftly employing all the picturesque tam-tam and ella still the stock in trade of ever so many modern colleagues in any civilized parliament. The speeches, to be sure, passed into oblivion. The fat capons, however, stayed in the barnyards until they had acquired the saturation point of tender luscious calories to be enjoyed by those who could afford them. How the capon was invented is told in a note on the subject. Many other so-called luxuries, sausage from Epirus, cherries from the Pontus, oysters from England, were greeted with a studied hostility by those who profited from the business of making laws and public opinion. Evidently, the time and the place was not very propitious for gastronomic overindulgence. Only when the ice was broken, when the disregard for law and order had become general through the continuous practice of contempt for an unpopular sumptuary law, when corruption had become well nigh universal. Chiefly thanks to the example set by the higher ups, it was then that the torrent of human passion and folly ran riot, exceeding natural bounds, tearing everything with them, all that is beautiful and decent, thus swamping the great empire beyond the hopes for any recovery. Apicius the writer. Most of the Apician directions are vague, hastily jotted down, carelessly edited. One of the chief reasons for the eternal misunderstandings. Often the author fails to state the quantities to be used. He has a mania for giving undue prominence to expensive spices and other, quite often irrelevant, ingredients. Plainly, Apicius was no writer, no editor. He was a cook. He took it for granted that spices be used within the bounds of reason, but he could not afford to forget them in his formulae. Apicius surely pursues the correct culinary principle of incorporating the flavoring agents during the process of cooking, contrary to many moderns who vigorously protesting against highly seasoned and rich food, and who, craving for something plain, proceed to inundate perfectly good, plain roast or boiled dishes with a deluge of any of the aforementioned commercial sauces that have absolutely no relation to the dish and that have no mission other than to grant relief from the deadening monotony of plain food. Chicken or mutton, beef or venison, finnan haddie or brook trout, eggs or oysters thus sauced, taste all alike sauce. To use such ready-made sauces with dishes cooked à l'anglaise is logical, excusable, almost advisable. Even the most ascetic of men cannot resist the insidiousness of spicy delights, nor can he for any length of time endure the insipidity of plain food sans sauce. Hence the popularity of such sauces amongst people who do not observe the correct culinary principle of seasoning food judiciously, befitting its character, without spoiling, but rather in enhancing its characteristics and in bringing out its flavor at the right time, namely during coction, to give the kindred aromas a chance to blend. Well, continental nations, adhering to this important principle of cookery, inherited from Apicius, would not dream of using ready-made, English, sauces. We have witnessed real crimes being perpetrated upon perfectly seasoned and delicately flavored entrees. We have watched ill-advised people maltreat good things, cooked to perfection, even before they tasted them, sprinkling them as a matter of habit, with quantities of salt and pepper, paprika, cayenne, daubing them with mustards of every variety, or swamping them with one or several of the commercial sauce preparations. Temperamental chefs, men who know their art, usually explode at the sight of such wantonness. Which painter would care to see his canvas varnished with all the hues in the rainbow by a patron afflicted with such a taste? Perhaps the craving for excessive flavoring is an olfactory delirium, a pathological case, as yet unfathomed, like the excessive craving for liquor, and, being a problem for the medical fraternity, it is only of secondary importance to gastronomy. To say that the Romans were afflicted on a national scale with a strange spice mania, as some interpreters want us to believe, would be equivalent to the assertion that all wine-growing nations were nations of drunkards. As a matter of fact, the reverse is the truth. Apicius surely would be surprised at some things we enjoy. Voila, a recipe. Modern, not older than half a century, given by us in the Apician style or writing. Take liquamen, pepper, cayenne, eggs, lemon, olive oil, vinegar, white wine, anchovies, onions, tarragon, pickled cucumbers, parsley, chervil, hard-boiled eggs, capers, green peppers, mustard, chop, mix well, and serve. Do you recognize it? This formula sounds as fantastic, as weird and as vile as any of the Apician concoctions, confusing even a well-trained cook. Because we stated neither the title of this preparation nor the mode of making it, nor did we name the ingredients in their proper sequence. This mystery was conceived with an illustrative purpose which will be explained later, which may and may not have to do with the mystery of Apicius. Consider, for a moment, this mysterious creation number 2. Take bananas, oranges, cherries, flavored with bitter almonds, fresh pineapple, lettuce, fresh peaches, plums, figs, grapes, apples, nuts, cream cheese, olive oil, eggs, white wine, vinegar, cayenne, lemon, salt, white pepper, dry mustard, tarragon, rich sour cream, chop, mix, whip well. Worse yet, instead of having our appetite aroused the very perusal of this quasi-Apician mixtum compositum repels every desire to partake of it. We are justly tempted to condemn it as being utterly impossible. Yet every day hundreds of thousand portions of it are sold under the name of special fruit salad, with mayonnaise mousseuse. The above mystery number 1 is the justly popular tartar sauce. Thus we could go on analyzing modern preparations and make them appear as outlandish things. Yet we relish them every day. The ingredients, obnoxious in great quantities, are employed with common sense. We are not mystified. Seeing them in print, they are usually given in clear logical order. This is not the style of Apicius, however. Latin cunning. We can hardly judge Apicius by what he has revealed, but we rather should try to discover what he purposely or otherwise has concealed if we would get a good idea of the ancient kitchen. This thought occurred to us at the 11th hour, after years of study of the text and after almost despairing of a plausible solution of its mysteries. And it seems surprising that Apicius has never been suspected before of withholding information essential to the successful practice of his rather hypothetical and empirical formulae. The more we scrutinize them, the more we become convinced that the author has omitted vital directions, same as we did purposely with the 2 modern examples above. Many of the Apician recipes are dry enumerations of ingredients supposed to belong to a given dish or sauce. It is well known that in chemistry, cookery is but applied chemistry, the knowledge of the rules governing the quantities and the sequence of the ingredients, their manipulation, either separately or jointly, either successively or simultaneously, is a very important matter, and that violation or ignorance of the process may spell failure at any stage of the experiment. In the kitchen this is particularly true of baking and soup and sauce making, the most intricate of culinary operations. There may have been 2 chief reasons for concealing necessary information. Apicius, or more likely the professional collectors of the recipes, may have considered technical elaboration of the formulae quite superfluous on the assumption that the formulae were for professional use only. Every good practitioner knows, with ingredients or components given, what manipulations are required, what effects are desired. Even in the absence of detailed specifications, the experienced practitioner will be able to divine correct proportions, by intuition. As a matter of fact, in cookery the mention in the right place of a single ingredient, like in poetry the right word, often suffices to conjure up before the gourmet's mental eye vistas of delight. Call it inspiration, association of ideas, or what you please, a single word may often prove a guide, a savior. Let us remember that in Apicii days paper, parchment, papyrus, and writing materials were expensive, and that, moreover, the ability of correct logical and literary expression was necessarily limited in the case of a practicing cook who, after all, must have been the collector of the Apician formulae. This is sufficiently proven by the lingua coquinaria, the vulgar Latin of our old work. In our opinion, the ancient author did not consider it worth his while to give anything but the most indispensable information in the tersest form. This he certainly did. A comparison of his literary performance with that of the artistic and accomplished writer of the Renaissance, Platina, will at once show up Apicius as a hard-working practical cook, a man who knew his business but who could not tell what he knew. Like ever so many of his successors, he could not refrain from beginning and concluding many of his articles with such superfluities as take this and serve, etc., all of which shows him up as a genuine cook. These articles, written in the most laconic language possible, the language of a very busy, very harassed, very hurried man, are the literary product of a cook, or several of them. The other chief motive for condensing or obscuring his text has a more subtle foundation. Indeed, we are surprised that we should possess so great a collection of recipes, representing to him who could use them certain commercial and social value. The preservation of Apicius seems entirely accidental. Experienced cooks were in demand in Apicii times, the valuation of their ministrations increased proportionately to the progress in gastronomy and to the prosperity of the nation. During Rome's frugal era, up to 200 BC, the primitive cooks were just slaves and household chattels, but the development of their trade into an art, stimulated by foreign precepts, imported principally from Greece, Sicily and Asia Minor, opened up to the practitioners not only the door to freedom from servitude, but it offered even positions of wealth with social and political standing, often arousing the envy, satire, criticism of bona fide politicians, journalists, moralists, satirists, and of the ever-present hordes of parasites and hangers-on. Some cooks became confidants, even friends and advisors of men in high places. Emperors, cf. Life of Vitellius, and through their subtle influence upon the mighty they may have contributed in no mean measure to the fate of the nation. But such invisible string-pullers have not been confined to those days alone. Take Rasputin. Take the valet to William I, reputed to have had more say than the mighty Bismarck, who, as it developed, got the air while the valet died in his berth. Such being the case, what potential power reposed in a greasy cookery manuscript? And, if so, why bear such wonderful secrets to Tom, Dick, and Harry? Weights and measures are given by Apicius in some instances. But just such figures can be used artfully to conceal a trap. Any mediocre cook, gaining possession of a choice collection of detailed and itemized recipes, would have been placed in an enviable position. Experimenting for some time, at his master's expense, he would soon reach that perfection when he could demand a handsome compensation for his ministrations. Throughout antique times, throughout the Middle Ages down to the present day, when patent laws no longer protect a secret, strict secrecy was maintained around many useful and lucrative formulae. Not only by cooks, but also by physicians, alchemists, and the various scientists, artisans and craftsmen. Only the favorite apprentice would be made heir to or shareholder in this important stock in trade after his worthiness had been proven to his master's satisfaction, usually by the payment of a goodly sum of money apprentices pay. We remember reading in Lanciani, Rodolfo L., Ancient Rome. In the light of recent discoveries, how in the entire history of Rome there is but one voice, that of a solitary, noble-minded physician, complaining about the secrecy that was being maintained by his colleagues as regards their science. To be sure, those fellows had every reason in the world for keeping quiet, so preposterous were their methods in most cases. This secrecy indeed must have carried with it a blessing in disguise. Professional reserve was not its object. The motive was purely commercial. Seeing where the information given by Apicius is out of reason and unintelligible, we are led to believe that such text is by no means to be taken very literally. On the contrary, it is quite probable that weights and measures are not correct, they are quite likely to be of an artful and studied unreliability. A secret private code is often employed, necessitating the elimination or transposition of certain words, figures, or letters before the whole will become intelligible and useful. If by any chance an uninitiated hand should attempt to grasp such veiled directions, failure would be certain. We confess to have employed At an early stage of our own career, this same strategy and time-honored camouflage to protect a precious lot of recipes. Promptly we lost this unctuous manuscript, as we feared we would. If not deciphered today, the book has long since been discarded as being a record of the ravings of a madman. The advent of the printing press changed the situation. With Platina, ca. 1474, an avalanche of cookery literature started. The secrets of Scapi, Cuoco, Secreto to the Pope, were scooped by an enterprising Venetian printer in 1570. The guilds of French mustard makers and sauce cooks, precursors of modern food firms and manufacturers of ready-made condiments, were a powerful tribe of secret mongers in the Middle Ages. English gastronomic literature of the 16th, 17th, and even the 18th century is crowded with closets opened, secrets let out, and other alluring titles purporting to regale the prospective reader with profitable and appetizing secrets of all sorts. Kitchen secrets became commercial articles. These remarks should suffice to illustrate the assumption that the Apicius book was not created for publication, but that it is a collection of abridged formulae for private use, a treasure chest as it were, of some cook, which after the demise of its owner, collector, originator, a curious world could not resist to play with, although but a few experienced masters held the key, being able to make use of the recipes. Meat diet. In perusing Apicius, only one or two instances of cruelty to animals have come to our attention, cf. recipes number 140 and 259. Cruel methods of slaughter were common. Some of the dumb beasts that were to feed man and even had to contribute to his pleasures and enjoyment of life by giving up their own lives often were tortured in cruel, unspeakable ways. The belief existed that such methods might increase the quality, palatability, and flavor of the meat. Such beliefs and methods may still be encountered on the highways and byways in Europe and Asia today. Since the topic, strictly speaking, does not belong here, we cannot depict it in detail, and in passing make mention of it to refer students interested in the psychology of the ancients to such details as are found in the writings of Plutarch and other ancient writers during the early Christian era. It must be remembered, however, that such writers, including the irreproachable Plutarch, were advocates of vegetarianism. Some passages are inspired by true humane feeling, but much appears to be written in the interest of vegetarianism. The ancients were not such confirmed meat eaters as the modern Western nations, merely because the meat supply was not so ample. Beef was scarce because of the shortage of large pastures. The cow was sacred, the ox furnished motive power, and, after its usefulness was gone, the muscular old brute had little attraction for the gourmet. Today lives a race of beef eaters. Our beef diet, no doubt, is bound to change somewhat. Already the world's grazing grounds are steadily diminishing. The North American prairies are being parceled off into small farms, the working conditions of which make beef raising expensive. The South American pampas and a strip of coastal land in Australia now furnish the bulk of the world's beef supply. Perhaps Northern Asia still holds in store a large future supply of meat, but this no doubt will be claimed by Asia. Already North America is acclimating the Lapland reindeer to offset the waning beef, to utilize its northern wastes. With the increasing shortage of beef, with the increasing facilities for raising chicken and pork, a reversion to Apician methods of cookery and diet is not only probably, but actually seems inevitable. The ancient bill of fare and the ancient methods of cookery were entirely guided by the supply of raw materials precisely like ours. They had no great food stores nor very efficient marketing and Transportation systems, food cold storage. They knew, however, to take care of what there was. They were good managers. Such atrocities as the willful destruction of huge quantities of food of every description on the one side and starving multitudes on the other as seen today, never occurred in antiquity. Many of the Apician dishes will not appeal to the beef eaters. It is worthy of note that much criticism was heaped upon Apicius some 200 years ago in England when beef eating became fashionable in that country. The art of Apicius requires practitioners of superior intellect. Indeed, it requires a superior clientele to appreciate Apician dishes. But practitioners that would pass the requirements of the Apician school are scarce in the kitchens of the beef eaters. We cannot blame meat eaters for rejecting the average chef d'oeuvre set before them by a mediocre cook who has learned little besides the roasting or broiling of meats. Once the average man has acquired a taste for the refined compositions made by a talented and experienced cook, say, a composition of meats, vegetables, or cereals, properly balanced by that intuition that never fails the real artist, the fortunate diner will eventually curtail the preponderant meat diet. A glance at some Chinese and Japanese methods of cookery may perhaps convince us of the probability of these remarks. Nothing is more perplexing and more alarming than a new dish, but we can see in a reversion to Apician cookery methods only a dietetic benefit accruing to this so-called white race of beef eaters. Apicius certainly excels in the preparation of vegetable dishes, cf. his cabbage and asparagus, and in the utilization of parts of food materials that are today considered inferior, hardly worth preparing for the table except by the very careful and economical housekeeper. Properly prepared, many of these things are good, often more nutritious than the dearer cuts, and sometimes they are really delicious. One has but to study the methods of ancient and intelligent people who have suffered for thousands of years under the perennial shortage of food supplies in order to understand and to appreciate Apician methods. Be it far from us to advocate their methods, or to wish upon us the conditions that engendered such methods, for such practices have been pounded into these people by dire necessity. They have graduated from the merciless school of hunger. Food materials, we repeat, were never as cheap and as abundant as they are today. But who can say that they always will be so in the future? Science confirming ancient methods. We must not overlook the remarkable intuition displayed by the ancients in giving preference to foods with body and blood building properties. For instance, the use of liver, particularly fish liver already referred to. The correctness of their choice is now being confirmed by scientific rediscoveries. The young science of nutrition is important enough to an individual who would stimulate or preserve his health. But since constitutions are different, the most carefully conceived dietary may apply to one particular individual only, provided, however, that our present knowledge of nutrition be correct and final. This knowledge, as a matter of fact, is being revised and changed constantly. If dietetics, therefore, were important enough to have any bearing at all upon the well-defined methods of cookery, we might go into detail analyzing ancient methods from that point of view. To call attention to the economy, the stewardship, or craftsmanship, in ancient methods and to the truly remarkable intuition that guided the ancient cooks is more important. Without these qualities there can be no higher gastronomy. Without high gastronomy no high civilization is possible. The honest and experienced nutrition expert, though perhaps personally opposed to elaborate dining, will discover through close study of the ancient precepts interesting pre-scientific and well-balanced combinations and methods designed to jealously guard the vitamins and dietetic values in Dishes that may appear curiously new to the layman that would nevertheless receive the unqualified approval of modern science. We respect the efforts of modern dietitians and food reformers, but we are far removed from the so-called simple and plain foods advocated by some well-meaning individuals. With the progress of civilization we are farther and farther drifting away from it. Even barbaric and beastly food is not simple. This furtive intuition in cookery, in the absence of scientific facts because of the inability of cooks to transform empirical traditions into practical rules, emanating from understood principles, still prevails today. It guides great chefs, saves time spent in scientific study. The much criticized unnatural union of sugar and meats of the ancients still exists today in many popular examples of cookery: lamb and mint sauce, steak and catsup, mutton and currant jelly, pork and apples, in various forms, oyster cocktail, poultry and compote, goose with apple and raisin dressing, venison and Cumberland sauce, mince pie, plum pudding, typical survivals of ancient traditions. Intuition is still preceding exact science, and unnatural unions, as in social, political, and any other form of life, seem to be the rule, rather than the exception. Disguising foods. Apicius is often blamed for his endeavor to serve one thing under the guise of another. The reasons for such deceptions are various ones. Fashion dictated it. Cooks were not considered clever unless they could surprise guests with a commonplace food material so skillfully prepared that identification was difficult or impossible. Another reason was the absence of good refrigeration, making masking necessary. Also the ambition of hosts to serve a cheaper food for a more expensive one, veal for chicken, pork for partridge, and so on. But do we not indulge in the same stunts today? We either do it with the intention of deceiving or to show off. Have we not mock turtle soup, mouton à la chasseur, mutton prepared to taste like venison, chicken salad made of veal or of rabbit? In Europe even today much of the traditional roast hare is caught in the alley, and it belongs to a feline species. Roof hare. Food adulterations. There is positive evidence of downright frauds and vicious food adulteration. In the times of Apicius, the old rascal himself is not above giving directions for rose wine without roses, or how to make a spoiled honey marketable, and other similar adulterations. Those of our readers with sensitive gastronomic instinct had better skip the paragraphs discussing the treatment of birds with a goatish smell. But the old food adulterators are no match for their modern successors. 2. Some of our own shams are liable to misinterpretation. In centuries to come our own modern recipes for Scotch woodcock or Welsh rabbit may be interpreted as attempts on our part to hoodwink guests by making game birds and rabbits out of cheese and bread, like Trimalchio's culinary artists are reputed to have made suckling pigs out of dough, partridges of veal, chicken of tunny fish, and vice versa. What indeed would a serious-minded research worker 1,000 years hence, if unfamiliar with our culinary practice and traditions, make of such terms as pet de nom as found in many old French cookery books, or of the famous subtleties, the confections once so popular at medieval weddings? The ramifications of the lingua coquinaria in any country are manifold, and the culinary wonderland is full of pitfalls even for the experienced gourmet. Reaching the limit. Like in all other branches of ancient endeavor, cookery had reached a state of perfection around the time of Apicius, when the only chance for successful continuation of the art lay in the conquest of new fields, i.e., in expansion, generalization, elaboration, and in influence from foreign sources. We have witnessed this in French cookery, which for the last 100 years has successfully expanded and has virtually captured the civilized parts of the globe, subject however, always to regional and territorial modifications. This desirable expansion of antique cookery did not take place. It was violently and rather suddenly checked principally by political and economic events. During the centuries following Apicius, perhaps principally by the forces that caused the Great Migration, the very quest of food. Suspension ensued instead. The heirs to the ancient culture were not yet ready for their marvelous heritage. Besides their cultural unpreparedness, the cookery of the ancients, like their humor, did not readily appeal to the Nordic heirs. Both are so subtle and they depend so much upon the psychology and the economic conditions of a people. And they thus presented almost unsurmountable obstacles to the invaders. Still, lo! Already in the 5th century, the Goth Vinitharchus started to collect the Apician precepts. Our predecessors. The usefulness in our days of Apicius as a practical cookery book has been questioned, but we leave this to our readers to decide after the perusal of this translation. If not useful in the kitchen, if we cannot grasp its moral, what, then, is Apicius? Merely a curio? The existing manuscripts cannot be bought, the old printed editions are highly priced by collectors, and they are rare. Still, the few persons able to read the messages therein cannot use them, they are not practitioners in cookery. None of the Apician editors, except Daniel and the writer, were experienced practicing gastronomers. Humelbergius, Lister, Bernhold were medical men. 2 serious students, Scutch and Wusterman, gave up academic positions to devote a year to the study of modern cookery in order to be able to interpret Apicius. These enthusiasts overlooked, however, 2 facts: Apicius cannot be understood by inquiring into modern average cookery methods, nor can complete mastery of cookery, practical as well as theoretical, including the historical and physiological aspects of gastronomy, be acquired in 1 year. Richard Gallmer, another Apicius editor, declares that the results of this course in gastronomy were negative. We might add here that Scutch's edition of Apicius, apart from the unwarranted inclusion of the excerpta of Vini Darius, is the least reliable of all editions. Gallmer published a free version of Apicius in German in 1909. If he did not render the original very faithfully and literally, it must be said in all fairness that his methods of procedure were correct. Gallmer attempted to interpret the ancient text for the modern reader. Unfortunately, he based his work upon that of Scutch and Wusterman and Lister. A year or so later, Edouard Daniel published a version of his own, also based on Scutch. This editor is a practicing chef Hoftraiteur, or caterer to the court of one of the then reigning princes of Germany. Daniel's preface is dated 1897, though the date of publication is 1911. In view of the fact that Gallmer had covered the ground and that Daniel added nothing new to Apician lore, his publication seems superfluous. Daniel's translation differs in that the translator adhered literally to the questionable Scutch version, whereas Gallmer aspired to a free and readable version for an educated public. A comparison reveals that the one author is not a cook while the other is not a savant. Like the scholars who tried their hand at cookery, there are a number of worthy and ambitious practitioners of cookery who have endeavored to reach the heights of scholarship, among them Kerm and Soyer, men of great caliber. Unfortunately, the span of human life is short, the capacity of the human mind is limited. Fruitful achievements in widely different fields of endeavor by one man are rare. This is merely to illustrate the extreme difficulty encountered by anyone bent on a venturesome exploration of our subject, and the very narrow chances of success to extricate himself with grace from the 2000 year-old labyrinth of philosophical, historical, linguistical, and gastronomical technicalities. This task will become comparatively easy, however, and surely interesting and with a foreboding of many delights and surprises if we penetrate the jungle. Aided by the experience of predecessors, steadfastly relying on the theory of evolution as a guide, and armed with the indispensable equipment for gastronomical research, i.e., the practical and technical knowledge of cookery. Mastery of languages, augmented by practical experience gathered by observations. And travel in many lands, and last but not least, if we are obsessed with the fixed idea that so menial a subject is worth all the bother. We have purposely refrained from presenting here a treatise in the customary scientific style. We know, there are repetitions, digressions, excursions into adjacent fields that may be open to criticism. We really do not aim to make this critical review an exhibition of scholarly attainments with all the necessary brevity, clarity, scientific restraint, and etiquette. Such style would be entirely out of our line. Any bookish flavor attaching itself to our work would soon replace a natural fragrance we aim to preserve, namely our close contact with the subject. Those interested in the scholarly work that has been contributed to this cause are referred to modern men like Volmer, Giarratano, Brandt and others named in the bibliography. Of the older scientists there is Martinus Lister, a man whose knowledge of the subject is very respectable and whose devotion to it is unbounded, whose integrity as a scientist is above reproach. His notes and commentaries together with those of Humelbergius, the editor-physician of Zurich, will be enjoyed and read with profit by every antiquary. The labors of Bernhold and Scutch are meritorious also, the work, time, and esprit these men have devoted to the subject is enormous. As for Taurinus, the opinions are divided. Humelbergius ignores him, Greffius pirates him, Lister scorns him. We like him. Lister praises his brother physician, Humelbergius, doctus quidem vir et modestus. So he is. The notes by Humelbergius alone and his word, nihil immutere ossi summus, entitles him to all the praise Lister can bestow. Unfortunately, the sources of his information are unknown. Lacking these, we have of course no means of ascertaining whether he always lived up to his word that he is not privileged to change. Humelbergius and Lister may have made contributions of value from a philological point of view, but their work appears to have less merit gastronomically than that of Taurinus. To us the Basel editor often seems surprisingly correct in cases where the gastronomical character of a formula is in doubt. In rendering the ancient text into English we, too, have endeavored to follow Humelbergii example, hence the almost literal translation of the originals before us, namely, Taurinus, Humelbergius, Lister, Bernhold, Scutch and the latest Giarratano Volmer which reached us in 1925 in time for collating. We have wavered often and long whether or not to place alongside this English version the original Latin text, but due to the divergencies we have finally abandoned the idea, for practical reasons alone. In translating we have endeavored to clear up mysteries and errors. This interpretation is a work quite apart and independent of that of the translation. It is merely the sum and substance of our practical experience in gastronomy. It is not to be taken as an attempt to change the original but is presented in good faith, to be taken on its face value. This interpretation appears in the form of notes directly under each article, for quick reference, and it is our wish that it be of some practical service in contributing to the general understanding and appreciation of our ancient book. For the sake of expediency we have numbered and placed a title, in English, on each ancient recipe, following the example of Scutch. This procedure may be counted against us as a liberty taken with the text. The text has remained inviolate. We have merely aimed at a rational and legible presentation work, within the province and the duty of an editor, translator and technical expert. We do not claim credit for any other work connected with the task of making this most unique book accessible to the English-speaking public, and for the competition for scholastic laurels we wish to stay or to combat. We feel we are not privileged to pass final judgment upon the excellent work done by sympathetic and erudite admirers of our ancient book throughout the better part of 4 centuries, and we cannot side with one or the other in questions philological, historical, or of any other nature, except gastronomical. We are deeply indebted to all of our predecessors, and through conversations and extensive correspondence with other modern researchers, Dr. Edward Brandt and Dr. Margaret B. Wilson, we are enabled to predict new developments in Apician research. The debates of the scientists, it appears, are not yet closed. As a matter of fact, the various differences of opinion in minor questions are of little import to us as compared with the delightful fact that we here possess an Apicius, not only a genuine Roman, but an honest-to-goodness human being besides. A jolly fellow is Apicius, with a basketful of happy messages for a hungry world. We therefore want to make this work of ours the entertainment and instruction the subject deserves to be. If we succeed in proving that Apicius is not a mummified, bone-dry classic, but that he has the goods, namely some real human merit, we shall have accomplished more than the savants to whom this popularization of our hero has been denied so far. After all, we live in a practical age, and it is the practical value, the matter of fact contribution to our happiness and well-being by the work of any man, ancient or modern, which counts in these days of materialism. So let us tell the truth, and let us sum up in a few words. We do not know who Apicius is. We do not know who wrote the book bearing his name. We do not know when it was written, or whether it is of Greek or of Roman origin. Furthermore, we do not understand many of its precepts. We do know, however, that it is the oldest work dealing with the food and the cookery of the ancient world's greatest empire, and that, as such, it is of the utmost interest and importance to us. In this sense we have endeavored to treat the book. Dining in Apician style. Past attempts to dine à l'Apicius invariably have ended disastrously. Eager gourmets, ever on the lookout for something new, and curious scholars have attempted to prepare dishes in the manner prescribed by Apicius. Most of such experimenters have executed the old precepts literally, instead of trying to enter into their spirit. Das Land der Griechen mit der Seele suchen, says Goethe. The friends of Apicius who failed to heed this advice, also failed to comprehend the precepts. They were cured of their curiosity, and blamed the master for their own shortcomings. Christina, Queen of Sweden, was made ill by an attempt of this kind to regale Her Majesty with a rare Apician morsel while in Italy as the guest of some noble. But history is dark on this point. Here perhaps Apicius is blamed for a dastardly attempt on the royal lady's life, for this daughter of the Protestant Gustavus Adolphus was in those days not the only crowned head in danger of being dispatched by means of some tempting morsel smilingly proffered by some titled rogue. A deadly dish under the disguise of Apicius must have been particularly convenient in those days for such sinister purposes. The sacred obligations imposed upon barbarians by the virtue of hospitality had been often forgotten by the super-refined hosts of the Renaissance. But Apicius continued to prove unhealthful to a number of later amateurs. Lister, with his perfectly sincere endeavor to popularize Apicius, achieved precisely the opposite. The publication of his work in London, 1705, was the signal for a number of people, scholars, and others, to crack jokes, not at the expense of Apicius, as they imagined, but to expose their own ignorance. Smollett, Dr. W. King, Poor Starving Wit Swift, Dr. Hunter and others. More recently, a party of English dandies, chaperoned, if we remember correctly, by the ponderous George Augustus Sulla, fared likewise badly in their attempt to stage a Roman feast, being under the impression that the days of Tiberius and the mid-Victorian era may be joined with impunity, a la minute, as it were. Even later, in one of the, alas, not so many, good books on gastronomy, Kettner's Book of the Table, London, 1877, the excellent author dismisses Roman cookery with a few lines of warning. Kettner, admirer of Sulla, evidently was still under the baneful influence. 20 years later, Daniel, colleague of Kettner's, joined the chorus of irreverent critics. They all based their judgment on mere idle conversation, resulting from disappointments in ill-fated attempts to cook in the Apician style. Even the best experts, it appears, fall victims to the mysterious spell surrounding, protecting things of sacred antiquity, hovering like an avenging angel over them, to ward off all irreverent critics and curious intruders. The proof of the pudding. After all, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. This homely solid wisdom is literally true of our good old Apicius. We have tested many of his precepts, and have found them practical, good, even delightful. A few, we will say, are of the rarest beauty and of consummate perfection in the realm of gastronomy, while some others again are totally unintelligible for reasons sufficiently explained. Always remembering Humelbergius, we have laid off of these torsos, recommending them to some more competent commentator. Many of the ancient formula tried have our unqualified gastronomic approval. If our work has not differed from that of our predecessors, if it shows the same human frailties and foibles, we have at least one mark of distinction among the editors in that we have subjected the original to severe practical tests as much as this is possible with our modern food materials. We experienced difficulty in securing certain spices long out of use. Nevertheless, the experience of actually sampling Apician dishes and the sensation of dining in the manners of the Caesars are worth the trouble we took with Apicius. This is a feeling of partaking of an entirely new dish, met with both expectancy and with suspicion, accentuated by the hallowed tradition surrounding it which has rewarded us for the time and expense devoted to the subject. Ever since we have often dined in the classical fashion of the ancients who, after all, were but folks like ourselves. If you care not for the carnal pleasures in Apician gastronomy for Gulamiv, you don't give a fig for philology, there still is something healthy, something infinitely soothing and comforting educational in the perusal of the old book and in similar records. When we see Apicius, the famous epicure, descending to the very level of a common food fakir, giving directions for making Liburnian oil that has never seen that country. When we note, with a gentle shudder, that the grafters of Naples, defying even the mighty Augustus, leveled the white earth hill near Puteoli because an admixture of plaster Paris is exceedingly profitable to the milling profession. When Apicius celebrated glutton resorts to the comparatively harmless stunt of keeping fresh vegetables green by boiling them in a copper kettle with soda. When we behold hordes of ancient legislators, posing as dervishes of moderation, secretly and openly breaking the prohibition laws of their own making. When we turn away from such familiar sights and, in a more jovial mood, heartily laugh at the jokes of that former mill slave, Plautus, who could not pay his bills, and when we wonder why his wise cracks sound so familiar, we Remember that we have heard their modern versions only yesterday at the Tivoli on State Street. When, finally, in the company of our respected Horatius we hear him say in the slang of his day, ab ovo usque ad mala, and compare this bright saying with our own dear from soup to nuts, then we arrive at the comforting conclusion that we moderns are either very ancient and backward, or that indeed the ancients are very modern and progressive. And it is our only regret that we cannot decide this perplexing situation to our lasting satisfaction. Very true, there may be nothing new under the sun, yet nature goes on eternally fashioning new things from old materials, eternally demolishing old models. In a manner of an economical sculptor, nature uses the same old clay to create new specimens. Sometimes nature slightly alters the patterns, discarding what is unfit for her momentary enigmatic purposes, retaining and favoring that which pleases her whimsical fancy for the time being. Cookery deals exclusively with nature's works. Books on cookery are essentially books on nature's actions and reactions. In the perpetual search for perfection, life has accomplished one remarkable thing, the development of man, the animal which cooks. Gradually nature has revealed herself to man principally through the food he takes, cooks, and prepares for the enjoyment of himself and his fellow men. The cooking animal. The gastronomer is the highest development of the cooking animal. He artist, philosopher, metaphysician, religionist stands with his head bared before nature, overawed, contemplating her gifts, feasting his eyes on beauteous forms and colors, inhaling intoxicating fragrances, aromas, odors, matching them all artistically, partaking only of what he needs for his own subsistence eternally, marveling at nature's inexhaustible resources and inventiveness, at her everlasting bounty born of everlasting fierce struggles. The gastronomer is grateful for the privilege of holding the custodianship of such precious things, and he guards it like an office of a sacred right, ever gratefully, reverently adoring, cherishing the things before him, ever marveling, ever alone, alone with nature. As for the overwhelming majority of the cooking animals, they behave much more naturally. They are a merry crowd, ever anticipating a good time, ever jolly, eager, greedy. Or, they are cranky, hungry, starved, miserable, and they turn savage now and then. Some are gluttonous. Many contract indigestion natures. Most subtle punishment, if they were told that they must kill before they may cook, that might spoil the appetite and dinner joy of many a tender-hearted devourer of fellow creatures. Heaven forbid. Being real children of nature, and behaving naturally, nature likes them, and we, too, certainly are well pleased with the majority. The only fly in the ointment of life is that we don't know what it is all about. And probably never will know. Prumii Finus. Tripod for the Great Crater. Hildesheim Treasure. The Recipes of Apicius. N. The Excerpts from Apicius. By Vini Darius. Original translation from the texts of Taurinus, Humelbergius, Lister, and Jaritano Volmer. With notes and comments. Dinner gong. Heavy bronze disc and substantial knocker to signal slaves. Found in Pompeii. Hurry, fellows, the cakes are piping hot. Plautus. NTL. MUS, Naples, 78,622, Field M, 24,133. Oval service dish. With 2 decorated handles. Hildesheim trees. The 10 books of Apicius. I the careful experienced cook. 2 minces. 3 the gardener. 4. Miscellaneous dishes. V legumes. 6 poultry. 7 fancy dishes. 8 quadrupeds. 9 seafood. X fish sauces. The excerpts of Veni Darius v. The Greek titles of the 10 books point to a common Greek origin, indicating that Apicius is a collection of Greek monographs on various branches of cookery, specializations such as highly developed civilizations would produce. Both the literary style and the contents of the books point to different authors, as may be seen from the very repetitions of and similarities in subjects as in 6 and 8, and in 9 and X. The absence of books on bread and cake baking, dessert, cookery indicates that the present Apicius is not complete. Book I. The Careful Experienced Cook. Lib I. Epimeles. Chap. I. Fine Spiced Wine. Honey Refresher for Travelers. Chap. 2. Roman Vermouth. Chap. 3. Rose Wine. Violet Wine. Rose Wine without roses. Chap. 4. Liburnian Oil. Chap. V. To clarify muddy wine. Chap. 6. To improve a broth with a bad odor. Chap. 7. To keep meats fresh without salt. To keep cooked sides of pork. Chap. 8. To make salt meats sweet. Chap. 9. To keep fried fish. To keep oysters. Chap. X. To make laser go a long way. Chap. 11. To make honey cakes last. To make spoiled honey good. To test spoiled honey. Chap. 12. To keep grapes. To keep pomegranates. To keep quinces. To preserve fresh figs. To keep citron. To keep mulberries. To keep pot herbs. To preserve sorrel. To keep truffles. To keep hard-skinned peaches. Chap. 13. Spiced salts for many ills. Chap. 14. To keep green olives. Chap. 15. Cumin sauce for shellfish. Another. Chap. 16. Laser flavor. Another. Chap. 17. Wine sauce for truffles. Another. Chap. 18. Oxyporum. Chap. 19. Hypotryma. Chap. XX. Oxygarum, digestive. Another. Chap. XXI. Mort aria. I. 1. Fine spiced wine. Conditum paradocum. The composition of this excellent spiced wine is as follows. Into a copper bowl put 6 sextarii 1 of honey and 2 sextarii of wine, heat on a slow fire, constantly stirring the mixture with a whip. At the boiling point add a dash of cold wine, retire from stove and skim. Repeat this twice or 3 times, let it rest till the next day, and skim again. Then add 4 ounces of crushed pepper, 2-3 scruples of mastic, a dram each of nard or laurel leaves and saffron, 5 drams of roasted date stones crushed and previously soaked in wine to soften them. When this is properly done, add 18 sextarii of light wine. To clarify it perfectly, add crushed charcoal 3 twice or as often as necessary, which will draw the residue together and carefully strain or filter through the charcoal. 1 sextarii. Tor. Parties 15, GV. Pondo 15, list. Parties 15, Pondo. Lib. Key continent sextarios sex. 1 sextarius, a sixth, equals about 1/2 pint English. 2 pepper. Piperus uncius 4 ordinarily are black or white pepper grains, but in connection with honey, sweets, and so forth, the term pepper may just as well stand for our allspice, or even for any spicing in general. 3 charcoal. Still a favorite filterer for liquors. List. Apicius is correct in starting his book with this formula, as all meals were started with this sort of mixed drink. Tor deviates from the other texts in that he elaborates on the cooking process. 2. Honey refresher for travelers. Condidum melizomum 1 viatorium. The wayfarer's honey refresher, so called because it gives endurance and strength to pedestrians. 2. With which travelers are refreshed by. The wayside is made in this manner, flavor honey with ground pepper and skim. In the moment of serving, put honey in a cup, as much as is desired to obtain the right degree of sweetness, and mix spiced wine not more than a needed quantity. Also add some wine to the spiced honey to facilitate its flow and the mixing. 1. Tor Malire homum, non extat. GVM perpetuum, i.e., having good keeping qualities. 2. Tor reads thus: whereas others apply endurance to the honey itself. The honey could not be preserved, perpetuum, by the addition of pepper. Any addition, as a matter of fact, would hasten its deterioration unless the honey were boiled and sealed tight, which the original takes for granted. 2. 3. Roman vermouth. Absinthium Romanum 1. Roman vermouth or absinthe is made thus, according to the recipe of Camerinum. 2. You need wormwood from Santo. 3. For Roman vermouth, or, as a substitute, wormwood from the Pontus. 4. Cleaned and crushed, 1 Theban ounce 5 of it. 6. Scruples of mastic, 3 each of nard leaves, cost merry. 6. And saffron, and 18 quarts of any kind of mild wine. Filter cold charcoal is not required because of the bitterness. 1 GV. Absinthium. 2. The mention of a name in a recipe is very infrequent. Camerinum is a town in Umbria. 3. Now Saintonge, southern France. 4. Black Sea region. 5. Weight of indefinite volume, from Thebai, one of the several ancient cities by that name. List. Thinks it is an Egyptian ounce, and that the author of the recipe must be an African. 6. Wanting in Tor, GV. Costi Scripulosinos. 3. 4. Rose wine 1. Rosatum. Make rose wine in this manner: rose petals, the lower white part removed, sewed into a linen bag, and immersed in wine for 7 days. Thereupon add a sack of new petals which allow to draw for another 7 days. Again remove the old petals, and replace them by fresh ones for another week. Then strain the wine through the colander. Before serving, add honey sweetening to taste. Take care that only the best petals free from dew be used for soaking. 1. Used principally as a laxative medicine. List. These wines compounded of roses and violets move the bowels strongly. 5. Violet wine. Violatium. In a similar way as above, like the rose wine, violet wine is made of fresh violets, and tempered with honey, as directed. 6. Rose wine without 1 roses. Rosatum sine rosa. Rose wine without roses is made in this fashion. A palm leaf basket full of fresh citrus leaves is immersed in the vat of new wine before fermentation has set in. After 40 days retire the leaves, and, as occasion arises, sweeten the wine with honey, and pass it up for rose wine. 1. A substitute. 4. 7. Liburnian oil. Oleum liburnicum. In order to make an oil similar to the Liburnian oil, proceed as follows. In Spanish oil, put the following mixture of elecampane, Cyprian rush, and green laurel leaves that are not too old, all of it crushed and macerated and reduced to a fine powder. Sift this in and add finely ground salt, and stir industriously for 3 days or more. Then allow to settle. Everybody will take this. For Liburnian oil. 1. 1 like the above a flagrant case of food adulteration. V. 8 to clarify muddy wine. Vinum ex atro candidum facies. Put bean meal and the whites of 3 eggs in a mixing bowl. Mix thoroughly with a whip and add to the wine, stirring for a long time. The next day, the wine will be clear. 1. Ashes of vines have the same effect. 1 ex Lister, whose version we prefer. He says, alias diurit candidum while Tor adds white salt, saying, sal s iodiciris candidum, same as tac. This is unusual, although the ancients have at times treated wine with sea water. 6. 9 to improve a broth. 1. Deliquamine emendando 2. If broth has contracted a bad odor, place a vessel upside down and fumigate it with laurel and cypress, and before ventilating 3 it, pour the broth in this vessel. If this does not help matters. 4. And if the taste is too pronounced, add honey and fresh spikenard 5 to it, that will improve it. Also new must should be likewise effective. 6. 1 list. Liquamen, id est, garum. Gall. Fish sauce. 2 tor. Qui liquamen corruptum corrugator. 3 dan. Ventilate it. Gall. Whip the sauce in fresh air. 4 list, gv. Si salsum fuerit if this makes it too salty. Tor. Si hoc. Nihil efficerit. 5 tor. Novem spicum imitas, list. Move spica, galdan. Stir with a whip. 6 A classic example of Apician confusion when one interpreter reads S for F and Novem for move and another reads something else. Tor is more correct than the others, but this formula is beyond redemption. Fate has decreed that ill-smelling broths shall be discarded. 7. 10 To keep meats fresh without salt for any length of time. Ut carnes sine sale quavis tempor recentis sint. Cover fresh meat with honey, suspend it in a vessel. Use as needed, in winter it will keep, but in summer it will last only a few days. Cooked meat may be treated likewise. 11 To keep cooked sides of pork or beef or tenderloins. Calum porcinum vel bubulum et unguli cocti ut diu durant. Place them in a pickle of mustard, vinegar, salt, and honey, covering meat entirely, and when ready to use you'll be surprised. The method still popular today for pickling raw meats. The originals treat of cooked meats, tornocola ilixa, gv unguli cocti, tac nocella cocta. Dispensing with the honey, we use more spices, whole pepper, cloves, bay leaves. Also onions and root vegetables. Sometimes a little sugar and wine is added to this preparation, which the French call marinade and the Germans sauerbraten Einlage. 8. 12 To make salt meat sweet. Ut carnum salsum dulcem facius. You can make salt meat sweet by first boiling them in milk and then finishing them in water. The method still in practice today. Salt mackerel, finnan haddie, etc., are parboiled in milk prior to being boiled in water or broiled or fried. 9. 13 To keep fried fish. Ut pisces fricti diu durant. Immediately after they are fried, pour hot vinegar over them. Dan. Exactly as we today with fried herring and river lamprey. 14 To keep oysters. Ostria ut diu durant. Fumigate a vinegar barrel with pitch. 1. Wash it out with vinegar and stack the oysters in it. 2. 1 tor. Vas acernum, corrected on margin, abacito. List. Vas abacito. Which is correct? Gv lavas abacito, v the oysters. Unthinkable. Besides it, would do no good. 2 gall. Take oysters out of the shell, place in vinegar barrel, sprinkle with laurel berries, fine salt, close tight. V. Gall's authority for this version is not found in our originals. V. There is no way to keep live oysters fresh except in their natural habitat salt water. Today we pack them in barrels, feed them with oatmeal, put weights on them of no avail. The only way English oysters could have arrived fresh in Imperial Rome was in specially constructed bottoms of the galleys. X. 15 Making a little laser go a long way. Ut Nusha 1 Laseris toto tempor uterus. Put the laser 2 in a spacious glass vessel, immerse about 20 pine kernels pignolia nuts. If you need laser flavor, take some nuts, crush them, they will impart to your dish an admirable flavor. Replace the used nuts with a like number of fresh ones 3. 1 list. And GV. Uncia ounce. Making an ounce of laser go a long way. Tor. Nusia, tack. Nusha. Lister, fond of hair splitting, is irreconcilably opposed to Tor, and berates Caspar Barthius for defending Tor. List. Quam feudalus. Sit in multis labor si Barthii ut mendatorani passim sustinit, vel ex hoc. Loco intelligere licet, etnm leg modo uncia pro nusia cum humelbergo, and ista omnia glossamata vana sunt. V. Both readings, uncia or nusha, are permissible, and make very little difference. We side with Tor and tack, because it takes more than an ounce of laser to carry out this experiment. 2 Laser, Laserpicium, cf. Dictionary. 3v. This article illustrates how sparingly the ancients used the strong and pungent laser flavor, by some believed to be asafoetida because it was very expensive, but principally because the Roman cooks worked economically and knew how to treat spices and flavors judiciously. This article alone should disperse for all time all stories of ancient Rome's extravagance in flavoring and seasoning dishes. It reminds of the methods used by European cooks to get the utmost use out of the expensive vanilla bean. They bury the bean in a can of powdered sugar. They will use the sugar only which has soon acquired a delicate vanilla perfume, and will replace the used sugar by a fresh supply. This is by far a superior method to using the often rank and adulterated vanilla extract readily bottled. It is more gastronomical and more economical. Most commercial extracts are synthetic, some injurious. To believe that any of them impart to the dishes the true flavor desired is of course ridiculous. The enormous consumption of such extracts, however, is characteristic of our industrialized barbarism, which is so utterly indifferent to the fine points in food. Today it is indeed hard for the public to obtain a real vanilla bean. Cf. also notes regarding flavoring to NOS 276-7, 345 and 385. 11. 16 To make honey cakes last. Ut dulciatum ldiu durant. To make honey cakes that will keep, take what the Greeks call yeast one and mix it with the flour and the honey at the time when making the cookie dough. 1 Tor and tack. Nikon, G.V. Nekan, Dan. Pinion. 17 Spoiled honey made good. Ut mel malum bonum facius. How bad honey may be turned into a saleable article is to mix 1 part of the spoiled honey with 2 parts of good honey. List. Indigna fraus. V. We all agree with Lister that this is contemptible business. This casts another light on the ancients' methods of food adulteration. 18 To test spoiled honey. Mel corruptum ut probes. Immerse elencampan in honey and light it. If good, it will burn brightly. 12. 19 to keep grapes. Uvaeutdiu servantur. Take perfect grapes from the vines, place them in a vessel and pour rain water over them that has been boiled down 1/3 of its volume. The vessel must be pitched and sealed with plaster, and must be kept in a cool place to which the sun has no access. Treated in this manner, the grapes will be fresh whenever you need them. You can also serve this water as honey mead to the sick. Also, if you cover the grapes with barley bran, you will find them sound and uninjured. We keep grapes in cork shavings, bran and sawdust. 20 to keep pomegranates. Ut Malagranata diu durant 1. Steep them into hot sea water, take them out immediately and hang them up. Tor. They will keep 1 tor. Candidatura malarum punicorum, tac. Malagranata, GV. Mala et. Malagranata. 21 to keep quinces. Ut Mala Sidonia diu servantur. Pick out perfect quinces with stems 1 and leaves. Place them in a vessel, pour over honey. And defruit them 2 and you'll preserve them for a long time. 3. 1v excellent idea, for the stems, if removed, would leave a wound in the fruit for the air to penetrate and to start fermentation. Cf. also the next formula. 2 GV. Defrutum, from defervitum, defrutum is new wine, spiced, boiled down to 1/2 of its volume. 3. This precept would not keep the fruit very long unless protected by a close-fitting cover and sterilization. Cf. number 24. 22 to preserve fresh figs, apples, plums, pears, and cherries. Ficum recentum, mala, pruna, pera, cerezia utdiu serves. Select them all very carefully with the stems on one and place them in honey so they do not touch each other. 1. See the preceding formula. 23 to keep citron. Citria utdiu durant 1. Place them in a glass 2 vessel which is sealed with plaster and suspended. 1 tor. Candidatura malarum medicorum qui et citria decuntur. V. Not quite identified. Fruit coming from Asia Minor, Media or Persia, one of the many varieties of citrus fruit. Probably citron because of their size. Gall. Lemon apples. Dan. Lemons, oranges. List. Silicet mala, qui Dioscorides persica quoqui. And medica, and citro mala, Plinius item Assyria opellari dicit. 2 GV. Vas vitrium, tac. And tor. Vas citrum, via glass vessel could not be successfully sealed with plaster Paris, and the experiment would fail, cf. note. 3 to number 21. 24 to keep mulberries. Mora utdiu durant. Mulberries, in order to keep them, must be laid into their own juice mixed with new wine boiled down to 1/2 in a glass vessel and must be watched all the time so that they do not spoil. This and the foregoing formulae illustrate the ancients' attempts at preserving foods, and they betray their ignorance of processing by heating them in hermetically sealed vessels, the principle of which was not discovered until 1810 by Appert, which started the now gigantic industry of canning. 25 to keep pot herbs. H. Olara utdiu servantur. Place selected pot herbs, not too mature, in a pitched vessel. 26 to preserve sorrel or sourdock. Lape 1 utdiu servantur. Trim and clean the vegetable, place them together. Sprinkle myrtle berries between, cover with honey and vinegar. Another way, prepare mustard, honey and vinegar. Also salt and cover them with the same. 1. The kind of vegetable to be treated here has not been sufficiently identified. List. And GV. Rape turnips from rapus, seldom rapa a rape. Turnip, navu. Tack. And tor. Lape, lopathum, kind of sorrel, monk's rhubarb. Doc. Tor. Explaining at length, Candidurarumesis quad lopathon grisae, Latin I. Lapam quoque decunt. Vitor. Is correct, or nearly so. Turnips, in the first place, are not in need of any special method of preservation. They keep very well in a cool, well-ventilated place. In fact, they would hardly keep very long if treated in the above manner. These directions are better applied to vegetables like dock or monks. Rhubarb. Lister, taking Humelbergia a word for it, accepts turnips as the only truth, but he has little occasion to assail Taurinus as he does, Taurinus lapam legit. And nullibi temeritatem suamit conscientiam magis ostendit. Now, if Taurinus, according to Lister, nowhere displays more nerve and ignorance, we can well afford to trust Taurinus in cases such as this. 27 To keep truffles. Tubera utdiu servantur. The truffles which must not be touched by water are placed alternately in dry sawdust. Seal the vessel with plaster and deposit it in a cool place. Den. Clean peel the truffles, in another vessel place the peelings, seal the vessels. This would be the ruin of the truffles, unless they were processed in the modern way. Our originals have nothing that would warrant this interpretation. 28 To keep hard-skinned peaches. Duracina persica utdiu durant. Select the best and put them in brine. The next day remove them and rinsing them carefully set them in place in a vessel, sprinkle with salt and saturate and immerse in vinegar. 13. 29 Salts for many ills. Sales conditos ad multa. These spiced salts are used against indigestion, to move the bowels, against all illness, against pestilence as well as for the prevention of colds. They are very gentle indeed and more healthful than you would expect. Tor. Make them in this manner: 1 lb of common salt ground, 2 pounds of ammoniac salt, ground list, and GV. 3 ounces white pepper, 2 ounces ginger, 1 ounce tor, 1/2 oz. of aminion. Bryony, 1 of thyme seed and 1 of celery seed. Tor 1/2 oz. If you don't want to use celery seed, take instead 3 ounces of parsley seed, 3 ounces of oregano, 1 ounce of saffron list and GV. Rocket, 3 ounces of black pepper, 1/1/2 ounces rocket seed, 2 ounces of marjoram list and GV. Cretan hyssop, 2 ounces of nard leaves, 2 ounces of parsley seed and 2 ounces of anise seed. 1 In view of the white pepper as directed above, this seems superfluous. White pepper and ginger omitted by Tor. This is one of the few medical formulae found in Apicius. Edward Brandt, OPCIT, Apiciana number 29, points out the similarity of this formula with that of the physician, Marcellus, who lived at Rome under Nero. Marcel. Med 30, 51. 14. 30 To keep green olives. Olivas virides server. To keep olives, fresh from the tree, in a manner enabling you to make oil from them any time you desire, just place them in brine. 1 Having been kept thus for some time, the olives may be used as if they had just come off the tree fresh if you desire to make green oil of them. 1 The original does not state the liquid in which the olives are to be placed. In Illud, legendum puto, in Murium. Is correct. Olives are preserved in brine to this day. Scutch's version of this formula, his number 27, follows our number 28, together with his own number 28, to keep Damascene plums etc. which is wanting in list, GV, and all the earlier editions because it is from the Codex Salmogenes, and will be found among the excerpts of Veni Darius at the end of the Apician. Recipes. 15. Cuminatum. Hum, list. And GV tac. And tour. At the end of book. I. 16. 31 Laser flavor. Laseritum. Tour. Laser is prepared in this manner, laser, which is also called laserpicium by the Romans, while the Greeks call it sylphion, from Cyrene 1, or from Parthia 2 is dissolved in lukewarm moderately. Acid broth, or pepper, parsley, dry mint. Laser root, honey, vinegar, and broth are ground, compounded, and dissolved together. 1 Cyrene, a province in Africa, reputed for its fine-flavored laser. 2 Parthia, Asiatic country, still supplying asafoetida. The African root furnishing laser was exterminated by the demand for it. Cf. laser in index. 32 Another laser. A liter. Another laser flavor which takes pepper, caraway, anise, parsley, dry mint, the leaves 1 of Silphium, Malabathrum 2 Indian spikenard, a little. Cost Mary, honey, vinegar, and broth. 1 Tor. Sylphage folium, list. Sylphium, folium, GV. Sylphi, folium, the latter. 2 Interpretations meaning Sylphium, laser, and leaves, either nard or bay. Leaves, while both Tor and tac. Sylphii folium, mean the leaves of Sylphium plant. 2 Malabathrum, Malabatrum, Malabathrum leaves of an Indian tree. Wild cinnamon. 17. 33 Wine sauce for truffles. Enogarum 1 in tubera. Pepper, lovage, coriander, rue, broth, honey and a little oil. Another way, thyme, satchery, pepper, lovage, honey, broth and oil. 1 Also Eleogarum. V. Directions wanting whether the above ingredients are to be added to the already prepared garum, which see in dictionary. Gallmer gives the following direction for garum: boil a sextarium of anchovies and 3 sextarii of good wine, until it is thick puree. Strain this through a hair sieve and keep it in glass flask for future use. This formula, according to Gall, should have followed our number 9. But we find no authority for it in the original. Enogarum proper would be a garum prepared with wine, but in this instance, it is the broth in which the truffles were cooked that is to be flavored with the above ingredients. There is no need and no mention of garum proper. Thus prepared, it might turn out to be a sensible sauce for truffles in the hands of a good practitioner. Note the etymology of the word garum, now serving as a generic name for sauce which originally stood for a compound of the fish garrus. Cf. garum in index. 18. 34 Oxyporum. Oxyporum. Tor. Oxyporum, which signifies easy passage, so named because of its effect, takes 2 ounces of cumin, 1 ounce of ginger list 1 ounce of green rue 6 scruples of saltpeter, a dozen scruples of plump dates, 1 ounce of pepper and 11 list 9 ounces of honey. The cumin may be either Ethiopian, Syrian or Libyan, must be first soaked in vinegar, boiled down dry and pounded. Afterwards add your honey. This compound, as needed, is used as oxyporum. Cf. number 111, a harmless salad. Bran. OPCIT, p25-6, of Greek origin. 19. 35 Hypotryma 1. Hypotryma. Tor. Hypotryma, meaning in Latin a perfect mess of potage, requires this: pepper, lovage, dry mint. Pignolia nuts, raisins, date wine, sweet cheese. Honey, vinegar, broth, wine, oil, must or reduced. Must 2. 1 list. And GV. Hypotrema. This formula, lacking detailed instructions, is of course perfectly obscure. And it would be useless to debate over it. Tutor. And tac. Cariotum, cariotum, list. And GV. Carinum. This. Carinum, is new wine boiled down 1/2 of its volume. Cariotum is a palm wine or date wine. XX. 36 Oxygarum, an aid to digestion. Oxygarum digestibile. Tor. Oxygarum, which is similar to garum or rather an acid sauce, is digestible and is composed of 1/2 ounce of pepper, 3 scruples of gallic silphium, 6 scruples of cardamom, 6 of cumin, 1 scruple of leaves, 6 scruples of dry mint. These ingredients are broken singly and crushed and made into a paste. Bound by honey. When this work is done or whenever you desire, add broth and vinegar to taste. Cf. note to number 33. 37 Another oxygarum 1. A liter. 1 ounce each of pepper, parsley, caraway, lovage. Mix with honey. When done, add broth and vinegar. 1 wanting in Taurinus. XXI. 38 Mortaria 1. Mortaria. Mortaria are preparations made in the mortar. Place in the mortar tor, mint, rue, coriander and fennel, all fresh and green, and crush them fine. Lovage, pepper, honey, and broth 2 and vinegar. 3 to be added when the work is done. Tor. First sentence wanting in other texts. 1 list. And GV. Mortaria, from mortem. 2 Dan. Calls this caltishal, which as a rule is a drink or a cold refreshing soup, popular on the continent in hot weather. Not a bad interpretation. If instead of the broth the original called for wine or fruit juices. Mortaria are ingredients crushed in the mortar, ready to be used in several combinations, similar to the ground fine herbs, remoulade, in French cuisine. That may be used for various purposes, principally for cold green sauces. 3 wanting in tor. 15. 39 Cumin sauce for shellfish. Cuminatum in Ostria et Conilia. Tor. Cumin sauce, so called because cumin is its chief ingredient, for oysters and clams, is made of pepper, lovage, parsley, dry mint, Malabar leaves, quite some cumin, honey, vinegar, and broth. 40 Another cumin sauce 1. A liter. Pepper, lovage, parsley, dry mint, plenty of cumin, honey, vinegar, and broth. 1 wanting in list. The cumin sauce formulae are under chapter 15 in GV, following are number 30. End of book I. Explicit Apicii Epimeles liber primus tac. Colander for straining wine. The intricate design of the perforation denotes that this strainer was used for straining wine. Various other strainers of simpler design, with and without handles, were used in the kitchen and bakery. NTL. MUS, Naples, 77,602, Field M, 24,307. Apicius. Book 2. Slaves operating a hand mill. Reconstruction in Naples, in the new section of the National Museum. Fruit or dessert bowl. Round bowl, fluted symmetrically, with 3 claw feet, resting on molded bases. NTLMUS, Naples, 74,000, Field M, 24,028. Book 2. Minces. Lib 2. Sarcoptes 1. Chap. I. Force meats, sausage, meat puddings, meat loaves. Chap. 2. Hydragarum, spelt pudding, and roux 2. Chap. 3. Sow's matrix, blood sausage. Chap. 4. Lucanian sausage. Chap. V. Sausage. 1 tor. Artoptes, tac. Artoptus. This may have been derived from artopta, a vessel in which bread and pudding are baked. However, sarcoptes is the better word, which is Greek, meaning chopped meats. 2 tac. Ombulatum, and so in tor. P15, de ombolato. Cap III. CFR. Note following number 58. 41 minced dishes. Isitia. There are many kinds of minced dishes. 1 seafood. Minces 2 are made of sea onion, or sea crabfish, lobster, cuttlefish, inkfish, spiny lobster, scallops and oysters. 3. The force meat is seasoned with lovage. 4, pepper, cumin and laser root. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. V. Force meats, minced meats, sausage. Tor. Isitia, from Isitia. This term is derived from insicium, from salsicium. From salsum insicium, cut salt meat, Old French salcissa, salsis, modern French saucissa, meaning sausage. This is a confirmation of the meaning of the word salsum, meaning primarily salt meat, bacon in particular. It has survived in modern French terminology in sales, more specially petits sales, small rashers of bacon. Salsum has caused much confusion in some later formulae. Cf. Notes 2. NOS 148, 150, 152. 2v. Fish force meats, fish balls, fish cakes and similar preparations. 3. Scallops and oysters wanting in list. And GV. 4. Wanting in list. 42. Cuttlefish croquettes. Isitia de l'ologene 1. The meat is separated from bones, skin and refuse. Chopped fine and pounded in the mortar. Shape. The force meat into neat croquettes 2 and cook them in liquamen 3. They are displayed nicely on a large dish. V. This formula plainly calls for fish balls braised or stewed in broth. Ordinarily, we would boil the fish first and then separate the meat from the bones. Shred or chop it fine, bind with cream sauce, flour, and eggs, some add potatoes as a binder, and fry. 1 GV. L'ologene, tor. Liligene, which is correctly spelled 2 tac. And tor. In pulmento tons. GV. Fulmento, which is wrong. Pulmentum, abbreviated for pulpamentum, from pulpa. It means a fleshy piece of fish or meat, a tid bit. 3. The original says in liquamine fricator fry in L, which is impossible. In the sense of the word, frying. Either frying here stands for cooking, stewing, braising, poaching, or else the so mysterious liquamen must here mean deep fat. Most likely these fish force meat balls were fried in olive oil. Cf. number 46. 43. Lobster or crab meat croquettes. Isitia dacilus vel de camaris ampli 1. The shells of the lobsters or crabs which are cooked are broken, the meat extracted from the head, and pounded in the mortar with pepper and the best kind of broth. This pulp is shaped into neat little cakes, which are fried and served up nicely too. 1 Scilla or squilla, squill, sea onion, also a crab, Camarus amplus, large. Lobster, langoust, spiny lobster. 2. The original omits the mode of cooking the fish. A case where it is taken for granted that the shellfish is boiled in water alive. The broth, liquamen, is a thick fish sauce in this case, serving as a binder for the meat, conforming to present methods. Dan. Fill this into sausage casing. There is no authority for this. 44 Liver Kromeskis. Omentata 1. Omentata are made in this manner, lightly fry. Pork liver, remove skin and sinews first to crush. Pepper and roux in a mortar with a little broth. Then add the liver, pound, and mix this pulp shape into small sausage, wrap each in caul and laurel leaves and hang them up to be smoked. Whenever you want and when ready to enjoy them, take them out of the smoke, fry them again, and add gravy. 3. 1 From omentum caul, the membrane enclosing the bowels. Hence, omen. Minced meats wrapped in caul and fried are kromeskis in kitchen terminology. 2 First an afterthought so characteristic in culinary literature, proof enough that this formula originated in a kitchen. The antetamen of the original belongs to this sentence, not to the next, as the editors have it. 3 Wanting in GV. The original continues without interruption to the next, an entirely new formula. 45 Brain sausage. Isatia cerebellis 1. Put in the mortar pepper, lovage and oregano. Moisten with broth and rub, add cooked brains. And mix diligently so that there be no lumps. Incorporate 5 eggs and continue mixing well to have a good force meat which you may thin with broth. Spread this out in a metal pan, cook, and when cooked cold unmold it onto a clean table. Cut into handy size. Now prepare a sauce, put in the mortar pepper, lovage and oregano, crush, mix. With broth put into a saucepan, boil, thicken and strain. Heat the pieces of brain pudding in this sauce thoroughly, dish them up, sprinkled with pepper, in a mushroom dish. 2. 1 The original has no title for this dish. 2 List and GV. Here start the next formula, but Tor continues without interruption. Cf. Note 2 to number 46. 46 A dish of scallops. Isatia ex spondylis 1. Lightly cook scallops or the firm part of oysters, remove the hard and objectionable parts, mince the meat very fine, mix this with cooked spelt and eggs, season with pepper, shape into croquettes and wrap in caul, fry, underlay a rich fish sauce and serve as a delicious entree. 2. 1 Sch Spondylus, GV. Spondylus, list. Spongioles. According to Lister, this is a dish of mushrooms, but he is wrong. He directs to remove sinews when mushrooms haven't any, but shellfish have. Taurinus is correct. Gallmer makes the same mistake, believing spondyli to be identical with spongiola. He and Daniel take a lazada for choice when this plainly means cooked. If one were not sure of either word, the nature of the subject would leave no room for any doubt. Cf. Note 1 to NOS 115 to 121. 2. We may find a reason for the combination of these last three distinctly different formulae into one article in the following explanation. It is possible that these dishes were served together as one course, even on one platter, thus constituting a single dish, as it were. Such a dish would strongly resemble platters of fritters and fritto misto, mixed fried foods, esteemed in France and Italy. We, too, have shore dinners and other combination platters with lobster, crabs, scallops, shrimps, mushrooms, tomatoes, each article prepared separately, but when served together will form an integral part of one dish. The above formulae, though somewhat incomplete, are good and gastronomically correct. A combination of these isitias such as we here suggest would be entirely feasible and would in fact make a dish of great refinement, taxing the magiric artist's skill to the utmost. We would class them among the entremets. Chauds, which are often used on a buffet table or as hot hors d'oeuvres. 47. Another kind of chromesques. 1. A liter Isicia aumentata. Finely cut pulp of pork is ground with the hearts 2 of winter wheat and diluted with wine. Flavor lightly with pepper and broth n. If you like, add a moderate quantity of myrtle berries. Also crushed, and after you have added crushed nuts and pepper 3, shape the forcemeat into small rolls, wrap these in caul, fry and serve with wine gravy. 1. Wanting in Lister. 2. Fine wheat flour, cream of wheat. 3. Either peppercorns or allspice. The original leaves us in doubt as to the kind of meat to be used, if any. 2. 48. Dumplings of pheasant. Isicia plena. Lightly roast choice fresh pheasants, cut them into dice. And mix these with a stiff forcemeat made of the fat and the trimmings of the pheasant, season with pepper, broth and reduced wine, shape into croquettes or spoon dumplings, and poach in hydrogarum water seasoned with garum, or even plain salt water. 49. Dumplings and hydrogarum. Hydrogarata Isicia. Crush pepper, lovage and just a suspicion of pellitory. Moisten with stock and well water, allow it to draw, place it in a saucepan, boil it down, and strain. Poach your little dumplings of forcemeat in this liquor, and when they are done, serve in a dish for Isicia, to be sipped at the table. 50. Chicken forcemeat. Isicia de Pulo. Raw chicken meat, 1 lb of darnel, 1 meal, 1/4 pint of stock and 1/2 ounce of pepper. 1 tor. Lolifloris, hum list. And GV. Oleifloris virgin olive oil, first. Choice flour. Gall. Olive, violet, flowers, dan. Olive oil. The suggestion of oil is plausible because of the lack of fat in chicken meat. But the quantity 1 pound is out of question. Moreover, the binder would be lacking. This is found in the Taurinus rendering. His Lolifloris should read Lilii from Lilium darnel ryegrass or raygrass, which was supposed to have intoxicating qualities, injurious to the eyesight. Ovid and Plautus. The seeds of this grass were supposed to possess narcotic properties, but recent researches have cast doubt upon this theory. A little butter, fresh cream, and eggs are the proper ingredients for chicken forcemeat. Any kind of flour for binding the forcemeat would cheapen the dish. Yet some modern forcemeats, sausage, contain as much as 50% of some kind of meal. The most effective is that of the soya bean, which is not starchy. 51. Chicken broth. Another style. A liter de Pulo. Chicken meat, 31 peppercorns crushed, 1 kernix. 1 full of the very best stock, a like amount of boiled must, and 11 measures 2 of water. Put this in a saucepan, place it upon the fire to seethe and evaporate slowly. 1 v2 sexterii, tor. Canisem, senlysem, list. Calasem. 2 canices, left in doubt. This seems to be a chicken broth, or essence for a sauce, or perhaps a medicine. Taurinus mentions the chicken meat, the others do not. The original without interruption continues to describe the Isocium simplex, which has nothing to do with the above. 52. Plain dumpling with broth. Isocium simplex. To 1 acetabulum 1 of stock, 2 add 7 of water, a little green celery, a little spoonful of ground pepper, and boil this with the sausage meat or dumplings. If you intend taking this to move the bowels, the sediment salts 3 of hydrogarum have to be added for 1 a measure, 15 attic drams. 2 liquamen. 3 tor. Pectines, alias Pex hydrogaro candidi, list. Sales, GV. Faces. 4 v. The formula is unintelligible, like number 52 and others, perhaps just another example of medicinal cookery, dishes not only intended to nourish the body but to cure also certain ills. Authors like Hannah Woolley, The Queen Like Closet, London, 1675, and as late as the middle of the 18th century pride themselves in giving such quasi-Apician formulae. 53 Rank of dishes. Isitia. Entrees of peacock occupy the first rank, provided they be dressed in such manner that the hard and tough parts be tender. The second place in the estimation of the gourmets have dishes made of rabbit 1. Third spiny lobster 2. Fourth comes chicken and fifth young pig. 1 list. And GV. Pheasant. 2 wanting in the above. Dan. Crane 4th. Isitia, like in the foregoing formula, commences to become a generic term. 4 dishes. 54 potted entrees. Isitia amuleta obeheno 1. Ground pepper, lovage, oregano, very little silphium. A pinch of ginger and a trifle of honey and a little stock. Put on the fire, and when boiling add the Isitia sausage, meatballs, and so forth to this broth and cook thoroughly. Finally thicken the gravy with roux 2 by sowing it in slowly and stirring from the bottom up. 3. 1 tour. Multa obaliano, brand a mole ta obeheno, list. Amilata French. Lies. Obeheno out of the pot. 2 French, for a mixture of wheat or rice flour with fats or liquids to thicken fluids. Amylum, or amulum, which hereafter will occur frequently in the original, does not cover the ground as well as the French term roux. The quality of the binder depends upon the material in hand. Sometimes the fat and flour are parched, sometimes they are used raw. Sometimes the flour is diluted with water and used in that form. 3 list. And GV. Sorbendum, Tor. Subruendum. 55 Another thick entree gravy. A liter. Grind pepper which has been soaked overnight. Add some more stock and work it into a smooth paste, thereupon add quince apple cider, boiled down 1/2, that is which has evaporated in the heat of the sun to the consistency of honey. If this is not at hand, add fig wine 1 concentrate, which the Romans call color 2. Now thicken the gravy with roux or with soaked rice flour, and finish it on a gentle fire. 1 tor. Camarum, which should read caracarum, wine of carica figs. 2 v. The Roman equivalent for singe, monkey, of the vulgo. French is literally translated into and in actual use in other languages, caramel. Color made of burnt sugar to give gravies a palatable appearance. Cf. number 73. The reference by the original to which the Romans call color indicates, according to Brandt, that this formula is not of Roman origin but probably a translation into Latin from a Greek cookery book. This is an interesting suggestion, and it could be elaborated on to say that the entire Apicius is not of Roman origin. But why should the Greeks, who in their balmy days were so far in advance of Rome in culinary matters, go there for such information? It is more likely that this reference to Rome comes from the Italian provinces, or the colonies, regions which naturally would look to Rome for guidance in such matters. 56 Another amuletum. Amuletum a liter. Disjoint a chicken and bone it. Place the pieces in a stew pan with leeks, dill, and salt water or stock. When well done, add pepper and celery seed, thicken with rice 1, add stock, a dash of raisin wine or must, stir well, serve with the entrees. 1 GV. Orizam, Tor. Ditto, and on margin, Oridam, hum. Oridiam legendum. Arindum, a kind of bread. Dan. And gal. Rice flour. In a general way the ancient formula corresponds exactly to our present. Chicken fricassee. 57 spelt or farina pudding. Apothermum. Boil spelt with tor. Pignolia nuts and peeled almonds. 1 gv. And immersed in boiling water and washed with white clay so that they appear perfectly white. Add raisins, flavor with condensed wine or raisin wine and serve it in a round dish. With crushed 2 nuts, fruit, bread, or cake crumbs sprinkled over it. 3. 1 v. We peel almonds in the same manner. The white clay treatment is new to us. GV and which is confusing. 2. The original, confractum crushed, but what? GV pepper, for which there is neither authority nor reason. A wine sauce would go well with it or crushed fruit. List. And gall. Bread crumbs. 3. This is a perfectly good pudding, one of the very few desserts in Apicius. With a little sweetening, supplied probably by the condensed wine. And some grated lemon for flavor, it is quite acceptable as a dessert. 58 de Ambolato cap. III. Ex Taurinus, not mentioned by the other editors. The sense of this word is not clear. It must be a recipe or a chapter the existence of which was known to Taurinus. For he says, this entire chapter is wanting in our copy. 3. 59 A dish of sow's matrix. Vulvuli botelli 1. Entrees 2 of sow's matrix 3 are made thus. Crush pepper and cumin with 2 small heads of leek, peeled, add to this pulp roux, broth and the sow's matrix or fresh pork chop, or crush in mortar very fine, then add to this force meat incorporating well pepper, grains and pine nuts 4. Fill the casing 5 and boil in water with oil and broth for seasoning and a bunch of leeks and dill. 1 gv. Vulvuli botelli, sch vulvuli isiciata, tor. De vulvulis et botellis. See note number 3. 2v. Entrees out of respect for the ancients who used them as such. Today we would class such dishes among the or d over chauds. 3v. Vulvula, dim. 4 vulva, sow's matrix. Cf. vulva in dictionary. Possible. Also possible that vulva is meant a meat roll, a croquette. 4v. Combinations of chopped nuts and pork still in vogue today, we use the green pistachios. 5v. The casings which were filled with this force meat may have been the sow's matrices, also call. The original is vague on the point. 60 Little sausage. Botellum 1. Botellum is made of 2 hard-boiled yolks of egg. 3 chopped pignolia nuts, onion, and leeks, raw. Ground pine 4 fine pepper, stuff in casings and cook in broth and wine 5. 1v. Botelli, or boccelli, are sausage of various kind, French, boudin, English. Pudding. Originally made of raw blood, they are in fact, miniature blood. Sausage. The absence of meat in the present formula makes me believe that it is not complete, though hard-boiled yolk when properly seasoned and mixed with the right amount of fat, make a tasty force meat for sausage. 2 tor. Botellum sic fades x we, sch and gv. Sex ov. The number of eggs is immaterial. 3 dan. Calves sweetbreads. 4 gall. Thus crudum raw blood. Thus or tus is either frankincense or the herb, ground pine. Dan. Rosemary. Hum. Thus crudum leg juice. Or broth which would make the force meat soft. There is no reason for changing thus into juice. 5 gv. Addices liquamen et vinum, et siccokes. Tor. And vino da coquas. 4. 61 Lucanian sausage. Lucanaceae. Lucanian sausage or meat pudding are made similar to the above. Crush pepper, cumin, savory, rue, parsley, condiment, laurel berries, and broth, mix with finely chopped fresh pork and pound well with broth. To this mixture, being rich, add whole pepper and nuts. When filling casings carefully, push the meat through. Hang sausage up to smoke. V. Lister's interesting remarks about the makers of these sausages are given in the dictionary. Cf. Longino. V. 62 Sausage. Farsimena. Pound eggs and brains. Eggs raw, brains cooked. Pine nuts. Chopped fine pepper. Whole broth and a little laser, with which fill the casings. First parboil the sausage, then fry them and serve. V. The directions are vague enough, but one may recognize in them are: modern brain sausage. 63 Another sausage. A liter. Work cooked spelt and finely chopped fresh pork. Together, pound it with pepper, broth and pignolia. Nuts. Fill the casings, parboil and fry with salt. Serve with mustard, or you may cut the sausage in slices and serve on a round dish. 64 Another sausage. A liter. Wash spelt and cook it with stock. Cut the fat of the intestines or belly very fine with leeks. Mix this with chopped bacon and finely chopped fresh pork. Crush pepper, lovage and 3 eggs and mix all in the mortar with pignolia nuts and whole pepper. Add broth, fill casings. Parboil sausage, fry lightly, or serve them boiled. Tour and tack. Serve with pheasant gravy. In the early editions the following formula which thus ends is wanting. 65 Round sausage. Circellos isitiatos. Fill the casings with the best material forcemeat. Shape the sausage into small circles, smoke. When they have taken on vermilion color, fry them lightly. Dress nicely garnished on a pheasant wine gravy, flavored, however, with cumin. V. In Tour and in the earliest edition this formula has been contracted with the preceding and made one formula. End of Book 2. Explicit liber secundus Apicii toptus tac. Apicius. Book 3. Elaborate thermospodium. A heater for the service of hot foods and drinks in the dining room. Hot drinks were mixed and foods were served from apparatus of this kind. The fuel was charcoal. There were public places, specializing in hot drinks, called thermopolia. This specimen was found at Stabia, one of the ill-fated towns destroyed by eruption of Mt. Vesuvius. NTLMUS, Naples, 72,986, Field M, 24,307. Service pan. Round, with decorated handle. This and the pan with the Hercules head on handle used in connection with the plain thermospodium to serve hot foods in the dining room. Hildesheim trees. Book 3. The Gardener. Lib 3. Sipuros. Chap. I. To boil all vegetables green. Chap. 2. Vegetable dinner, easily digested. Chap. 3. Asparagus. Chap. 4. Pumpkin, squash. Chap. V. Citrus fruit, citron. Chap. 6. Cucumbers. Chap. 7. Melon gourd, melon. Chap. 8. Mallows. Chap. 9. Young cabbage, sprouts, cauliflower. Chap. X. Leeks. Chap. 11. Beets. Chap. 12. Pot herbs. Chap. 13. Turnips, Navus. Chap. 14. Horseradish and radishes. Chap. 15. Soft cabbage. Chap. 16. Field herbs. Chap. 17. Nettles. Chap. 18. Endive and lettuce. Chap. 19. Cardoons. Chap. XX. Cow parsnips. Chap. XXI. Carrots and parsnips. I. 66 Vegetables, pot herbs. Deholoribus. To keep all vegetables green. Utomne hola smaragdinum fiat. All vegetables will remain green if boiled with cooking soda 1. 1 nitrium. Method still in use today, considered injurious to health if copper vessel is used, but the amount of copper actually absorbed by the vegetable is infinitesimal, imperceptible even by the taste. Copper, to be actually harmful, would have to be present in such quantity as to make enjoyment impossible. 2. 67 Vegetable dinner, easily digested. Pulmentarium ad venturum 1. All green vegetables are suited for this purpose. 2 very young 3 beets and well-matured leeks are parboiled, arrange them in a baking dish. Grind pepper and cumin, add broth and condensed must, or anything else to sweeten them a little. Heat and finish them on a slow fire, and serve. 1v ad venturum, for the belly, simple home laxative. 2v. This sentence in Taurinus only. Possibly a contraction of the foregoing. Formula, number 66. 3v minutas, small, i.e., young. 68 A similar dish. Semi-liter. Parboil polypody 1 root so as to soften them. Cut them into small pieces, season with ground pepper and cumin, arrange in a baking dish, finish on the fire and serve. 2. 1v Roots of the fern herb. 2v. Although these instructions for vegetable dinners are rather vague, they resemble primitive chartreuses, fancy vegetable dishes developed by the Carthusian monks to whom flesh eating was forbidden. Elsewhere in Apicius, we shall find the chartreuse developed to a remarkable degree. 69 Another laxative. A liter ad venturum 1. Scrub and wash bundles of beets by rubbing them with a little soda. 2. Tie them in individual bundles. Put into water to be cooked. When done, season with reduced must or raisin wine and cumin. Sprinkle with pepper, add a little oil, and when hot, crush polypody and nuts with broth, add this to the red-hot pan, incorporating it with the beets, take off the fire quickly and serve. 1. This formula wanting in Tor. 2v Ingenious method to skin tender root vegetables, still in vogue today. We remove the skin of tender young root vegetables, carrots, beets, etc., by placing them in a towel, sprinkling them with rock salt and shaking them energetically. The modern power vegetable peeler is really built on the same principle. Only instead of salt, which soon melts, carborundum or rough concrete surfaces are used, against which surfaces the vegetables are hurled by the rotary motion. Often enough, too much of the skin is removed, however. 70 Beets a la Vero. Beta ceos verones 1. Vero beets, that is, black ones, 2 of which the roots must be cleaned well, cook them with mead and a little salt and oil, boil them down in this liquor so that the roots are saturated thereby. The liquid itself is good drinking. It is also nice to cook a chicken in with them. 1 GV. Beta CIOs, Tor. Var ones. Probably named for Varro, the writer. On agriculture. 2 roots on the order of parsnips, salsify, oyster plant. 71 Another laxative. A liter ad venturum. Another vegetable dish, promoting good health. Wash celery, greens, and roots, and dry it in the sun, then also cook the tender part and head of leeks in a new one pot, allowing the water to boil down 1/3 of its volume. Thereupon grind pepper with broth and honey in equal amounts. Properly measured, mix it in the mortar with the water of the cooked celery, strain, boil again. And use it to mask the cooked celery with. If desired, add the sliced root of the celery to it too. 1v new, i.e., cook leeks in a separate saucepan, not together with the celery, which, as the original takes for granted, must be cooked also. 2v. We would leave the honey out, make a cream sauce from the stock. Or, adding bouillon, tie same with a little flour and butter, and would call the dish stewed celery and leeks. The ancient method is entirely rational because the mineral salts of the vegetables are preserved and utilized, invariably observed by Apicius, which today are often wasted by inexperienced cooks who discard these precious elements with the water in which vegetables are boiled. 3. 72 Asparagus. Asparagus. Asparagus tour. In order to have it most agreeable to the palate must be peeled, washed, and dried. 1 and immersed in boiling water backwards 2. 3. 1v must be dried before boiling because the cold water clinging to the stalks is likely to chill the boiling water too much in which the asparagus is to be cooked. Apicius here reveals himself as the consummate cook who is familiar with the finest detail of physical and chemical changes which food undergoes at varying temperatures. The various editions all agree, asparagus siccibus, scutch, however, says, for the insane siccibus I substitute siccibus, isicibus, prepare with sitio, and cook. He even goes on to interpret it cucibus from the Greek kouki, coconut milk, and infers that the asparagus was first cooked in coconut milk and then put back into water, a method we are tempted to pronounce insane. 2v backwards. Gv rursum in calidam, tac. Rursus in aquam calidam. Tor. Ac rursus. This word has caused us some reflection, but the ensuing discovery made it worthwhile. Rursus has escaped the attention of the other commentators. In this case rursus means backwards, being a contraction from reversum, he reversum. The word is important enough to be observed. Apicius evidently has the right way of cooking the fine asparagus. The stalks, after being peeled and washed, must be bunched together and tied according to sizes, and the bunches must be set into the boiling water backwards, that is, they must stand upright with the heads protruding from the water. The heads will be made tender above the water line by rising steam and will be done simultaneously with the harder parts of the stalks. We admit, we have never seen a modern cook observe this method. They usually boil the tender heads to death, while the lower stalks are still hard. Though this formula is incomplete, it fails to state the sauce to be served, also that the asparagus must be peeled and bunched, that the water must contain salt, etc. It is one of the neatest formulae in Apicius. It is amusing to note how the author herein unconsciously reveals what a poor litterateur but what a fine cook he is. This is characteristic of most good practitioners. One may perfectly master the vast subject of cookery, yet one may not be able to give a definition of even a single term, let alone the ability to exactly describe one of the many processes of cookery. Real poets often are in the same predicament, none of them ever explain the art satisfactorily. 3 GV. Add to the formula Caligiores reds give back, eliminate the harder ones. This sentence belongs to the next article. And Taurinus, similar to Humelbergius, renders this sentence ut redas ad gustum Caliores to render. the harder ones palatable the squash and pumpkin namely, and we are inclined to agree with him. 4. 73 Pumpkin, squash. Cucurbitas. To have the harder ones palatable, do this. 1. Cut the fruit into pieces, boil and squeeze the water out of the boiled fruit and arrange the pieces in a baking dish. Put in the mortar pepper, cumin and silphium. That is, a very little of the lazar root and a little rue. Season this with stock, measure a little vinegar and mix in a little condensed wine, so that it can be strained to, and pour this liquid over the fruit in the baking dish. Let it boil 3 times, retire from the fire and sprinkle with very little ground pepper. 1 cf. Note 3 to number 72. 2 List. Ut coloritur to give it color, tur. I use coloritur from Colorado to strain, to filter. Cf. also note 2 to number 55. 74 Pumpkin-like dashines. A liter cucurbitas iure colocasiarum 1. Boil the pumpkin in water like colocasia, grind pepper, cumin, and rue, add vinegar and measure out the broth in a saucepan. The pumpkin pieces, nicely cut water pressed out, are arranged in a saucepan with the broth and are finished on the fire, while the juice is being tied with a little rue. Before serving, sprinkle with pepper too. 1 V. Colocasia antiquorum belonging to the dasheen or taro family, a valuable tuber, again mentioned in number 172, 216, 244 and 322. Cf. various notes, principally that to number 322. Also see U.S. Department of Agr. Farmers Bulletin. Number 1396, p2. This is a new and commercially and gastronomically important root vegetable, the flavor reminding of a combination of chestnuts and potatoes, popularly known as Chinese potatoes, which has been recently introduced by the U.S. government from the West Indies, where it received the name, dasheen, derived from dachine from China. Tutor continues without interruption into the next formula. 75 Pumpkin, Alexandrine style. A liter cucurbitas more Alexandrino. Press the water out of the boiled pumpkin, place in a baking dish, sprinkle with salt, ground pepper, cumin, coriander seed, green mint, and a little lazar root, season with vinegar. Now add date, wine and pignolia nuts ground with honey, vinegar, and broth. Measure out condensed wine and oil, pour this over the pumpkin and finish in this liquor and serve. Sprinkle with pepper before serving. 76 Boiled pumpkin. A liter cucurbitas ilizadas. Boiled pumpkin stewed in broth with pure oil. 77 Fried pumpkin. A liter cucurbitas frictas. Fried pumpkin served with simple wine sauce and pepper. 78 Another way, boiled and fried. A liter cucurbitas ilizadas et frictas. Boiled pumpkin fried is placed in a baking pan. Season with cumin wine, add a little oil, finish on the fire and serve. 79 Another way, mashed cucurbitas frictas tritas. Fried 1 pumpkin, seasoned with pepper, lovage, cumin, oregano, onion, wine broth and oil, stew the pumpkin in this in a baking dish, tie the liquid with roux mash and serve in the dish. 1v. Baking the fruit reduces the water contents, renders the puree more substantial. GV. Tritas mashed. Tur connects tritas up with pepper, hence it is doubtful whether this dish of pumpkin is mashed pumpkin. 80 Pumpkin and chicken. Cucurbitas cum gallina. Stew the pumpkin with a hen, garnish with hard-skinned peaches, truffles, pepper, caraway, and cumin. Silphium and green herbs, such as mint, celery, coriander, pennyroyal, cress, wine 1 oil and vinegar. 1 tor. Vinum vel oleum, list. Vinum, mel, oleum. V. 81 citron. Citrium 1. For the preparation of citron fruit we take siler. 2 from the mountains, silphium, dry mint, vinegar. And broth. 1 list. Citrinia lemon or cucumber squash. 2 tor. Silarum, list. Sil, which is heartwort, a kind of cumin or mountain. Fennel. 6. 82 cucumbers. Cucumeries. Stew the peeled cucumbers either in broth 1 or in a wine sauce, and you will find them to be tender and not causing indigestion. 1 Usually cucumbers are parboiled in water and then finished in broth. Most often after being parboiled they are stuffed with forcemeat and then finished in broth. 83 cucumbers another way. A liter cucumeries risus. Peeled cucumbers are stewed with boiled brains, cumin, and a little honey. Add some celery seed, stock, and oil, bind the gravy with eggs 1 sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 tor. Bis obligabis tie twice for which there is no reason, except in case the sauce should curdle. List. Oleo Elizabeth fry in oil obviously wrong, as the materials for the stew are already cooked. Sch ovis obligabis bind with eggs, which is the thing to do in this case. 84 Another cucumber recipe. A liter cucumeries. Cucumbers, pepper, pennyroyal, honey, or condensed. Must, broth and vinegar, once in a while. 1 Add silphium. Sounds like a fancy dressing for raw sliced cucumbers, though there are no directions to this effect. 7. 85 melon gourd and melons. Pepins et melones. Pepper, pennyroyal, honey, or condensed must. Broth and vinegar, once in a while 1 Add silphium. Same as 84, which confirms above theory. It is quite possible that melons were eaten raw with this fancy dressing. Many people enjoy melons with pepper and salt, or, in salad form with oil and vinegar. Gourds, however, to be palatable, must be boiled and served either hot or cold with this dressing. 8. 86 mallows. Malvas. The smaller mallows are prepared with garum 1. Stock 2 oil and vinegar, the larger mallows prepare with a wine sauce, pepper, and stock, adding condensed wine or raisin wine. 1 tor. Garum, list. Enogarum. 2 liquamen depending upon the mode of serving the mallows, hot or cold. 9. 87 Young cabbage, sprouts 1. Cymas et colliculos 2. Boil the sprouts, 1 Season with cumin 3, salt, wine, and oil, if you like add pepper, lovage, mint, rue, coriander, the tender leaves of the stalks stew. In broth, wine and oil be the seasoning. 1 Including, perhaps, cauliflower and broccoli. 2 List. Semi and colliculi. Nunc crudi cum condimentus nunc illisati inferentur. Served sometimes raw with dressing, sometimes boiled. 3 Cumin or caraway seed is still used today in the preparation of the delicious Bavarian cabbage, which also includes wine and other spices. 88 Another way. A liter. Cut the stalks in half and boil them. The leaves are mashed and seasoned with coriander, onion, cumin, pepper, raisin wine, or condensed wine and a little oil. Very sensible way of using cabbage stalks that are usually thrown away. Note: the almost scientific procedure, the stalks are separated from the leaves, split to facilitate cooking. They are cooked separately because they require more time than the tender greens. Our present method appears barbarous in comparison. We quarter the cabbage head, and either boil it or steam it. As a result, either the tender leaves are cooked to death or the stems are still hard. The overcooked parts are not palatable. The underdone ones indigestible. Such being the case, our boiled cabbage is a complete loss, unless prepared the Apician way. 89 Another way. A liter. The cooked one stalks are placed in a baking dish. Moisten with stock and pure oil, season with cumin. Sprinkle too with pepper, leeks, cumin, and green coriander all chopped up. 1 tour. Caliculi acidi sauté, fried, remember, should a Bruxelles. Sauté, list. Illizzati boiled. GV caliculi illizzati. 2 tour. Superasperges, GV. Piper asparagus. Sounds like a salad of cooked cabbage. The original leaves us in doubt as to the temperature of the dish. 90 Another way. A liter. The vegetable, seasoned and prepared in the above way, is stewed with parboiled leeks. 91 Another way. A liter. To the sprouts or stalks, seasoned and prepared as above, are added green olives which are heated. Likewise. 92 Another way. A liter. Prepare the sprouts in the above way, cover them with boiled spelt and pine nuts 1 and sprinkle 2 with raisins. 1 The nuts should not astonish us. The French today have a delicious dish. Should a Bruxelles auxiliary marrons Brussels sprouts with chestnuts. Sprouts and chestnuts are, of course, cooked separately. The lightly boiled sprouts are sauté in butter, the chestnuts parboiled, peeled, and finished in stock with a little sugar or syrup, tossed in butter and served in the center of the sprouts. The Apician formula with cereal and raisins added is too exotic to suit our modern taste, but without a question is a nutritious dish and complete from a dietetic point of view. 2 tour. Superasperges, GV. Piper asparagus. X. 93 leeks. Poros. Well matured leeks 1 are boiled with a pinch of salt 2 in combined water and oil 3. They are then stewed in oil and in the best kind of broth, and served. 1 tour. Poros bene maturos, GV. Maturos fieri. 2 One of the rare instances where Apicius mentions salt in cookery, i.e. salt in a dry form. Pugnum salis, a fist of salt he prescribes here. Usually it is liquamen broth, brine he uses. 3 tour. Is correct in finishing the sentence here. GV continue et exims. Which is the opening of the next sentence, and it makes a difference in the formula. 94 Another way to cook leeks. A liter poros. Wrap the leeks well in cabbage leaves, having first cooked them as directed above 1 and then finish them in the above way. 1 tour. In primis first, list, GV. In prunus hot embers. 95 Another way. A liter poros. Cook the leeks with laurel berries 1, and otherwise treat them and serve as above. 1 tour. Poros in bocca coctos, list. In cacabo cooked in a casserole. Sch befa embama steeped, marinated, in oil, GV. In bocca coctos. Another way to read this, bocca et fabi with beans, is quite within reason. The following formula, 96, is perhaps only a variant of the above. Brand, with olives, referring to number 91 as a precedent. 96 Leeks and beans. A liter poros. After having boiled the leeks in water, green string beans which have not yet been prepared otherwise may be boiled in the leek water 1 principally, on account of the good taste they will acquire, and may then be served with the leeks. 1 Apicius needed no modern science of nutrition to remind him of the value of the mineral salts in vegetables. 11. 97 beets. Betas. To make a dish of beets that will appeal to your taste, 1. Slice the beets, 2. With leeks and crush coriander and cumin, add raisin wine. 3. Boil all down to perfection, bind it, serve the beets separate from the broth, with oil and vinegar. 1 sentence in tour, wanting in list. Et al. 2 list. No mention of beets is made in this formula, therefore, it may belong to the foregoing leek recipes. V. This is not so. Here the noun is made subject to the first verb, as is practiced frequently. Moreover, the mode of preparation fits beets nicely, except for the flour, to which we object in note 3, below. To cook beets with leeks, spices, and wine and serve them, cold, with oil and vinegar is indeed a method that cannot be improved upon. 3. Tac, tour, list, gv. Uvam passum, farinam raisins and flour for which there is no reason. Sch varianam raisin wine of the Varianian variety. Bas. Farium. V. Inclined to agree with Sch and Bas. 98. Another way. A liter betas ilazaz. Cook the beets with mustard seed and serve them well pickled in a little oil and vinegar. V. Add bay leaves, cloves, pepper grains, sliced onion and a little sugar, and you have our modern pickled beets. 12. 99 green vegetables, pot herbs. Ola 01. The greens tied in handy bundles, cooked and served with pure oil, also proper with fried fish. 1. Tac. Ola 0, tor. Olifer, seb mauis olera, tor. Is mistaken. Hum. List. Olasatra, old Ms. Note in our hum copy, Alessandrina Yulgo, from Olosatra molus pot herbs, cabbage, turnips. Gv Holy Sira, from Holus, i.e. Olus, and from Olater, one who raises pot herbs. 13. 100 turnips or navus. Rupas sive napo. Turnips are cooked soft, the water is squeezed out, then crush a good amount of cumin and a little rue. Add parthicon 1 laser or 2 vinegar, stock, condensed wine and oil. 3. Heat moderately and serve. 1. I.e. Persian laser, list. Laser, parthicum, the comma makes a difference. Sch perticum apart. 2. Tac, tor. Vel acetum, list. Gv mel, acetum. Another comma, and honey instead of or. V. We doubt this, the vinegar is an alternative, for it takes the place of the more expensive Persian laser, which was an essence of the laser root, often diluted with vinegar. 3. List, Gv. Oleum modus, fervora, tor. And oleum, qui modus fervora. Facius. Again note lister's punctuation here and in the foregoing notes. The misplaced commas and colons raise havoc with the formulae everywhere. Taurinus, who in his preface complains that his authority has no punctuation whatsoever, and thereby indicates that it must have been a very ancient copy, at least prior to the 1503 tac. Ed. is generally not far from the mark. It is also doubtful that the variants are by him, as is claimed by List. In this instance, indeed, tor is again correct. 101 Another way. 1. A liter rupas sive napo. The turnips are boiled, served dressed with oil, 2. Which, if desired, you may add vinegar to. 1. Tor. Add delitas delightful. 2. V. Presumably served cold, as a salad, cf. number 122. 14. 102 radishes. Raffinose. Pepper the radishes well, or, equally well, grate it with pepper and brine. Sch, Gv. Raffinose, Raffinose agria, a kind of horseradish, Plinius, H.E. Raffina sylvestris. 15. 103 Soft cabbage. OLUS mal. The cabbage is cooked with pot herbs in soda water. Press the water out, chop it very fine, now crush. Pepper, lovage, dry saturate with dry onions, add stock, oil, and wine. 104 Another mashed green vegetable. Alter OLUS mal ex apio. Cook celery in soda water, squeeze water out, chop fine. In the mortar crush pepper, lovage, oregano, onion and mix with wine and stock, adding some oil. Cook this in the boiler 1 and mix the celery with this preparation. 1 in pulterio. The pulterius is a pot in which cereals were boiled, from Pool's porridge, pap. 105 Another mashed vegetable. A liter OLUS mal ex lactusis. Cook the lettuce leaves with onion in soda water. Squeeze the water out, chop very fine, in the mortar. Crush pepper, lovage, celery seed, dry mint, onion, add stock, oil, and wine. 106 To prevent mashed vegetables from turning. OLUS mal NERSCAT 1. It will be required above all to clean the vegetables well, to cut off all decayed parts and to cover the cooked vegetables with wormwood water. 1 Tor. NE, the difference in the meaning is immaterial. 16. 107 Field herbs. Herbae rusticae. Field and forest 1 herbs are prepared 2 either raw with stock 3 oil and vinegar as a salad, 4. Or as a cooked dish 5 by adding pepper, cumin, and mastic berries. 1 Tor. AC Sylvesters, v. German, Feld salad. 2 Tor. Parantur, wanting in other editions. 3 Liquamine, here interpreted as brine. 4 Tak, sch, etal amanu, Tor. Vel manu because eaten with the hand. 5 Tor. Vel in patina. 17. 108 Nettles. Urticae. The female nettles, when the sun is in the position of the Aries, is supposed to render valuable services against ailments of various kinds. 1 Tak, list, sch, etal adversus egratudinem. Bartius, quam egratudinem. Etc., etc. Tor. Plurifarius. Reinsenius, ad arsendum morbum, etc., etc. Hum. Silicet quam cunque hoc est, etc., etc., etc. GVSI voles. V. This innocent little superstition about the curative qualities of the female nettle causes the savants to engage in various speculations. Nettles are occasionally eaten as vegetables on the continent. 18. 109 Endives and lettuce. Intuba et lacticae. Endives are dressed with brine, a little oil and chopped onion, instead of the real lettuce. 1 In winter time the endives are taken out of the pickle 2 and are dressed with honey or vinegar. 1 Hum. Pro lactusis ioura, Tor. PL accipient, GV. PL vero, separated by period, all indicating that endives are a substitute for lettuce when this is not available. 2 Cf number 27, also NOS 22 and 23. 110 Lettuce salad, field salad. Agar stes lacticae 1. Dress it with vinegar dressing and a little brine stock, which helps digestion and is taken to counteract inflation. 2. 1 Tor. Sick, hum. Agri L, tak. Id, sch and gv. Have acri as an adjective. To vinegar, the last word in the preceding formula. 2 List. And hum. Continuing, and this salad will not hurt you, but Tor, SCH, and GV. Use this as a heading for the following formula. 111 A harmless salad. Any lakshaki latent. And in order that the lettuce may not hurt you, take, with it or after it, the following preparation: 2 ounces of ginger, 1 ounce of green rue, 1 ounce of meaty dates, 12 scruples of ground pepper, 1 ounce of good honey, and 8 ounces of either Ethiopian or Syrian cumin. Make an infusion of this in vinegar, the cumin crushed, and strain. Of this liquor use a small spoonful, mix it with stock and a little vinegar. You may take a small spoonful after the meal too. 1 tack. And tor. Any lakshaki latent, take it comsing Iberis unsages duobus. Etc. Hum, list, GV. Cumin IUNC. 2 They and SCH read the cum of tack. And tor. For cumin I, overlooking the fact that the recipe later calls for Ethiopian or Syrian cumin as well. This shifts the weights of the various ingredients from the one to the other, completely upsetting the sense of the formula. 2 Gall ignores this passage completely. This is another of the medical formulae that have suffered much by experimentation and interpretation through the ages. It seems to be an aromatic vinegar for a salad dressing, and, as such, a very interesting article, reminding of our present tarragon, etc., vinegars, to be used judiciously in salads. Again, as might be expected, the medicinal character of the formula inspires the medieval doctors to profound meditation and lively debate. CFNOS 34 and 108. 19. 112 Cardoons. Cardui. Cardoons are eaten with a dressing of briny broth, oil, and chopped hard eggs. Precisely as we do today, French dressing and hard-boiled eggs. We do not forget pepper, of course. Perhaps the ancient briny broth contained enough of this and of other ingredients, such as fine condiments and spices, to make the dressing perfect. 113 Another dressing for cardoons. A liter cardoons. Rue, mint, coriander, fennel all green finely crushed, add pepper, lovage and 1 brine and oil 2. 1 tack. And tor. Vel, list, SCH, GV. Mel honey which would spoil this fine vinaigrette or cold fines herbs dressing. However, even nowadays, sugar is quite frequently added to salad dressings. 2 Gallmer claims that this dressing is served with cooked cardoons, the recipe for which follows below. This is wanting in tor. 114 Boiled cardoons. A liter cardoons elixos are served with pepper, cumin, broth and oil. XX. 115, cow, parsnips. Spondili vel fonduli 1. Cow parsnips are fried and eaten with a simple wine sauce. 1 tack. Spondili ul fonduli and sfon, tor. As above, hum. Spongiola. Ul funguli, list, id, sch sfondili ul funguli, gv. Sfondili ul funduli. Cf. Note to NOS 46, 121, 122. 116 Another way. A liter. Boil the parsnips in salt water and season them with pure oil 1, chopped green coriander and whole pepper. 1 tack. Olio marrow, other editors, olio, marrow. V. The comma is misplaced. 117 Another way. A liter. Prepare the boiled parsnips with the following sauce: celery seed, rue, honey, ground pepper, mixed with raisin wine, stock, and a little oil, bind this with rue, bring to a boiling point, immerse parsnips. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 118 Another way. Puree of parsnips 1. A liter. Mash the parsnips, add cumin, rue, stock, a little condensed wine, oil, green coriander, and leeks. And serve. Goes well with salt pork too. 1. Again, faulty punctuation obscures the text. Carefully compare the following. Tac. And tor. Spondylose teres, cuminum, etc. Hum, list. And gv. S. Teres cuminum, i.e. crush the cumin. Schs tors dry, parch. 2. Infers pro salso. Serve with salt pork or bacon, or, instead of salsum, salt. Pork. Den. Well seasoned with salt. Infers pro salsa. 4. Further confirmation of salsum. CFNOS 148 to 152. 119 Another way. A liter. Boil the parsnips sufficiently, if hard 1. Then put them in a saucepan and stew with oil, stock, pepper, raisin wine, strain 2 and bind with rue. 1. Tor. Prejuratos, list. Prejurabes. How can they be hardened? It may perhaps stand for parboil. We agree with Tor that the hard ones, prejuratos, must be cooked soft. 2. Tor. And tac. Colabes. Strain, list. And gv. Colorabes. Color. No necessity for coloring the gravy, but straining after the binding with rue is important, which proves Tor correct again. Cf. Note 1 to number 73 and Note 2 to number 55. 120 Another way. A liter. 1. Finish. Marinate the parsnips in oil and broth, or fry them in oil, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and serve. 1. Xgv. Wanting in Tor and list. Found in SCH also. V. Procedure quite in accordance with modern practice. We envelope the pea in flour or frying batter. 121 Another way. A liter. 1. Bruise the boiled parsnips. Scallops, muscular part of shellfish. Eliminate the hard strings, add boiled spelt and chopped hard eggs, stock and pepper. Make croquettes or sausage from this, adding pignolia, nut and pepper, wrap in caul or fill in casings. Fry and serve them as an entree dish in a wine sauce. 1v. This formula is virtually a repetition of number 46, all the more bewildering because of the divergence of the term, cf. number 115, which stands for scallops, or the muscular part of any bivalve, at least in the above formula. The Greco-Latin word for cow parsnip is spondylium, spondylion. It is almost certain that the preceding parsnips formulae are in the right place here. They are in direct line with the other vegetables here treated. The shellfish spondylus would be out of place in this chapter, Book 3, The Gardener. All the recipes, with the exception of the above, fit a vegetable like parsnips. Even Lister's and Humelberg's interpretation of the term, who read spongiola mushrooms, could be questioned under this heading, Book 3. It is barely possible that this entire series of formulae, spondyli, NOS 115 to 121, does belong to Book 2 among the Scolopizitia, though we are little inclined to accept this theory. Cf. number 122, which appears to be a confirmation of the view expressed above. XXI. 122 Carrots and parsnips. Caroti et pastinaci. Carrots or parsnips are fried and served with a wine sauce. V. Exactly like number 115, which may be a confirmation that spondyli stands for cow parsnips. 123 Another way. A liter. The carrots are cooked, salted and served with pure oil and vinegar. V as a salad. Italian salad consists of a variety of such cooked vegetables, nicely dressed with oil and vinegar, or with mayonnaise. Cf. number 102. 124 Another way. A liter. The carrots are boiled and sliced, stewed with cumin and a little oil and are served at the same time. Here is your opportunity: make a cumin sauce from the carrot juice for those who have the colic. 2. 1 extor. Wanting elsewhere. 2 tac. Coliorum, tor. Cuminatum colicorum, list. C. coloratum colored. GVC colorium. End of Book 3. Explicit Apicii supericata oleribus liber tertius tac. Thermospodium of plain design. Water and food heater for everyday purposes. Charcoal fuel. Foods were kept on top in pans, dishes or pots, and were thus carried from the kitchen into the dining room. They were also used for food service in hotel rooms, supplied from adjacent tavern kitchens, as some hotels had no food preparation facilities. This handy apparatus was designed for general utility, as it also served as a portable stove on chilly days. In living rooms that were not heated from the central heating plant found in larger houses. N.T.L. Muse. Naples, 73,882, Field M 24179. Apicius. Book 4. Roman Wine Press. Reconstruction in Naples, in the new section of the National Museum. A dish for the service of eggs. Hildesheim Treasure. Book 4. Miscellanea. Lib 4. Pandector 1. Chap. I. Boiled dinners. Chap. 2. Dishes of fish, vegetables, fruits, and so forth. Chap. 3. Finely minced dishes, or isitia. Chap. 4. Porridge, gruel. Chap. V. Appetizing dishes. I. 125 Boiled dinner. Salicatabia 2. Pepper, fresh mint, celery, dry pennyroyal, cheese. 3. Pignolia nuts, honey, vinegar, broth, yolks of egg, fresh water, soaked bread, and the liquid pressed out, cow's cheese and cucumbers are arranged in a dish, alternately, with the nuts. Also add finely chopped capers for chicken livers. 5. Cover completely with a lukewarm, congealing broth, place on ice and when congealed unmold and serve. Up 6. 1. Read, Pandectes embracing the whole science. 2. Read, Salicacabia from salsa and cacaba salt meat boiled in the pot. SCH Salicatabia, GV. Catabia. 3. SCH Casium instead of Caesium. 4. SCH Copadiis porcinis small bits of pork, list. Cepas aritas puto shallots. I believe, lan. Caparis, vat, GV. ID. 5. Dan. Chicken meat. 6. This dish if pork were added, CFSCH in note 4 above, would resemble our modern head cheese. The presence of cheese in this formula and in our word head cheese is perhaps not accidental. The cheese has been eliminated in the course of time from dishes of this sort while the name has remained with us. Cheese also appears in the German equivalent for custard case. 126 Apician jelly. Salicatabia apiciana. Put in the mortar celery seed, dry pennyroyal, dry mint, ginger, fresh coriander, seedless raisins, honey, vinegar, oil, and wine, crush it together in order to make a dressing of it. Now place 3 pieces of pienchen bread in a mold, interlined with pieces of cooked chicken. Cook sweetbreads of calf or lamb, cheese 1, pignolia nuts, cucumbers pickles. Finely chopped dry onions shallots covering the whole with jellified broth. Bury the mold in snow. Up to the rim, on mold sprinkle with the above dressing. And serve to 1 list. Caseum vestinum, a certain cheese from the Adriatic coast. 2. The nature of the first passage of this formula indicates a dressing for a cold dish. The dish was probably unmolded when firm, and the jelly covered. With this dressing, though the original does not state this procedure. In that case, it would resemble a highly complicated chicken salad, such as we make today mayonnaise. De volatile and aspic, for instance. We recall the artistic molds for puddings and other dishes which the ancients had, which were nicely suited for dishes such as the above. The Pientian bread made of spelt was a celebrated product of the bakeries of Pientia, a town of Lower Italy, near the Tuscan Sea, according to Pliny. Cf. number 141. 127 Other salicocabia. A liter. Hollow out an Alexandrine loaf of bread, soak the crumbs with posca, a mixture of water, wine, vinegar or lemon juice, and make a paste of it. Put in the mortar pepper, honey 1 mint, garlic, fresh coriander, salted cow's cheese, water and oil. Wine 2 poured over before serving. 3. 1 wanting in tour. 2 gv. In super nivem, chilled on snow, like the preceding formula. Tac. In super vinum, schid. 3. A panada, as is found in every old cookery book. Today it remains as a dressing for roast fowl, etc. Quoting from a collection of receipts in Cookery. Physic and Surgery, London, 1724. Panada for a sick or weak stomach. Put the crumbs of a penny white loaf grated into a quart of cold water, set both on the fire together with a blade of mace. When 'tis boiled smooth, take it off the fire and put in a bit of lemon peel, the juice of a lemon, a glass of sack Spanish wine, and sugar to your taste. This is very nourishing and never offends the stomach. Some season with butter and sugar, adding currants, which on some occasions are proper, but the first is the most grateful and innocent. Mrs. Glass, a quarter century later, in her famous book The Art of Cookery. Made plain and easy, London, 1747, first ed omits the wine, but Mrs. Mason, at about the same time, insists on having it with panada. The imaginary or real relation between the sciences of cookery and medicine is illustrated here. 2. Dishes of fish, vegetables, fruits, and so forth. Patini piscium, holorum and pomorum. 128 Everyday dish. Patina quotidiana 1. Make a paste of stewed brains, calves, pigs, etc. Season with pepper, cumin, laser, broth, thickened wine, milk and eggs. 2. Poach it over a weak fire or in a hot water bath. 1 tac. Quotidiana, list. Quotidiana. 2 list. Ovis with eggs, which is correct. Tor. Holus, lan. Olus herbs. Cabbage. Cf. number 142. 129 Another dish, which can be turned over a nut custard. A liter patina versatilis. The dish, called turnover, is thus made. 1. Crush very fine walnuts and hazelnuts. 2. Toast them and crush with honey, mix in pepper, broth, milk and eggs and a little oil. 3. 1 tor. 2 list. Tor as eas toast them, wanting in tor, which is the thing to do. Cf. number 143, practically a repetition of this. Cf. 301. 3. This laconic formula indicates a custard poached, like in the preceding, in A mold, which, when cooled off, is unmolded in the usual way. This patina versatilis is in fact the modern cream renversée, with nuts. It is characteristic of Apicius for incompleteness and want of precise directions, without which the experiment in the hands of an inexperienced operator would result in failure. 130 Another. A liter patina. Another dish is made of the 1 strunks of lettuce, crushed with pepper, broth, thickened wine. Add water and oil, and cook this, bind with eggs. Sprinkle with pepper and serve 2. 1 tour. 2 Very much like a modern soup, puree of lettuce. 131 Vegetable and brain pudding. Patina frisilis 1. Take vegetables, clean and wash, shred 2 n. Cook them 3 Cool them off and drain them. Take 4 calves brains, remove the skin and strings n. Cook them 4 In the mortar put 6 scruples of pepper, moisten with broth and crush fine, then add the brains, rub again and meanwhile add the vegetables, rubbing all the while, and make a fine paste of it. Thereupon break and add 8 eggs. Now add a glassful 5 of broth, a glassful of wine, a glassful of raisin wine. Taste this preparation. Oil the baking dish thoroughly, put the mixture in the dish and place it in the hot plate, that is above the hot ashes. 6 And when it is done unmold it. Sprinkle with pepper and serve 7. 1 List. Frictilis, vatmis fusilis, GV. ID, Lan. Frisilis. Patina frisilis remains unexplained. None of the various readings can be satisfactorily rendered. If the vegetables had remained whole, the dish might be compared to a chartreuse, those delightful creations by the Carthusian monks who, compelled by the strictest rules of vegetarianism, evolved a number of fine vegetable dishes. On the other hand, the poached mixture of eggs and brains is akin to our farces and quenelles, but in modern cookery we have nothing just like this patina frisilis. 2 Wanting in list. 3 and 4 Wanting in tour. 5 Sciathum. 6 Sentence in, ex tour. 7 This and some of the following recipes are remarkable for their preciseness and completeness. 132 Another cold asparagus and fig pecker dish. A liter patina de asparagus frigida. Cold asparagus pie is made in this manner. 1 Take well cleaned cooked asparagus, crush it in the mortar, dilute with water and presently strain it through the colander. Now trim, prepare i.e. cook or roast fig peckers 2 and hold them in readiness. 3 scruples of pepper are crushed in the mortar. Add broth, a glass of wine, put this in a saucepan. With 3 ounces of oil, heat thoroughly. Meanwhile, oil your pie mold, and with 6 eggs, flavored with enogarum, and the asparagus preparation. As described above, thicken the mixture on the hot ashes. Thereupon arrange the fig peckers in the mold, cover them with this puree, bake the dish. When cold, unmold it, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Tour. 2 Lan. And tac. Fistulas curtis trace, Tor. Curtis F3 fig peckers. Cut fine. GVF curitas. Terries in. Etc., prepared F. 3 List. 6, GV. ID. 133 Another asparagus custard. Alia patina de asparagus. Asparagus pie is made like this. 1 Put in the mortar asparagus tips. 2 Crush pepper, lovage, green coriander, savory, and onions, crush, dilute with wine, broth and oil. Put this in a well-greased pan. And, if you like, add while on the fire some beaten eggs to it to thicken it, cook without boiling the eggs. And sprinkle with very fine pepper. 1 tour. 2 reference to wine wanting in tour. We add that the asparagus should be cooked before crushing. 134 A dish of field vegetables. Patina ex rusticis 1. By following the above instructions you may make 2 a pie of field vegetables, or of thyme 3 or of green peppers 4 or of cucumbers or of small tender sprouts 5 same as above, or, if you like, make 1 underlaid with boneless pieces of fish or of chicken combined with any of the above vegetables 6. 1 tour. Patina ex oleribus agrestibus. 2 tour. Wanting in other texts. 3 sch, gv. Tamnus wild wine, list. Simes cuminus, lan, tac. Tenes. Vat mis tanis. Thyme is hardly likely to be the chief ingredient of such a dish. The chances are it was used for flavoring and that the above enumerated vegetables were combined in one dish. 4 list, gv, gall mustard, dan. Green mustard. Tor. Subpipera. Viridi green peppers, which we accept as correct, gastronomically at least. 5 gall, dan. Cabbage, the originals have caliculi small tender sprouts. On the order of Brussels sprouts or broccoli, all belonging to the cabbage family. 6 pulpa boneless pieces of meat, also fruit puree, pulpamentum dainty. Bits of meat. 135 elderberry custard or pie. Patina de Sambuco 1. A dish of elderberries, either hot or cold, is made. In this manner 2 take elderberries 3 wash them. Cook in water, skim and strain. Prepare a dish in which to cook the custard 4 crush 6 scruples of pepper with a little broth, add this to the elderberry pulp with another glass of broth, a glass of wine, a glass of raisin wine and as much as 4 ounces of oil. Put the dish in the hot bath and stir the contents. As soon as it is getting warm, quickly break 6 eggs and whipping them, incorporate them, in order to thicken the fluid. When thick enough, sprinkle with pepper and serve up. 1 gv. Sambuco. 2 tor. Wanting in other texts. 3 hum. Semen de Sambuco e seed. 4 list. Place the berries in a dish, to their juice add pepper, etc. 136 Rose pie, rose custard, or pudding. Patina de rosas. Take roses fresh from the flower bed, strip off the leaves, remove the white from the petals and put them in the mortar, pour over some broth and rub fine. Add a glass of broth and strain the juice through the colander. This done, take 4 cooked calves' brains, skin them and remove the nerves. Crush 8 scruples of pepper moistened with the juice and rub with the brains, thereupon break 8 eggs, add 1 glass of wine, 1 glass of raisin wine and a little oil. Meanwhile grease a pan. Place it on the hot ashes or in the hot bath in which pour the above described material. When the mixture is cooked in the bain maris, to sprinkle it with pulverized pepper and serve. 3. 1 list, gv. 1/2 glass. 2 hot water bath. 3 tor. Continues number 135 without interruption or caption, and describes the above recipe. He reads, Dithoris accipes rosas, but list insists that Dithoris be read Dorosis, lan, tac. Dithoris, v. Dithoris may be read fresh from the flower bed. CFNOS 167 and 171, in which case the rose may stand for rosy apple, or Roman beauty apple. Rose apple also is a small pimento, size of a plum. 137 Pumpkin pie. Patina de cucurbites 1. And pumpkin pie is made thus: 2 stewed and mashed pumpkin is placed in the pan or pie dish, seasoned with a little cumin essence. Add a little oil. Heat, bake and serve. 3. 1 Dan. Cucumber dish. 2 Tor. Wanting in other texts. 3 Modern English recipes for stewed pumpkin resemble this Apician precept. But America has made a really palatable dish from pumpkin by the addition of eggs, cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, spices which the insipid pumpkin needs. The ancient original may have omitted the eggs because Apicius probably expected his formula to be carried out in accordance with the preceding formulae. Perhaps this is proven by the fact that Tor continues the rose pie recipe with et cucurbita patina sic fiat. 138 sprats or smelts au vin blanc. Patina de apua 1. Clean the smelts or other small fish, fillets of sole, etc. of white meat, marinate i.e. impregnate with in oil, place in a shallow pan, add oil, broth 2 and wine. Bunch 3 fresh rue and marjoram and cook with the fish. When done, remove the herbs, season the fish with pepper and serve. 4. 1 X list. And GV. Wanting in Tor. 2 Liquamen, which in this case corresponds to court bouillon, a broth prepared from the trimmings of the fish, herbs, and wine, well seasoned and reduced. 3 Our very own bouquet garni, a bunch of various aromatic herbs, inserted during coction and retired before serving. 4 Excellent formula for fish in white wine, resembling our ways of making this fine dish. This again illustrates the laconic style of the ancient author. He omitted to say that the fish, when cooked, was placed on the service platter and that the juices remaining in the saucepan were tied with 1 or 2 egg yolks, diluted with cream or wine or court bouillon, strained and poured over the fish at the moment of serving. This is perhaps the best method of preparing fish with white meat of a fine texture. Pink or darker fish do not lend themselves to this method of preparation. 139 Smelt pie, or sprat custard. Patina de abuasiveapua 1. Boneless pieces of anchovies or other small fish. Either roast, fried, boiled, chop very fine. Fill a casserole generously with the same, season with crushed pepper and a little rue, add sufficient broth and some oil, and mix in, also add enough raw eggs so that the whole forms one solid mass. Now carefully add some sea nettles, but take pain that they are not mixed with the eggs. Now put the dish into the steam so that it may congeal but avoid boiling too. When done, sprinkle with ground pepper and carry into the dining room. Nobody will be able to tell what he is enjoying. 3. 1 Tac, Tor. Sic list, GV. Pita apua sinapua, a dish of anchovies, or smelts, without anchovies. Tor. Formula bears the title Patina de apua, and his article opens with the following sentence: Patin de aboasive apua sic facies. He is therefore quite emphatic that the dish is to be made with the aboa or apua, an anchovy, and not without apua, as list has it. Lan calls the dish, Pita apabadiad. Not identified. 2 Tor. Impones ad aparum ut cum vis mere passant, warning, get along with the eggs, i.e. beware of boiling them for they will curdle, and the experiment is hopelessly lost. List, however, reads mere passant thus, boulir p boil. It is quite plain that Tor has the correct formula. 3 Et exis unimo agnosit quid mangisit. Dan renders this sentence thus: nobody can value this dish unless he has partaken of it himself. He is too lenient. We would rather translate it literally as we did above, or say broadly, and nobody will be any the wiser. List dwells at length upon this sentence. His erudite commentary upon the Cena Diobia, the doubtful meal, will be found under the heading of Cena in our vocabulary list. Pages 126 to 7. List. Undoubtedly made the mistake of reading sign for sieve. He therefore omitted the apua from his formula. The above boastful sentence may have induced him to do so. The above is a fish forcemeat, now seldom used as an integral dish, but still popular as a dressing for fish or as quenelles. The modern fish forcemeat is usually made of raw fish, cream, and eggs, with the necessary seasoning. The material is poached or cooked much in the same manner as prescribed by the ancient recipe. 140. A rich entree of fish, poultry, and sausage in cream. Patina ex lact. Soak pignolia nuts, dry them, and also have fresh sea urchins 1 ready. Take a deep dish casserole in which arrange the following things in layers, medium-sized mallows and beets, mature leeks, celery, stewed tender green cabbage, and other boiled green vegetables 2, a disjointed 3 chicken stewed in its own gravy, cooked calves or pig's brains, Lucanian sausage, hard-boiled eggs cut into halves. Big Tarantinian sausage 4 sliced and broiled in the ashes, chicken giblets or pieces of chicken meat. Bits of fried fish, sea nettles, pieces of stewed oysters, and fresh cheese are alternately put together. Sprinkle in between the nuts and whole pepper, and the juice as is cooked from pepper, lovage, celery, seed and silphium. This essence, when done, mix with milk to which raw eggs have been added. Pour this over the pieces of food in the dish so that the whole is thoroughly combined, stiffen it in the hot water bath. And when done garnish with fresh mussel sea urchins. Poached and chopped fine, sprinkle pepper over and serve. 1 sea urchins, wanting in tour. 2 sentence wanting in GV. 3 pullum raptum, in most texts, GV. P carptum plucked. Of course. Should raptum be translated literally? A most atrocious way of killing fowl. To be sure, but anyone familiar with the habits of the ancients, particularly with those of the less educated element, should not wonder at this most bestial fashion, which was supposed to improve the flavor of the meat, a fashion which, as a matter of fact, still survives in the Orient, particularly in China. 4 Vat Mis Tarantino farsos, Tor. Cooks the sausage in the ashes coctos. Incenere, list. Incenere legendum cinera chicken giblets. Lister's explanation of the Tarantinian sausage is found in the vocabulary, v. Longino. 141. Apician dish. Patina Apiciana 1. The Apician dish is made thus: take small pieces of cooked sow's belly with the paps on it, pieces of fish, pieces of chicken, the breasts of fig peckers or of thrushes slightly cooked, and whichever is best. Mince all this very carefully, particularly the fig peckers, the meat of which is very tender. Dissolve in oil strictly fresh eggs, crush pepper and lovage, pour over some broth and raisin wine, put it in a saucepan to heat and bind with roux. After you have cut all in regular pieces, let it come to the boiling point. When done, retire from the fire with its juice, of which you put some in another deep pan with whole pepper and pignolia nuts. Spread the ragout out in single layers with thin pancakes in between. Put in as many pancakes and layers of meat as is required to fill the dish. Put a final cover of pancake on top and sprinkle with pepper. After those eggs have been added, which serve to tie the dish. Now put this mold or dish in a boiler steamer. Hot water bath, allow to congeal and dish it out by unmolding it. An expensive silver platter would enhance The appearance of this dish materially. 1 cf. Number 126. 142 An everyday dish. Patina quotidiana 1. Pieces of cooked sow's udder, pieces of cooked fish, chicken meat, and similar bits, mince uniformly. Season well and carefully too. Take a metal dish for a mold. Break eggs in another bowl and beat them. In a mortar put pepper, lovage, and oregano. 3. Which crush, moisten this with broth, wine. Raisin wine and a little oil, empty it into the bowl with the beaten eggs, mix and heat it in the hot water bath. Thereupon when this is thickened mix it with the pieces of meat. Now prepare alternately layers of stew and pancakes, interspersed with oil in the metal mold reserved for this purpose until full. Cover with one real good pancake for, cut into it a vent hole. For chimney on the surface bake in hot water bath and when done turn out upside down into another dish. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 list. Quotidiana, GV. Quotidiana. Everyday dish, in contrast to the foregoing. Apician dish which is more sumptuous on account of the fig peckers or thrushes. In the originals these two formulae are rolled into one. Cf. number 128. 2 GV. Hec omnia concides, tor. Condis, list. Condis leg concides. Which we dispute. Condis season, flavor is more correct in this place, concides minces. A repetition of what has been said already. 3 Oregani wanting in GV. 4 list. Superficie versus indiscum in superficium pons, SCHA. Superficie versus indusium superfocum pons, GV. Indiscum, tor. Unum euro. Laginum fistula percutis a superficie versus indiscum in superficium praeterea. Pons which we have translated literally above, as we believe tor to be correct. In this important matter of having a chimney on top of such a pie. 143 Nut custard turnover 1. Patina versatilis vice dulcis. Pignolia nuts, chopped or broken nuts other varieties. Are cleaned and roasted and crushed with honey. Mix and beat well pepper, broth, milk, eggs, a little honey too and oil. Thicken slowly on fire without boiling. Fill in molds, taking care that the nuts do not sink to the bottom. Bake in hot water bath, when cold unmold. 1 Practically the only recipe in Apicius fairly resembling a modern dessert. This is practically a repetition of number 129, which see. 2 Tor. Modico mel, list. Marrow pure wine and also pure honey, i.e. thick honey for sweetening. Wine would be out of place here. This is an excellent example of nut custard, if the pepper and the broth, liquamen, of the original, in other words spices and brine, or salt, be used very sparingly. 4. Pepper, nutmeg or allspice may be substituted, as is used today in such preparations. The oil seems superfluous, but it is taking the place of our butter. This very incomplete formula is characteristic because of the absence of weights and measures and other vital information as to the manipulation of the materials. None but an experienced practitioner could make use of this formula in its original state. Gall adds toasted raisins, for which there is no authority. The text now proceeds without interruption to the next formula. 144 Thyroterica 1. Patella thyroterica 2. Take any kind of salt fish 3 cook fry or broil it in oil, take the bones out, shred it and add pieces of cooked brains, pieces of other, fresh fish, minced chicken livers 4 and cover with hot soft i.e. liquefied cheese. Heat all this in a dish, meanwhile grind pepper, lovage, oregano, seeds of rue with wine, honey, wine and oil, cook all on a slow fire, bind this sauce with raw eggs, arrange the fish, etc. Properly incorporate. With the sauce sprinkle with crushed cumin and serve 5. 1 GV, list, vat Ms. Thyrotarnica, cf. notes to NOS 427, 428. 2 Tor. 3 Tor. Wanting in other texts. 4 List, GV. Here add hard-boiled eggs, which is permissible, gastronomically. 5 Modern fish au gratin is made in a similar way. Instead of this wine sauce, a spiced cream sauce and grated cheese are mixed with the bits of cooked fish, which is then baked in the dish. Brains, chicken, etc., too, are served au gratin, but a combination of the three in one dish is no longer practiced. However, the Italian method of baking fish, etc., au gratin à l'italienne, contains even more herbs and wine reduction than the above formula. 145 Salt fish balls in wine sauce. 1. Patella arita. 2. Dry pieces of salt tergio. 3 are boned, cleaned, soaked in water, cooked, shredded fine and seasoned with ground pepper, lovage, oregano, parsley, coriander, cumin, rue seeds, and dry mint. Make fish balls out of this material and poach the same in wine, broth and oil, and when cooked, arrange them in a dish. Then make a sauce utilizing the broth, the court bouillon in which the balls were cooked. Season with pepper, lovage, sachet, onions, and wine and vinegar. Also add broth and oil as needed, bind with roux. 4 Pour over the balls, sprinkle with thyme and ground pepper. 5. 1 Reminding us of the Norwegian fiskboller in wine sauce, a popular commercial article found canned in delicatessen stores. 2 List. Patella sicca dry, perhaps because made of dried fish. 3 List. Isitia detersion, GV. Thursday Ione. Probably a common sturgeon, or porpoise, or dolphin. List. Describes it as a kind of salt fish from the Black Sea, a malicious fish with a mouth similar to a rabbit. Dan thinks it is a sturgeon, but in Gaul it appears as tunny. The ancients called the sturgeon Acipenser, but this name was gradually changed into stereo, and stereo, which is similar to tergio, cf. stereo in the vocabulary. The fish in question therefore may have been sturgeon, for which the Black Sea is famous. 4 List, GV. Ovis obligabis tie with eggs, certainly preferable to the Tor version. 5 Tor. Time. The above is an excellent way of making fish balls, it being taken for granted, of course, that the salt fish be thoroughly soaked and cooked in milk before shaping into balls. The many spices should be used very moderately, some to be omitted entirely. We read between the lines of the old formula that the tergio had a long journey from Pontus to Rome. Fish, however dry, acquires a notorious flavor upon such journeys, which must be offset by herbs and spices. It is quite possible that the ancients made a reduction of the herbs and spices mentioned in this formula. In fact, the presence of vinegar leads us to believe this, in which case this formula would be nothing but a very modern sauce. The herbs and spices in a reduction are crushed and boiled down in vinegar and wine, and strained off. They leave their finest flavor in the sauce. 146 Vegetable dinner. Patella ex ola citro. 1. Any kind of vegetables or herbs blanched off in water. With a little soda, squeeze out the water, arrange in a saucepan. Grind pepper, lovage, coriander, sachet, onion with wine, broth, vinegar and oil, add this to the vegetables, stew all until nearly done and tie with roux. Sprinkle with thyme, finely ground. Pepper and serve. Any kind of vegetable too may be prepared in the above manner, if you wish. 1 wanting in tac. And tor. GV patellum ex holicitro. 2 It is worth noting that tor and tac omit this recipe entirely and that tor concludes the preceding formula with the last sentence of the above formula. Except for the difference in one word. Tor. Et de quocunque libro list et al. Herba si volueris facies ut demonstratum est supra. This might mean that it is optional, in the preceding formula, to shape the fish into 1 pound loaves. Instead of the small fish balls, which is often done in the case of force meats, as in veal, beef, ham loaves, or fish pie. We are inclined to accept the reading of Taurinus, for the above way of preparing any kind of vegetables or herbs is somewhat far-fetched. Furthermore, the vegetable dish would more properly belong in Book 3. Just another example of where readings by various editors are different because of the interpretations of one word. In this case one group reads libro whereas the other reads herba. 147 A dish of sardines. Patella de Apua 1. Sardine loaf, or omelette, is made in this manner. 2 Clean the sardines of skin and bones, break and beat eggs and mix with half of the fish. 3 Add to this some stock, wine, and oil, and finish the composition by heating it. When done to a point, add the remaining part of the sardines to it, let it stand a while over a slow fire to congeal. Carefully turn over, dish it up. Mask with a warm 4 wine sauce, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 GV. Patina de Apua fricta, same as Apia, fried fresh small fish of the kind of anchovies, sardines, sprats. In experimenting with this formula we would advise to use salt and oil judiciously, if any at all. We have no knowledge of the ancient Apua fricta other than our making of modern sardines, which is to fry them in oil as quickly as possible after the fish has left the water, for its meat is very delicate. For an omelette, our modern sardines, including kippered smelts, spraten, and similar smoked and processed fish, contain sufficient salt and fat to season the eggs of an omelette. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Tor. Cum aqua, list, GV. Cum Apua. Perhaps a typographical error in Tor. A little water is used to dilute the eggs of an omelette, but Apicius already prescribes sufficient liquids, stock or brine, wine, for that purpose. 4 Tor. Et in calori inogarum perfundes, list, GV. Ut coloret, to keep the omelette in the pan long enough to give it color. We prefer the Taurinus version because an omelette should have no or very little color from the fire. The eggs thus browned are indigestible, and because hot inogarum, winefish sauce, not in list, is accompanying this dish, to give additional savor and a finishing touch. 148 Fine ragout of brains and bacon. Patina ex larides 1 et cerebellis. The dish of bacon and brains is made in this manner. 2 Strain or chop fine hard-boiled eggs. 3 With parboiled brains, calves or pigs, the skin and nerves of which have been removed, also cook chicken giblets, all in proportion to the fish. 4 Put this aforesaid mixture in a saucepan, place the cooked bacon in the center, grind pepper and lovage and to sweeten add a dash of mead, heat, when hot. Stir briskly with the roux whip and bind with roux. 1 GV. Lagitis, Tor. Larides and Largitis, Vatmis Lagitis, list. Prolagitis. Legendum Lacertus. The Lacertus, according to list, is a much esteemed salt fish, not identified. List. etal seem to be mistaken in their reading of Lacertus for Larides. This work stands for salt pork, from laridum and lardum, French, lard. The English lard is applied to the rendered fat of pork in general. Cf. Notes 2. Number 41. Tutor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Oua dura, scho dua 2 eggs. 4 This formula would be intelligible and even gastronomically correct, were it not for this word fish. However, we cannot accept Lister's reading. Lacertus. We prefer the reading, Larides, bacon. The French have another term for this pâtisse sales. Both this and the Taurinus term are in the plural. They are simply small strips of bacon, to which Taurinus again refers in the above formula. Salsum, coctum in media pons, put the bacon, when done, in the center of the dish. Regarding salsum, also see note to number 41. The above dish resembles ragu fin and coquille, a popular continental dish, although its principal ingredients are sweetbreads instead of brains. 149 Broiled mullet. Patina ex piscibus mollis 1. A dish of mullet consists of 2 scaled salt mullet, placed in a clean pan with enough oil 3 as is necessary for cooking. When done, add a dash of honey-wine or raisin wine, sprinkle with pepper, and serve. 1 List, GV. Mullorum loco salsi salt mullet. Tutor. Wanting in other texts. 3 List. Liquamen broth, brine, which would be worse than carrying owls to Athens. As a matter of fact, the mullet, if it be what List says, loco salsi, salted on the spot, i.e. as caught, near the seashore, requires soaking to extract the salt. 150 A dish of any kind of salt fish. Patina ex piscibus quibus libet 1. Another fish dish is thus made to fry any kind of cured 3 fish, carefully treated, soaked and cleaned. Place in a pan, cover with sufficient oil, lay strips of cooked salt for pork or bacon pâtisse sales over the center, keep it hot. When real hot, add a dash of honey wine to the gravy and stir it up. 5. 1 Extor, GV. P. Piscium loco salsi. Tutor, sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Tor. Duratos hard, no sense here, probably a misprint of the D. List. Curatos carefully treated, cured, processed. 4 Salsum coctum, cf. Notes to number 148, Gall, Dan. Sprinkle the fish with salt. Like Lister's error in the preceding formula, it would be a great blunder to add salt to a cured fish already saturated with salt to the utmost. Cf. also Note 2 to NOS 41, 148. 5 Virtually a repetition of number 149, except for the addition of the pork. 151 Another fish dish, with onions. Alia Piscium patina. Another fish dish, make as follows: 1 Clean any kind of fish and place it properly in a saucepan, with shredded dry escalonian onions, shallots, or with any other kind of onions, the fish on top. Add stock and oil and cook. When done, put broiled bacon in the center, give it a dash of vinegar. Sprinkle with finely chopped savory and garnish with the onions. 1 Tor, sentence wanting in other texts. 152 Alucartian dish. Patin Alucartiana 1. Clean young onions, rejecting the green tops, and place to them in a saucepan with a little broth, some oil and water, and, to be cooked with the onions, place salt pork 3 in the midst of the scallions. When nearly done, add a spoon of honey, 4. A little vinegar and reduced must, taste it, if insipid. Add more brine broth if too salty, add more honey, and sprinkle with savory. 5. 1 Dan. Named for Lucretius Epicurus, a contemporary of Cicero. List. Ab author cui in usu futsic appellata. 2 gv. Concides. Not necessary. 3 salsum crudum salt pork, i.e. not smoked or cured bacon. Den. Raw. Salt, gall. Salt. Impossible, of course. Cf. Notes to NOS 41. 147, 149. 4. To glaze the pork, no doubt, reminding us of our own use of sugar to glaze ham or bacon, and of the molasses added to pork, and beans. 5 gv. Coronum bubulam. In experimenting with this formula omit salt completely. Instead of honey we have also added maple syrup once. To make this a perfect luncheon dish, a starch is wanting, we have therefore added sliced raw potatoes and cooked with the rest, to make it a balanced meal, by way of improving upon Lucretius. Since the ancients had no potatoes we have, on a different occasion, created another version by added sliced dashings, colocasia. CFNOS 74, 216, 244, 322. It is surprising that the ancients who used the colocasium extensively did not combine it with the above dish. 153 Stewed Lacertus fish. Patina de Lacertus 1. Clean and wash, soak the fish, to cook and flake it. Break and beat eggs, mix them with the fish, add broth, wine and oil. Place this on the fire. When cooked scrambled, add simple fish wine sauce 3 to it, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 4. 1x list. Wanting in Tor. GVP de Lagitis, cf. note to number 148. 2. Remembering that list reads Lagitis for Lacertus, this formula appears to be an antique scrambled eggs and bacon. Cf. notes to NOS 42, 148 to 150. 3. Enogarum, cf. number 147, the sardine omelette. 4. To cook the eggs as described above would be disastrous. The fish, if such was used, was probably first poached in the broth, wine and oil, and when done, removed from the pan. The fond, or remaining juice or gravy, was subsequently tied with the egg yolks, and this sauce was strained over the fish dressed on the service platter, the enogarum sparingly sprinkled over the finished dish. This would closely resemble our modern au vin blanc fish dishes, the enogarum taking the place of our meat glacé. Another interpretation of this vexatious formula is that if fish was used, the cooked fish was incorporated with the raw beaten eggs, which were then scrambled in the pan. In that event this formula resembles closely the sardine omelette. 154. A fish stew. Patina Zomari 1. The Zomari fish dish is made as follows: 2. Take raw ganonas 3 and other fish whichever you like, place them in a saucepan, adding oil, broth, reduced wine, a bunch 4 of leeks and green coriander. While this cooks, crush pepper, lovage, and a bunch of oregano, which crush by itself and dilute with the juice 5 of the fish. Now dissolve. Break and beat egg yolks for a liaison. Prepare and taste the dish, binding the sauce with the yolks, sprinkle with pepper, and serve. 1 list. Zomatiganite, a dish of fish boiled in their own liquor, GV. Zomatiganon, lan. Zomerganonas, vat mis zomanum ganus. 2. Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3. Ganonas crudas, an unidentified fish. 4. Bouquet garni. 5. I used a suo sibi old ploshin latinite. CFHC Cood, CITA Pishana. The proof of the antiquity and the genuineness of Apicius. 155 Sol in white wine. Patina ex solis 1. A dish of sole is thus made to beat the sole 3. Prepare 4 and place them in a shallow saucepan. Add oil, broth and wine, and poach them thus. Now crush pepper, lovage, oregano, and add of the fish juice, then bind the sauce with raw eggs yolks. To make a good creamy sauce of it, strain this over the sole, heat all on a slow fire to fill it with live heat, sprinkle with pepper and serve 5. 1 GV. P. Sole arum. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Beat, to make tender, to be able to remove the skin. 4 Tor. Curatos trim, skin, remove entrails, wash. 5 One of the best of Apician accomplishments. Exactly like our modern sole au vin blanc, one of the most aristocratic of dishes. Cf. number 487, Excerpta. 19. 155 A fish liquor. Patina ex piscibus. A liquor in which to cook fish is made by taking 1 ounce of pepper, 1 pint of reduced wine, 1 pint of spiced wine and 2 ounces of oil. 1 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 156 A dish of little fish. Patina de piscicules 1. Take raisins, pepper, lovage, oregano, onions, wine, broth and oil, place this in a pan. After this has cooked, add to it the cooked small fish, bind with roux and serve. 1 Smelts, anchovies, whitebait. 157 A dish of toothfish, dory, or sea mullet and oysters. Patina de piscibus dentis, orida et mugil 1. Take the fish, prepare clean, trim, wash and half broil or fry them, thereupon shred them in good-sized pieces. Next prepare oysters, put in a mortar. 6 Scruples of pepper, moisten with broth and crush. Add a small glass of broth, 1 of wine to it, put in a saucepan 3 ounces of oil and the shelled oysters and let them poach with wine sauce. When they are done, oil a dish on which place the above-mentioned fish pieces and stewed oysters, heat again, and when hot, break 42 eggs, whip them and pour them over the oysters, so that they congeal. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 3. 1 Dentex toothfish, orida gilt dory, red snapper, Mugilus c. mullet, according to some. 2 GV. Ova 11 eggs. Tac. Ova XL, which may be read XL 40. 3 This dish may be allowed to congeal slowly. If done quickly it may become a dish of scrambled eggs with fish and oysters. 158 Sea bass, or barracuda. Patina de lupo 1. Grind pepper, cumin, parsley, rue, onions, honey, broth, raisin wine and drops of oil 2. 1 GV. P. de Pice lupo wolf, because of its voracity, a sea fish, sea pike, or sea bass, perhaps akin to our barracuda, wolfish both in appearance and character. Sch perxa labrax lin. 2 The cleaned fish is cut into convenient portions or fillets, placed in an oiled pan, the ingredients spread over, it is either poached in the oven or cooked under the open fire. Scutch here inserts his NOS 153 to 166, which more properly belong among the excerpta of Venidarius and which are found at the end book X by Apicius. 159 A dish of sorb apple, hot, or cold. Patina de sorbus calida et frigida. Take medlars, clean them, crush them in the mortar and strain through colander. 4 Cooked calves or pork brains, skinned and freed from stringy parts, put in the mortar with 8 scruples of pepper, dilute with stock and crush, adding the medlar pulp and combine all. Now break 8 eggs and add a small glass of broth. Oil a clean pan. and place it in the hot bath or in the hot ashes. After you have filled it with the preparation, make sure that the pan gets enough heat from below. Let it congeal, and when done sprinkle with a little fine pepper and serve. SCH number 166. 160 A dish of peaches 1. Patinata persicis. Clean hard-skinned peaches and slice, stew them, arrange in a dish, sprinkle with a little oil, and serve with cumin-flavored wine 2. 1 Tor. Is not sure whether this is a Persian fish or Peaches persica. 2 Dan. Pepper, for which there is no authority. SCH number 167. 161 A dish of pears. Patinata pears. A dish of pears is made this way: 1 Stew the pears, clean out the center, remove core and seeds. Crush them with pepper, cumin, honey, raisin wine, broth and a little oil, mix with eggs, make a pie. Custard of this, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. SCH number 168. 162 A dish of sea nettles. Patinata urtica 1. A dish of sea nettles, either hot or cold, is made. Thus, 2 Take sea nettles, wash and drain them on the colander, dry on the table and chop fine. Crush 10 scruples of pepper, moisten with broth. Add 2 small glasses of broth and 6 ounces of oil. Heat this in a saucepan and when cooked take it out and allow to cool off. Next oil a clean pan. Break 8 eggs and beat them, combine these with the above preparations, place the pan on hot ashes. To give it heat from below, when done congealed. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Gv. P. urticarum calida et frigida. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 163 A dish of quinces. Patinata sidena is 1. A dish of quinces is made as follows: 2 quinces are cooked with leeks, honey, and broth, using hot oil, or they are stewed in honey 3. 1 Gv. P. decidonice. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 This latter method would appeal to our modern notion of preparing fruits of this sort. We use sugar syrup to cook them in and flavor with various spices, adding perhaps a little wine or brandy. 3. Of finely chopped, minced meats. Dominat alibus 1. 164 A mince of seafood. Minutal marinum. Place the fish in saucepan, add broth, oil and wine and poach it. Also finely chop leek heads, the white part only of leeks, and fresh coriander. When cool, mince the fish fine, form it into small cakes 2, adding capers 3 and sea nettles well cleaned. These fish cakes cook in a liquor of pepper, lovage, and oregano. Crushed, diluted with broth and the above fish liquor, which skim well, bind with roux or eggs. Stir, strain over the cakes, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Gv. Minutal de piscibus vel isocias. 2 Tac. Gv isiciola, minuta resembling our modern quenelles de poisson, tiny fish dumplings. 3 Tac. Cum caparis, Tor. C. caparibus, vat mis concarpus, list. Gv. Conserpus. 165 Tarentine minutal. Minutal tarentinum 1. Finely chop the white part of leeks and place in a saucepan, add oil, fry lightly and broth, next add small sausage to be cooked likewise. To have a good Tarentine dish, they must be tender. The making of these sausage will be found among the Isicia. NOS 60-66 2. Also make a sauce in the following manner: crush pepper, lovage, and oregano, moisten with broth, add of the above sausage gravy, wine, raisin wine, put in a saucepan to be heated. When boiling, skim carefully, bind, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 gv. Tarentinum, for which there is no reason. Tarentum, town of Lower Italy, now Taranto, celebrated for its wine and luxurious living. Two such references to other parts of the book are very infrequent. 166 Apician Manudle. Manudle Apicianum. The Apician manudle is made as follows: 1 oil, broth, wine, leek heads, mint, small fish, small tidbits. 2 cock's fries or capon's kidneys, 3 and pork. Sweetbreads, all of these are cooked together. 4. Now crush pepper, lovage, green coriander, or seeds, moistened with broth, add a little honey. And of the own liquor 5 of the above morsels. Wine and honey to taste, bring this to a boiling point, skim, bind, stir well, strain, pour over the morsels. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 6. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 2 Isicia quenelles, dumplings of some kind, mostly fine forcemeats. 3 Testiculi caponum, the capon has no testiculi, these organs having been removed by an operation when the cock is young. This operation is said to have been first performed by a Roman surgeon with the intention of beating the lex Fania, or Fanian law, sponsored by a fanatic named Fannius. It prohibited, among other restrictions, the serving of any fowl at any time or repast except a hen, and this hen was not to be fattened. Note the cunning of the law: the useful hen and her unlaid eggs could be sacrificed, while the unproductive rooster was allowed to thrive to no purpose, immune from the butcher's block. This set the shrewd surgeon to thinking. He transformed a rooster into a capon. By his surgical trick, the emasculated bird grew fat without his owner committing any infraction of the Roman law against fattening chickens. Of course the capon, being neither hen nor rooster, was perfectly safe to eat, for he was within the law. Thus he became a huge success as an ancient bootleg chicken. For these integral parts must be prepared and poached separately and merely heated together before the final service. 5 Again the Plautian colloquialism I used desuo sibi. 6 This dish is worthy of Apicius. It is akin to our ragout financier, and could pass for vol au vent à la financiere if it were served in a large fluffy crust of puff paste. 167 Manudle la Mattius 1. Manudle Mattianum. Put in a saucepan oil, broth, finely chopped leeks, coriander, small tid bits, cooked pork shoulder. Cut into long strips including the skin, have everything equally half done. Add Mattian apples too. Cleaned, the core removed, sliced lengthwise and cook them together. Meanwhile crush pepper, cumin, green coriander or seeds, mint, laser root. Moistened with vinegar, honey, and broth and a little reduced must, add to this the broth of the above morsels, vinegar to taste, boil, skim, bind. Strain over the morsels, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Named for Mattius, ancient author, or because of the Mattian apples used in this dish, also named for the same man. Plinius, Nat Histori lib 15, cap. 14-15, Columella, de re rustica, lib 12, caps Lii. This is not the first instance where fruits or vegetables were named for famous men. Beets, a certain kind of them, were named for Varro, writer on agriculture. Mattius, according to Varro, wrote a book on waiters, cooks, cellar men and food service in general, of which there is no trace today. It was already lost during Varro's days. 2 cf. Note 1, above. This illustrates the age-old connection of pork and apples. 168 Sweet Manudle. Manudle dulce 1. In a saucepan put together oil, broth, coctura, 2 finely cut leek heads and green coriander. Cooked pork shoulder, small tid bits. While this is being cooked, crush pepper, cumin, coriander or its seeds, green rue, laser root, moistened with vinegar, reduced must and the gravy of the above morsels. Add vinegar to taste. When this sauce is cooked, hollow out citron squash 3 cut in dice. Boil and place them together with the rest in the dish, skim, bind, strain the sauce, pour it over the morsels. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 GV. MX Citrius. 2. At this late point Apicius commences to use the term coctura, which does not designate any particular ingredient but rather stands for a certain process of cookery, depending upon the ingredients used in the dish. We would here interpret it as the frying of the leeks in oil, etc. In another instance, coctura may mean our modern reduction. 3. The fruit to be used here has not been satisfactorily identified. The texts have citrium and citrum, a sweet squash or cucumber, perhaps even a melon, but not the citron, the mala citria as read by list. This specimen is hard to identify because of the many varieties in the cucumber, squash and the citrus families. Citrus, as a matter of fact, is but a corruption of cedrus, the cedar tree. We are not sure whether this fruit is to be stuffed with the ragu and then baked, as is often the custom to do with such shells. The text prescribes distinctly to hollow out the fruit. The title, implying a sweet dish, is obviously wrong. It may be remarked here that Apicius makes no mention of that marvelous citrus fruit, the lemon, nor of the orange, both of which are indispensable to modern cookery. 169 Manutla of fruit. Manutla ex precoquis. In a saucepan put oil, broth and wine, finely cut shallots, diced cooked pork shoulder. When this is cooked, crush pepper, cumin, dry mint, dill, moisten with honey, broth, raisin wine and a little vinegar, some of the gravy of the above morsels. Add fruits the seeds of which have been taken out. Let boil. When thoroughly cooked, skim, bind. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. This, rather than number 168, deserves the title, sweet manutl, for it is practically the same, with the addition of the fruit. 170 Manutl of hare's livers. Manutl leperinum. The way to make a manutl of hare's giblets may be found among the hare recipes. 170 In a saucepan put oil, broth and wine, finely cut shallots, diced cooked pork shoulder. When this is cooked, crush pepper, cumin, dry mint, dill, moisten with honey, broth, raisin wine and a little vinegar, some of the gravy of the above morsels. Add seedless fruits, let boil. When thoroughly cooked, skim, bind, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Number 386, Book 8 is one of these recipes. This is one of the few instances where the ancient original makes any reference to any other part of the Apicius book. After this bare reference, the original proceeds to repeat the text of the preceding formula verbatim. Cf. number 165. Brand suggests a new title for 170a, another sweet manutl. The GV version differs but little from number 169. 171 Red apple manutl. Manutl ex rosis 1. Make this the same way as described in the foregoing. Only add more raisin wine. 1 List. Roses, Tor. Rosaceum, this term, medieval Latin, does not exist in the ancient language. Sch malarosia, rosy or red apple, most likely to be the correct interpretation. CFNOS 136 and 167. The above title has led to the belief that the ancients made pies, etc., of roses. An idea that was much ridiculed in England after the publication of Lister's work in 1705. We concur with Scutch's interpretation that rosy apples were used, remembering, however, that the fruit of the rose tree, the hip, dogbriar, eglantine is also made into dainty confections on the continent today. It is therefore entirely possible that this recipe calls for the fruit of the rose tree. 4. Gruels. Tisinum vel succum. 172 Barley broth, pap, porridge, gruel. Tisana sive creamery 1. Crush barley, soaked the day before, well washed. Place on the fire to be cooked in a double boiler. When hot, add enough oil, a bunch of dill, dry onion, sacchary, and colocosium 2 to be cooked together. Because for the better juice, add green coriander and a little salt, bring it to a boiling point. When done, take out the bunch of dill and transfer the barley into another kettle to avoid sticking to the bottom and burning. Make it liquid by addition of water, broth, milk. Strain into a pot, covering the tops of the colocasia. Next crush pepper, lovage, a little dry fleabane, cumin and silphium 3. Stir it well and add vinegar, reduced must and broth, put it back into the pot, the remaining colocasia finish on a gentle fire for 1 tour. Tisana sive creamery. 2 gv. Coloophium, tour. Coloesium and colcium, the different readings. Perhaps on account of the similarity of the long s with the f. Tour spells this word differently every time he is confronted with it. Tac, lan. Coldium unidentified. List. Colocosium, which see in notes to NOS 74. 200, 216, 244, and 322, also SCHP 95. 3. List. Silphrictum, Tor. Silphium F. 4. Tor. Continuing without interruption. This formula is reported in number 200. 173. Another tisana. Tisana tarica 1. The cereal 2 is soaked, chickpeas, lentils and peas are crushed and boiled with it. When well cooked, add plenty of oil. Now cut green herbs, leeks, coriander, dill, fennel, beets, mallows, cabbage, strunks, all soft and green and finely cut, and put in a pot. The cabbage cook separately. Also, crush fennel seed, origani, silphium, and lovage. And when crushed, add broth to taste. Pour this over the porridge, stir it together and use some finely chopped cabbage stems to sprinkle on top. 2. 1 variants, Verica, Farica, List. Legendum, Puto, Terracam, IDS Salsum. Cf 144, 149, 426-8. Lan, Tor, GV. Vericam, not identified. SCH Faricacorn. Spelt, probably not far from the mark. We would venture to suggest that our farina is the thing here used, or any ordinary corn meal. 2. This formula is repeated in number 201. V. Hors d'oeuvre, appetizers, relishes. Gustum. 174 Movable appetizers. Gustum versatile. The movable 1 appetizers are thus made: 2. Small white beets, mature leeks, celery roots. 3 stewed cockles. 4 ginger. 5 chicken giblets. Small fowl. 6 small morsels cooked in their own liquor. 7. Oil a pan, line it with mallow leaves. and a composition of different vegetables, and, if you have room enough, bulbs, Damascus plums, snails, tid bits 8 short Lucanian sausage sliced. Add broth, oil, wine, vinegar, put on the fire to heat and so cook them. Meanwhile crush pepper, lovage, ginger, a little tarragon, moisten it and let it cook. Break several eggs in a dish, use the remaining liquor in the mortar to mix it with the sauce in the dish and to bind it. When this is done, make a wine sauce for it as follows: crush pepper, lovage, moistened with broth, raisin wine to taste. In a small saucepan put a little oil with the other ingredients, heat, and bind with roux when hot. Now unmold, upset the dish on a platter, remove the mallow leaves, pour over the wine sauce. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 9. 1 movable, either because it is one showpiece that is carried from one guest to another, or, as here indicated, a dish that is to be unmolded or turned out of its mold or pan before service. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 celery roots, i.e. the thick bulbs. GV Apios, bulbose celery, onions. Note the comma after Apios. 4 periwinkles, also snails. 5 tack, lan. Gingibra, tor. Zinziber, vatmizgibera, GV. Gageria. Id giblets. Wanting in list. 6 list. Avicellas, vatmiz ocellar ensilas, tack, lan. Id, tor. Pullorum. Axillus chicken wings, GV. Acellas. 7x ire. 8 Isisha quenelles of forcemeat, etc. 9 An extremely complicated composition of varied morsels, definite instructions. Lacking, however. It is not clear whether the dish was served hot, in which case the dish would not stand up long, or whether served cold, jellified. Moreover, the title gustum or de ovres is not consistent either with similar creations by Apicius or with our own notions of such dishes. This title may merely suggest that such a dish was to be served at the beginning of a repast. This recipe presents an instance of the difficulty to render the text and its variants in a manner acceptable to our modern palates. We are of the opinion that the above recipe is a contraction of 2 or more formulae, each of which, separately, might make acceptable hot appetizers. 175 Vegetable relish 1. Gustum de oleribus 2. For this vegetable dish boil bulbs 3 in broth, oil, and wine. When done add liver of suckling pig 4 chicken livers and feet and small birds 5. Cut in halves, all to be cooked with the bulbs. When done, crush pepper, lovage, moistened with broth, wine, raisin wine to sweeten it. Add of the own liquor of the morsels, retire the onions. When done group the morsels together in the service dish, bind the sauce with roux in the last moment, strain over the morsels and serve. 1 An entremet of fowl and livers. 2 A misnomer, as vegetables play the least part in this dish. 3 Onions, etc. Forge cinera porcelli, sch cinera porcellum. 5 Tor. Axillas ensilas, see note 6 to 174. 176 Stuffed pumpkin fritters. Gustum de cucurbittis farcilibus. A dish of stuffed pumpkin 1 is made thus: 2 peel and cut the pumpkin lengthwise into oblong pieces which hollow out and put in a cool place. The dressing for the same make in this way: crush pepper, lovage, and oregano, moistened with broth. Mince cooked brains and beat raw eggs and mix all together to form a paste, add broth as taste requires. Stuff the above prepared pieces of pumpkin that have not been fully cooked with the dressing, fit 2 pieces together and close them tight, holding them by means of strings or skewers. Now poach them and take the cooked ones out and fry them. 3. The proper wine sauce for this dish make thus: crush pepper, lovage moistened with wine, raisin wine. 2. Taste, a little oil, place in pan to be cooked. When done, bind with roux. Cover the fried pumpkin with this sauce, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 4. 1 Dan. Cucumbers, for which there is no authority. Cucumbers lend themselves equally well for a dish of this kind. They are often stuffed with a force meat of finely minced meats, mushrooms, eggs, bread crumbs, or simply with raw sausage meat, cooked as above, and served as a garnish with entrees. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Presumably in deep fat or oil, a procedure which would require previous breading in bread crumbs or enveloping in frying batter. 4 Whether you like pumpkin and brains or not, Apicius in this dish reveals himself as the consummate master of his art, that he really is a cook. For cooks, moreover, the lucidity of his diction in this instance is equally remarkable. It stands out in striking contrast to his many other formulae which are so obscured. Many of them perhaps were precepts of likewise striking originality, as this one just cited. 177 Compote of early fruit. Gustum de precoquis. Clean hard-skinned early fruits. 1 Remove the seeds and keep them cold in a pan. Crush pepper. 2 Dry mint, moistened with broth, adding honey, raisin wine, and vinegar. Pour this over the fruit in the pan, adding a little oil. Stew slowly. On a weak fire, thicken the juice with roux rice flour or other starch diluted with water. Sprinkle with pepper. 2 And serve. 3. 1 Lister praises the early green fruit and the use thereof, and, as a physician, recommends imitation of the above as follows: in aliis plurimis locis hujus. Fructus mentio fit, usisque mirabilis foot, and cert proter salubritatem, nostrum. Imitationem meriter. 2 We do not like the pepper in this connection, and we venture to suggest that in this case the term probably stands for some other kind of aromatic seed less pungent than the grain known to us as pepper, and one more acceptable to the fine flavor of fruit, namely pimiento, allspice for instance, or clove, or nutmeg, or a mixture of these. Pepper formerly was a generic term for all of these spices, but was gradually confined to the grain pepper of black and white varieties. 3 We concur with Lister's idea of the use of early fruits. The use of early and unripe fruit for this and similar purposes is excellent. The above formula is a good example of our own spiced peaches, pears, etc., usually taken as a relish. Of course, we use sugar instead of honey for sweetening, and brandy instead of wine, but the underlying principles are alike. This is a good illustration of and speaks well for the economy and the ingenuity of the ancients. End of Book 4. Explicit Apicii Pandector, Liber Quartus Tac. Round table. Claw-footed bronze legs on triangular base, consisting of 3 molded cylindrical supports, connected by crossbars. Near the top the legs take on a greyhound design, with a 3-armed brace connecting them. The round top is of marble. Pompeii. NTLMUS, Naples, 78,613, Field M, 24,281. Apicius. Book B. Pompeii, wine stock room of a tavern. Wine was kept in these great jugs, tightly sealed with plaster and pitch, properly dated and labeled, often remaining for many years. Some writers mention wine thus kept for 100 years, the porosity of the earthen crocks, often holding 50 gallons or more, allowed evaporation, so that the wine in time became as thick as oil or honey. which necessitated diluting with water. Smaller amphorae, with various vintages readily mixed, were kept cool in bars very similar to our present ice cream cabinets, ready for service for the guests in tavern rooms. Elaborate dippers, see our illustration, were used to draw the wine from the amphorae. Fruit or dessert dish, see shell shape. The curved handle ends in the head of a griffin. NTLMUS, Naples. 76303, Field M 24298. Book v Legumes. Lib v Austrian 1. Chap. I. Pulse, meal mush, porridge, etc. Chap. 2. Lentils. Chap. 3. Peas. Chap. 4. Beans or peas in the pod. Chap. V. Barley broth. Chap. 6. Green beans, Bayerine beans. Chap. 7. Fenugreek. Chap. 8. Green string beans and chickpeas. I. Meal mush, pulse, pap, porridge, polenta. Depultibus 2. 178 Julian meal mush. Pultes Julianae 3. Julian pulses are cooked thus, soak well cleaned. Spelt, put it on the fire, when cooked, add oil. If it threatens to become thick, carefully thin it down. Take 2 cooked brains and half a pound of meat ground as for force meat, crush this with the brains and put in a pot. Crush pepper, lovage, and fennel seed, moistened with broth, a little wine and put it on top of the brain and meat. When this force meat is heated sufficiently, mix it with the spelt finish boiling, transfer into service dish, thinned. This must have the consistency of a heavy juice for 1 list. Ospreos, G.V. Ospreon cookery of leguminous plants. 2 pools, formerly a simple porridge of various kinds of cereals or legumes, eaten by the Romans before bread came into use. Pools remained in use after the introduction of bread only as a food of the poor. It was also used at sacrifices. The pultes and pulticuli given by Apicius are illustrations of the ever-present desire to improve, to glorify, as it were, a thing which once was or still is of vital importance in the daily life of humans. The nouveau riches of the ancient and the modern world cannot find it easy to separate themselves from their traditions, nor are they wont to put up with their plainness, hence the fancy trimmings. The development of the American pie is a curious analogy in this respect. We see in this the intricate working of human culture, its eternal strife for perfection. And perfection is synonymous with decay. The fare of the Carthusian monks, professed, stern vegetarians, underwent the same tortuous evolution. 3 named for Didius Julianus, the emperor who was a vegetarian. Of course, His Majesty could not live on a plain porridge, hence the Apician artistry. The pultes were popular with the many professed vegetarians, though the obliging cooks mixed finely ground meat in this and other porridges. Our various cream soups and legume purees those most salubrious creations of modern cookery are no doubt lineal descendants from the Apician pultes. They are so scarce comparatively because they require all the ingenuity and resourcefulness of a gifted cook to be perfect. For Dan remarks that this formula is wanting in List. Both Lister's first and second editions have it. 179 Gruel and wine. Pultes enococti. Porridge and wine is thus made, 1 flavor the pulse well with wine 2 and immerse in the juice. Dainty morsels 3. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 2 tor. Enogary, G.V. Enococti. 3 tor. Cupedias, Copadia. 180 Similar. Similam 1. Or flavor cooked spelt with the liquor of dainty. Pieces of pork, or capon 2 cooked in wine 3. 1 tack. Inulam, tor. Malam misreading. 2 tor, list. Upanese. 3 For practical reasons we have separated the text of NOS 179 and 180. Which appears as 1 in the texts. 181 Milk toast. Pultes Tracta Galatae 1. Put a pint of milk and some water on the fire in a new clean pot, break round bread into it too dry. Stir well to prevent burning, add water as necessary. 3. 1 tor. Pulticula tracto gala. 2 list. Trace orbiculos tracti, tor. Teres orbiculos tracti. Tractum is a piece of pastry, a round bread or roll in this case, stale, best suited for this purpose. 3 The text continues without interruption. 182 Honey pap. Semi-liter. Honey and mead are treated similarly, mixed with milk, with the addition of salt and a little oil. 178 to 183 Pulse. Pultes 1. 1 tor. Alia pulticula. This is a verbatim repetition of number 178. 2. Lentils. Lenticula 1. 183 Lentils and cow parsnips. Lenticula ex spondylis sive fondylus 2. Put the lentils in a clean saucepan and cook with salt. In the mortar crush pepper, cumin, coriander seed, mint, rue, and fleabane, moistened with vinegar. Add honey and broth and reduced must vinegar to taste and put this in a saucepan. The cooked cow parsnips crush, heat mix with the lentils. When thoroughly cooked, add green fresh olive oil and serve in an appropriate dish. 3. 1 tor. De lenticula et castanes. 2 list. Again, ex spongiolis of fungulis. See notes to NOS. 115 to 120 and 431. 3 Bolatara mushroom dish. GV in Boltari, tac. In super oleum. Uaridum midis, tor. Inulutari unidentified. 184 Lentils 1 and chestnuts. Lenticulum de castanes 2. Take a new saucepan, place therein the chestnuts. Carefully clean. 3 Add water and a little soda and place on the fire to be cooked. This done, crush in the mortar pepper, cumin, coriander seed, mint, rue, laser root, and fleabane moistened with vinegar, honey, and broth. Add vinegar to taste and pour this over the cooked chestnuts. Add oil and allow to boil. When done, crush it in the mortar for taste to see if something is missing, and if so, put it in, and at last add green fresh virgin oil. 1 Lentils are omitted in this formula, therefore see the following formula. 2 Thus GV, tor. Chestnuts. 3 I.e. peeled and skinned. To do this easily, boil the chestnuts with the skin, whereupon the outer brown shell and the inner membrane are easily removed. 4 To make a puree of the chestnuts, which strain through the colander. 184a Another way. 1. A liter lenticulum. Cook the lentils, skim them, strain, add leeks. Green coriander, crush coriander seed, fleabane. Laser root, mint seed, and rue seed moistened with vinegar. Add honey, broth, vinegar, reduced must to taste, then oil, stirring the puree until it is done. Bind with rue, add green oil, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 It is evident that number 184 and the above are really one formula, the former dealing with the cooking of the maroons, the latter describing the lentils. Presumably the two purees are to be mixed, or to be served as integral parts of one dish. 3. 185 peas. Apicius. Cook the peas, when steamed, lay leeks, coriander, and cumin on top. Crush pepper, lovage, cumin, dill and green basilica, wine, and broth to taste. Make it boil, when done stir well, put in what perchance should be missing and serve 1. This reminds us of petits pois à la française, namely green peas, often very young ones with the pods, cooked in broth, or bouillon, with shredded bacon, lettuce, parsley, onions, or leeks, as above, fresh mint, pepper, salt and other fresh herbs such as chervil, which is a very delectable way of preparing the tender pea. Some of its refreshing green color is sacrificed by this process, but this loss is amply offset by the savor of the dish. 186 peas supreme style. Peas à farcilles 1. Cook the peas with oil and a piece of sow's belly. 2. Put in a saucepan broth, leek heads the lower white part green coriander and put on the fire to be cooked. Of tid bits 3 cut little dice. Similarly, cook thrushes or other small game birds, or take sliced chicken and diced brain, properly cooked. Further cook, in the available liquor or broth, Lucanian sausage and bacon, cook leeks in water. Crush a pint of toasted pignolia nuts, also crush pepper, lovage, oregano, and ginger, dilute with the broth of pork, tie for take a square baking dish, suitable for turning over which oil well and line with col 5 sprinkle on the bottom a layer of crushed nuts upon which put some peas, fully covering the bottom of the squash dish. On top of this arrange slices of the bacon 6 leeks and sliced Lucanian sausage, again cover with a layer of peas and alternate all the rest of the available edibles in the manner described until the dish is filled, concluding at last with a layer of peas, utilizing everything. Bake this dish in the oven, or put it into a slow fire covering it with live coal, so that it may be baked thoroughly. Next make a sauce of the following: put yolks of hard-boiled eggs in the mortar with white pepper, nuts, honey, white wine and a little broth, mix and put it into a saucepan to be cooked. When the sauce is done, turn out the peas into a large silver dish and mask them with this sauce, which is called white sauce. 7. 1 list. Peas à farcilles, Tour. P. farcilia, TAC, GV. Pisam farcilum same as fartilles, from farcio fattened, stuffed, or crammed, or as full as it can hold. Metaphorically perhaps supreme style, most sumptuous, etc. 2. This meat being fat enough, the oil seems superfluous. 3. Isitia, formerly called Greek Hysitia, any fine force meats, cut into or cooked in tiny dumplings. 4. Liaison wanting in tour. 5. Tour makes no mention of the square dish and its caul lining. Caul is the abdominal membrane. 6. Petasones pulpas, Dan. Ham, which is not quite correct. The petaso is the shoulder part of pork, either cured or fresh, generally fresh. The cooked pork shoulder here is cut into small pieces. Nothing is said about the utilization of the sow's belly mentioned at the opening of the formula. We assume that the petaso can take its place in the dish. 7. There is nothing just like this dish in the history of gastronomy, considering both the comparatively cheap materials and the refinement of the gastronomic idea which it embodies. The chartreuses of Kerm are the nearest thing to it. Lister waxes enthusiastic about it. 187 Indian peas. Pisam indicam 1. Cook peas, when steamed, put in the saucepan. Finely chopped leeks and coriander to be cooked. With the peas. Take small cuttlefish, most desirable because of the black liquor, and cook them also. Add oil, broth and wine, a bunch of leek and green coriander, and make it boil. When done, crush pepper, lovage, oregano, a little wild cumin to moisten. With the juice of the peas add wine and raisin. Wine to taste, mince the fish very fine, incorporate it with the peas, and sprinkle with pepper 3. 1 tor. Pisum indicum. 2 tor, tac. KCI modicum, other texts, care. 3. The text continues without interruption to the next formula. 188 Another way. A liter. Cook the peas, work well to make a puree, place in the cold, stirring until they have cooled off. Finally chop onions and the whites of hard-boiled eggs, season with salt and a little vinegar, the yolks press through a colander into an entree dish, season with fresh oil and serve. 1. The texts fail to state that the whites, yolks, onions, vinegar, and oil must eventually be combined into a dressing very similar to our own modern vinaigrette. For decorative and other gastronomic reasons, the separate treatment of the whites and the yolks is both ingenious and excellent, and is very often practiced in good kitchens today. 189 Peas or beans a la Vitellius. Pisam Vitellianum sive fabam 1. Peas or beans with yolks are made thus: to cook the peas, smoothen 3 them, crush pepper, lovage, ginger, and on the condiments put hard-boiled yolks, 3 ounces of honey, also broth, wine and vinegar, mix and place all in a saucepan, the finely chopped condiments with oil added, put on the stove to be cooked. With this flavor the peas, which must be smooth, and if they be too harsh in taste add honey and serve. 4. 1 List. Pisa Vitelliana, named for Vitellius, 9th Roman emperor, notorious glutton, according to Hum, who says that V invented this dish. Ab. Octari Vitellio Imperator Luxui di Didissimo. But Tor differs. His Pisum Vitellinum stands for peas with yolks, vitellum yolk, also calf, dim. Vitellinum. Tac. Vm. Cf. number 193. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Lias to make a puree by crushing and straining. Tor. Leavigabes, from levigo, meaning the same. 4 If Vitellius never invented any other dish than this one, his gluttony was overrated. As a gastronomer he may be safely relegated to the vast multitude of ill-advised people whose craving for carbohydrates, which is perhaps pathological, causes them to accumulate a surplus of fat. This was fatal to Vitellius and his faithful court baker, who is said to have stuck to his master to the last. The poor emperor's embonpoint proved cumbersome when he fled the infuriated mob. Had he been leaner he might have effected a getaway. He was dragged through the streets and murdered, December 21 or 22, AD 69. 190 Another way. A liter pisam sive fabam. When the peas or beans are steamed, mix broth, honey, must, cumin, rue, celery seed, oil and wine, stir. 1. Serve with crushed pepper and sausage. 2. 1 gv. Tutti clabes, tor. Messias. 2 cum isosias bits of forcemeat. 191 Another way. A liter pisam sive fabam. When the peas or beans are steamed, flavor them with crushed Persian 1 laser, broth and must, pour a little oil over and serve. 1 Parthian, from Parthia, a country of Asia. 192 A tempting dish of peas. Pisam adulteram 1 Versitilum. This adroit, tempting dish of peas is prepared in this manner: to cook peas, brains or small birds. Or bone thrushes, Lucanian sausage, chicken livers. And giblets, all of which are put in a sauce pan, broth, oil and a bunch of leeks, green coriander. Finely chopped, cook with the brains, crush. Pepper, lovage and broth 3. 1 sch, Dan. Crafty, i.e. not genuine. Adulteram cannot here be used in its most accepted sense, because the peas are genuine, and no attempt is made to adulterate or fake this dish in any way, shape, or form. Never before have we applied the term seductive to any dish, but this is just what adultera means. Tempting of course is quite common. Tutor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3. This formula is incomplete or mutilated, the last sentence breaks off in the middle, very likely a description of the sauce or condiments belonging to the peas. Each and every component of this, really tempting, dish must be cooked separately. They are then composed in a dish, nicely arranged, with the peas in the center, surrounded by the several morsels, with an appropriate gravy made from the natural liquor or juices of the component parts poured over the dish. 193 Peas a la Vitellius. Pisam sive fabam Vitellianum 1. Peas or beans in the style of Vitellius prepare. Thus, too, the peas or beans are cooked, when carefully schemed, add leeks, coriander and mallow. Flowers 3, when done, crush pepper, lovage, oregano, and fennel seed moistened with broth and put it into a saucepan with wine 4, adding oil. Heat thoroughly and when boiling stir well, put green oil on top and serve. One named for the inventor, Emperor Vitellius, cf. notes to number 189. Tor. Vitellianum. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 wanting in Dan. 4 Tor. 4. 194 Beans in the pod. Concicla 1. Cook the beans 2, meanwhile crush pepper, lovage, cumin, green coriander, moistened with broth and wine, and add more broth to taste. Put into the saucepan with the beans, adding oil, heat on a slow fire and serve. 1 Tor. Concicla concis concicula young, immature beans. String or wax, boiled in the shell or pod. 2 Conciclam cum faba young string beans and, dry, white or kidney beans, cooked separately of course and mixed when done, ready for service. 195 Peas in the pod Apician style. Conciclam Apicianum. For peas in the pod 1 Apician style take, 2 a clean earthen pot in which to cook the peas, 2. The peas add finely cut Lucanian sausage, little pork cakes 3, pieces of meat 4 and pork shoulder. 5 Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, dill, dry onions. 6 Green coriander moistened with broth, wine. And add more broth to taste. Unite this with the peas in the earthen pot, to which add oil in sufficient quantity to be absorbed by the peas. Finish on a slow fire to give it live heat and serve. 1 Peas in the pod are likewise called concicla, hence perhaps any legumes cooked in the shells. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 Isitiola porcina. 4 Pulpas, in this case no specific meat. 5 Pediso, Dan. Pieces of ham. 6 Cpam 6 ordinary dry onions, not shallots. 196 Simple dish of peas in the pod. Concicla de pisa simplici 1. Cook the peas in the pods when schemed, add a bunch 2 of leeks and green coriander. While being cooked crush pepper, lovage, oregano, and the above bunch of herbs 3, moisten with its own juice. Wine 4, enough to suit your taste, then add oil. And finish on a slow fire. 5. 1 Thus GV, Tor. Concicla picerum. 2 sch feniculum instead of fasciculum. 3 gv. Desuo sibi fricae bis, tor. Source mf. 4 gv. Wine wanting in tor. 5 Brandt, referring to number 154, suggests that the things crushed in a mortar be placed on top of the peas. 197 peas in the pod a la commodus 1. Concicla commodiana. Make peas commodian style thus: to cook the peas, when schemed, crush pepper, lovage, dill. Shallots moistened with broth, add wine and broth to taste, stir in a saucepan with the peas to combine. For each sextarius of peas beat 4 eggs. And combine them with the peas, place on the fire. To thicken avoiding ebullition and serve. 1 Hum. Named for Commodus, the emperor, list. For Commodus Antonius, son of the philosopher Marcus. 2 Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 198 Another style. A liter conciclam sic facies 1. Cut raw chicken into small pieces, add broth, oil and wine, and stew it. Chop onions and coriander fine and add brains, calves or pork, parboiled, the skin and nerves removed, to the chicken. When this is cooked, take the chicken out and bone it. The peas cook separately, without seasoning, only using chopped onions and coriander and the broth of the chicken. Strain part of the peas and arrange them alternately in a dish with the pieces of chicken, brains and the unstrained peas. Then crush pepper and cumin, moistened with chicken broth, in the mortar. Beat 2 eggs with broth to taste, pour this over the chicken and peas, finish on a slow fire. 1 Dish out on a heap of peas, garnish with pine nuts and serve. 1 By congealing in a mold, which is unmolded on a heap of peas. Daniel directs to stuff the whole chicken with the pea preparation, brains, etc., and to poach it in a square pan. 199 Stuffed chicken or suckling pig. Concoclatus pullus vel porcellus 1. Bone either chicken or suckling pig from the chicken. Remove the breastbone and the upper joint bones of the legs, hold it together by means of wooden skewers, and meanwhile to prepare the following dressing in this manner, alternate inside of the chicken or pig. Peas with the pods washed and cooked, brains, Lucanian sausage, etc. Now crush pepper, lovage, oregano, and ginger, moistened with broth, raisin, wine and wine to taste, make it boil. When done, use it moderately for seasoning and alternately with the other dressing, wrap the chicken, or pig in caul, place it in a baking dish and put it in the oven to be cooked slowly, and serve. 1 GV, Tor. Consicle farziles. 2 Tor. Here splits the formula, using the above title. V. Gruels. Tisanum et ilicam 1. 200 Barley broth. Ilicam vel succum tisani sic facies 2. Crush well washed barley, soak the day before, place on the fire to be cooked. When hot, add plenty oil, a small bunch of dill, dry onion, sacchary, and colocassium, to be cooked together because this gives a better juice. Add green coriander and a little salt, bring it to a boiling point. When well heated, take out the bunch dill and transfer the barley into another vessel to avoid burning on the bottom of the pot. Thin it out with water, broth, milk and strain into a pot, covering the tips of the colocasia too. Next crush pepper, lovage, a little dry fleabane, cumin, and silphium, stir well, add vinegar, reduced must and broth, put it back in the pot, the remaining colocasia finish on a gentle fire. 1 A repetition of Book 4, Chap 4, Tisanum vel succum, are number 172. Tutor. Still has difficulties with the vegetable called by Lister colocasium. He reads here colonium and colosium. GV coloiphium. Cf. Note 1 to No. 172 and Note to NOS 74, 216, 244 and 322. 201 Another gruel. Aletotisanum 1. Soak chickpeas, lentils, and peas, crush barley. And cook with the legumes, when well cooked. Add plenty of oil. Now cut greens, leeks, coriander, dill, fennel, beets, mallows, cabbage strunks. All soft and green and very finely cut, and put in a pot. The cabbage cook separately, also crush fennel seed, plenty of it, oregano, silphium, and lovage. And when ground, add broth to taste, pour this over the porridge, stir, and use some finely chopped cabbage stems to sprinkle on top. 1. A repetition of number 173. 6. Green beans. Fabacia viridis et bianni 1. 202 Green beans. Fabacia viridis. Green beans are cooked in broth, with oil, green coriander, cumin, and chopped leeks, and served. 1. Beans grown in baya, also called bagenas or bacanas, beans without skin, or pods. 203 Bean sauté. A liter, Fabacia fricti. Fried beans are served in broth. 204 Mustard beans. A liter, Fabacia ex sinapi. The beans previously cooked are seasoned with crushed mustard, seed, honey, nuts, rue, cumin, and served with vinegar. 205 Bayain beans. Bayanas 1. Cooked beans from baya are cut fine and finished with rue, green celery, leeks, vinegar to a little must or raisin wine and served. 3. 1. Named for Baya, a town of Campania, noted for its warm baths, a favorite resort of the Romans. 2. Wanting in Tour. 3. These apparently outlandish ways of cooking beans compel us to draw a modern parallel in a cookery book, specializing in Jewish dishes. To prove that Apicius is not dead by a long shot, we shall quote from Wolf, Rebecca. Cookbook für Israelitische Frauen, Frankfurt, 1896, 11th edition. As a matter of fact, Rebecca Wolf is outdoing Apicius in strangeness, a case of apicium in ipso apitio, as Lister sarcastically remarks of Taurinus. Rebecca Wolf, Note 211. Wash and boil the young beans in fat bouillon. Apicius, oleum et liquamen, adding a handful of chopped pepperwort, a piper, ligusticum, and later chopped parsley, a petroselinum, some sugar, a mel pavo, little honey, and pepper. Beans later in the season are cooked with potatoes. The young beans are tied with flour dissolved in water, or with rue. Id. Ibid, number 212, beans sweet sour. Boil in water, fat, salt, add vinegar, sugar or syrup, English aromatics and spices, lemon peel, and a little pepper. Bind with rue. Id. Ibid, number 213, cut pickled beans, schneidebenen, prepare as No. 212, but if you would have them more delicious, take instead of the rue grated chocolate, sugar, cinnamon, lemon peel, and lemon juice, and some claret. If not sour enough, add vinegar, but right here you must add more fat. You may lay on top of this dish a bouquet of sliced apples. Id. Ibid, number 214, beans and pears. Take cut and pickled beans and prepare as above. To this add peeled fresh pears, cut into quarters, then sugar, lemon peel cut thin, cinnamon, English mixed spices, and at last the rue, thinned with broth. This dish must be sweet and very fat. As for exotic combinations, Apicius surely survives here, is even surpassed by this Jewish cookery book where, no doubt, very ancient traditions have been stored away. 7. 206 The herb fenugreek. Phenum graecum 1. Fenugreek is prepared in broth, oil and wine. 1 tor. Or phenum, gv. Phaenum. 8. 207 Green string beans and chickpeas. Fazioli 1 Virides et Cicer. Are served with salt, cumin, oil, and a little pure wine. 1 tor. Phazolus, the bean with a long, saber-like pod, a phasol, kidney. Bean, when ripened. 208 Another way. A liter Phaseolus et Cicer. Beans or chickpeas are cooked in a wine sauce and seasoned with pepper 1 dan. And gall, roasted beans. 209 Boiled, sumptuously. Et alizati, sumpto 1. And cook the beans, in a rich manner, remove the seeds and serve as a salad 2, with hard eggs. Green fennel, pepper, broth, a little reduced wine. And a little salt, or serve them in simpler ways, as you may see fit. 1. The original continues with the preceding formula. 2. For a salad we would add finely chopped onion, pepper, and some lemon juice. The purpose of removing the seeds is obscure. GV reads semine cum ovis. Tac. Semi, hum. S cum lobes. The passage may mean to sprinkle, so, with hard-boiled, and finely chopped, eggs, which is often done on a salad and other dishes. End of Book V. Explicit Apicii Osprian Liber Quintus Tac. Adjustable table. Polychrome marble in bronze frame. 4 elaborately designed bronze legs, braced and hinged, so that the table may be raised or lowered. The legs end in claw feet resting on a molded base. Above they are encircled with leaves, from which emerge young satyrs, each holding a rabbit under the left arm. The legs below the acanthus leaves are ornamented with elaborate floral patterns, inlaid, with other inlaid patterns on the connecting braces and around the frame of the marble top. Bronze and marble tables that could be folded and taken down after banquets were used by the Babylonians centuries before this table was designed in Pompeii. NTLMUS, Naples, 72994, Field M 24290. Apicius. Book 6. The Great Crater. Found at Hildesheim in 1868. This and a number of other pieces form the collection known as the Hildesheim Treasure, now at the Kaiser Friedrich Museum, Berlin. This wine crater is entirely of silver, a piece of supreme workmanship. Of Roman origin. Very delicate decoration, anticipating the Renaissance, winged griffins and other monsters, half ox, half lion, at the base, aquatic animals, genii angling and spearing fish. There is a second vessel inside, acting as a liner, to take the weight of the fluid off the decorated bowl. The complete weight is 9,451.8 gr, but the inner liner is stamped CVM Basi Pondo. Thirxi 41 pounds with the base. The weight of silver pieces was inscribed as a check on the slaves. The bowl is 0.36 meter, about 14¼ inches, in height, and 0.353 meter in diameter. It stands on the tripod which is depicted separately. The Dionysus cup. The Dionysus head in the center and the two satyrs are modeled realistically by a most able artist. Lion and lioness heads on the other side. Hildesheim Treasure. Book 6. Fowl. Lib 6. Euripides 1. Chap. I. Ostrich. Chap. 2. Crane or duck, partridge, doves, wood pigeon, squab, and divers birds. Chap. 3. Thrush 2. Chap. 4. Figpecker 2. Chap. V. Peacock 2. Chap. 6. Pheasant 2. Chap. 7. Goose. Chap. 8. Chicken. 1 tack, tor. Trohets, probably an error in their rendering. List. Aeroptes. Greek for fowl. 2. The titles of these chapters and the classification is not adhered in the text of Book 6. The chapters are actually inscribed as follows. Chap. I. Ostrich, 2. Crane or duck, partridge, turtle dove, wood pigeon. Squab and divers birds, 3. Partridge, heathcock, woodcock, turtle dove. 4. Wood pigeon, squab domestic fattened fowl, flamingo, v. Sauce 4. Divers birds, 6. Flamingo, 7. In order that birds may not be spoiled, 8. Goose, 9. Chicken. I. Ostrich. In Struthian. 210 Boiled ostrich. In Struthian elixir. A stock in which to cook ostrich pepper, mint, cumin. Leeks 1, celery seed, dates, honey, vinegar. Raisin wine, broth, a little oil. Boil this in the stock kettle with the ostrich, remove the bird when done. Strain the liquid, thicken with roux. To this sauce add the ostrich meat cut in convenient pieces, sprinkle with pepper. If you wish it more seasoned or tasty, add garlic during coction. 1 gv. Cuminum, tor. C. Porum, which is more likely. 211 Another ostrich stew. A liter in Struthian elixir. Pepper, lovage, thyme, also sacchary, honey, mustard. Vinegar, broth and oil. 2. Crane, duck, partridge, dove, wood pigeon, squab, and divers birds. In Gruvelinate Perdis Tercher Palumbo Columbo et diversus avibus. 212 Crane or duck. Gruem velinatum. Wash the fowl and dress it nicely. 1. Put in a stew pot, add water, salt, and dill, parboil 2 so as to have them half done, until the meat is hard, remove them, put them in a saucepan to be finished by braising. With oil, broth, a bunch of oregano and coriander. When nearly done, add a little reduced must, to give it color. Meanwhile crush pepper, lovage, cumin, coriander, laser root, roux moistened. With reduced wine and some honey, add some of the fowl broth 3 to it and vinegar to taste, empty the sauce into a saucepan, heat, bind with roux, and strain the sauce over the fowl in an entree dish. 1 lavas et ornas, i.e., singe, empty carcass of intestines, truss, or bind it to keep its shape during coction, and, usually, lard it with either strips or slices of fat pork and stuff the carcass with greens, celery leaves, etc. 2 Domitia coctura da coques. Apicius here pursues the right course for the removable of any disagreeable taste often adhering to aquatic fowl, feeding on fish or food found in the water, by parboiling the meat. Cf. number 214. 3 Again, as so often, I use desuo sibi, here the liquor of the braising pan. 4. Stock in which the fowl is parboiled cannot be used for reasons set forth in note 2. 213 Another way of cooking crane, duck, or chicken. A liter in gruvel in an 8 vel in pulo. Pepper, shallots, lovage, cumin, celery seed. Prunes or Damascus plum stones removed, fresh. Must, vinegar 1 broth, reduced must and oil. Boil the crane. While cooking it, take care that its head is not touched by the water but that it remains without. When the crane is done, wrap it in a hot towel, and pull the head off so that the sinews follow in a manner that the meat and the bones remain, for one cannot enjoy the hard sinews. 2. 1 Dan. Mead. 2 Remarkable ingenuity. Try this on your turkey legs. Daniel is of the opinion that the head and its feathers were to be saved for decorative purposes. In style during the Middle Ages, when game bird patties were decorated with the fowl's plumage, a custom which survived to Daniel's time, ca 1900. But this is not likely to be the case here, for it would be a simple matter to skin the bird before cooking it in order to save the plumage for the taxidermist. 214 Crane or duck with turnips. Gruem velinatum ex rapes 1. Take out, remove entrails. 2 Clean, wash and dress the bird and parboil 2 it in water with salt and dill. Next, prepare turnips and cook them in water, which is to be squeezed out. 3. Take them out of the pot and wash them again. 4. And put into a saucepan the duck with oil, broth, a bunch of leeks and coriander, the turnips cut into small pieces. These put on top of the duck in order to finish cooking. When half done, to give it color, add reduced must. The sauce is prepared separately. Pepper, cumin, coriander, laser root moistened with vinegar and diluted with its own broth of the fowl. Bring this to a boiling point, thicken with roux. In a deep dish, arrange the duck on top of the turnips. Strain the sauce over it, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Duck and turnips, a dish much esteemed on the continent today. Only few prepare it correctly, as does old Apicius, hence it is not popular with the multitude. 2 Tac, Tor. Excipes, hum. Legendum, ex rapes. 3 Gv. Ut expromere passant, Tor. Expromi, hum. Expromari, all of which does not mean anything. To cook the turnips so that they can be squeezed out. Ex primo, from ex and primo, is the proper thing to do from a culinary standpoint. 4 The turnips are cooked half, the water removed, and finished with the duck, as prescribed by Apicius. It is really admirable to see how he handles these food materials in order to remove any disagreeable flavor, which may be the case both with the turnips, the small white variety, and the duck. Such careful treatment is little known nowadays, even in the best kitchens. Cf. Note 22. Number 212. 215 Another sauce for crane or duck. A liter in gruem velinatum ilazam. Pepper, lovage, cumin, dry coriander, mint, oregano, pine nuts, dates, broth, oil, honey, mustard, and wine. 1 Supposedly the ingredients for a sauce in which the parboiled fowl is braised and served. 216 Roast crane or duck. A liter gruem velinatum assam. Pour over the roast bird this gravy, crush pepper, lovage, oregano with broth, honey, a little vinegar, and oil. Boil it well, thicken with roux, strain. In this sauce place small pieces of parboiled pumpkin or colocassium 1 so that they are finished in the sauce. Also cook with it chicken feet and giblets, all of which serve in a chafing dish, sprinkle with fine pepper and serve. 1 CFNOS 74, 216, 244, 322. 217 Boiled crane or duck in another manner. A liter in gru velinate elixa. Pepper, lovage, celery seed, rocket, or coriander. Mint, dates, honey, vinegar, broth, reduced must, and mustard. Likewise used for fowl roast braised. In the pot. 3. Ways to prepare partridge, heathcock, or woodcock, and boiled turtle dove. In Perdis et Adigena et interture elixis. 218 Partridge. In Perdis. Pepper, lovage, celery seed, mint, myrtle berries. Also raisins, honey 1 wine, vinegar, broth, and oil. Use it cold too. The partridge is scalded with its feathers, and while wet the feathers are taken off, the hair singed it is then cooked in its own juice. Braised, and when done will not be hard if care is taken to baste it. Should it remain hard if it is old, you must continue to cook it until it is tender. 1 honey wanting in tour. 2 gv. A liter. This is one formula. 219 Sauce for partridge, heathcock, and turtle dove. In Perdis et Adigena et interture. Pepper, lovage, mint, rue seed, broth, pure wine, and oil, heated. 4. Wood pigeons, squabs, fattened fowl, flamingo. In Palumbes columbes of ibis in altile et in phenicoptero. 220 for roasts, pepper, lovage, coriander, caraway, shallots, mint, yolks of egg, dates, honey, vinegar, broth, oil and wine. 221 Another sauce for boiled birds. A liter in elixis. To the boiled fowl add 1 pepper, caraway, celery seed, parsley, condiments, mort aria 2 dates, honey, vinegar, wine, oil, and mustard. 1 tor. Wanting in other texts. 2 mort aria, herbs, spices, things pounded in the mortar. Cf. number 38. 222 Another sauce. A liter. Pepper, lovage, parsley, celery seed, rue, pine, nuts, dates, honey, vinegar, broth, mustard and a little oil. 223 Another sauce. A liter. Pepper, lovage, laser, wine 1 moistened with broth. Add wine and broth to taste. Mask the wood pigeon or squab with it. Sprinkle with pepper. 2 and serve. 1 tack, tor. Laserum, vinum, gv. L vivum. 2 wanting in tor. V. 224 Sauce for different birds. Ius in diversis of ibis. Pepper, dry cumin, crushed. Lovage, mint, seedless. Raisins or Damascus plums, little honey, myrtle. Wine to taste, vinegar, broth, and oil. Heat. And whip it well with celery and sacchary 1. 4 centuries sauce whips were made of dry and green twigs, the bark of which was carefully peeled off. 225 Another sauce for fowl. A liter Ius in of ibis. Pepper, lovage, parsley, dry mint, fennel blossoms. 1 moistened with wine, add roasted nuts. From Pontus 2 or almonds, a little honey, wine, vinegar, and broth to taste. Put oil in a pot, and heat and stir the sauce, adding green celery seed. Catmint, carve the fowl and cover with the sauce. 3. 1 Dan Necus. 2 Turkish hazelnuts. 3 Tor. Continuing without interruption. 226 White sauce for boiled fowl. Ius candidum in avem ilizam. Pepper, lovage, cumin, celery seed, toasted nuts. From Pontus, or almonds, also shelled pine nuts. Honey 1 A little broth, vinegar and oil. 1 Tor. Vel, list. Mel. 227 Green sauce for fowl. Ius viride in avibus. Pepper, caraway, Indian spikenard, cumin, bay Leaves, all kinds of green herbs, dates, honey, vinegar, wine, little broth, and oil. 228 White sauce for boiled goose. Ius candidum in ansir elixo. Pepper, caraway, cumin, celery seed, thyme, onion, laser root, toasted nuts, honey, vinegar. Broth and oil 1. 1. A sweet sour white sauce with herbs and spices is often served with goose in northern Germany. 229 Treatment of strong-smelling birds of every description. Ad aves hercusas 1 omni genera. For birds of all kinds that have a goatish 1. Smell 2 Pepper, lovage, thyme, dry mint, sage. Dates, honey, vinegar, wine, broth, oil, reduced. Must, mustard. The birds will be more luscious and nutritious, and the fat preserved, if you envelop them in a dough of flour and oil and bake them in the oven. 3. 1. Probably game birds in an advanced stage of haute gout, as the Germans use the antiquated French term, or mortification as the French cook says. Possibly also such birds as crows, blackbirds, buzzards, etc., and fish feeding fowl. Moreover, it must be borne in mind that the refrigeration facilities of the ancients were not too good and that fresh goods spoiled quickly. Hence, perhaps, excessive seasoning, at least, as compared to our modern methods. List. Aves piscivoras, hum. Thinks the birds to be downright spoiled, olidas, rancidas, and gravolents. Tutor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3. 4 birds with a goatish smell. Apicius should have repeated his excellent formula in number 212, the method of parboiling the birds before final coction. If, indeed, one cannot dispense with such birds altogether, the above recipe does not in the least indicate how to treat smelly birds. Wrapping them in dough would vastly increase the ill savor. As for game birds, we agree with most connoisseurs that they should have just a suspicion of haute gout, a condition of advanced mellowness after the rigor mortis has disappeared. 230 Another treatment of odor. Aliad contra urosum odorum 1. If the birds smell, 1. Stuff the inside with crushed fresh olives, sew up the aperture and thus cook. Then retire the cooked olives. 1. Tor, other texts aliter avem, i.e. that the olive treatment is not necessarily confined to ill-smelling birds alone. 6. 231 For flamingo and parrot. In Phanicoptero. Scald 1. The flamingo, wash and dress it, put it in a pot, add water, salt, dill, and a little vinegar. To be parboiled. Finish cooking with a bunch of leeks and coriander, and add some reduced must to give it color. In the mortar crush pepper, cumin, coriander, laser root, mint, rue, moisten. With vinegar, add dates and the fond of the braised bird, thicken, strain, cover the bird with the sauce and serve. Parrot is prepared in the same manner. 1. Prior to removing the feathers, also singe the fine feathers and hair. 232 Another way. A liter. Roast the bird. Crush pepper, lovage, celery seed, sesame 1. Parsley, mint, shallots, dates, honey, wine, broth, vinegar, oil, reduced must to taste. 1. Tor. Sesamum, defrutum, gv. S. frictum. 7. 233 To prevent birds from spoiling. Aves omnes ne liquescent. Scalded with the feathers, birds will not always be juicy. It is better to first empty them through the neck and steam them suspended over a kettle with water. 1. Dry picking is of course the best method. Apicius is trying to overcome the evils of scalding fowl with the feathers. This formula is mutilated, the various texts differ considerably. 8. For goose. In Ansir. 234 boiled goose with cold Apician sauce. Anserum elixum xiure Apiciano frigido. Crush pepper, lovage, coriander seed 1 mint, rue. Moisten with broth and a moderate amount of oil. Take the cooked goose out of the pot and, while hot, wipe it clean with a towel, pour the sauce over it and serve. 1 gv, tour. Fresh, coriander, more suited for a cold sauce. 9. For chicken. In Pulo. 235 raw sauce for boiled chicken. In Pulo elixo ius crudum. Put in the mortar dill seed, dry mint, laser root. Moisten with vinegar, fig wine, broth, a little mustard, oil, and reduced must, and serve. 1. Known as dill chicken 2. 1. This and the preceding cold dressings are more or less variations of our modern cold dressings that are used for cold dishes of all kinds, especially salads. 2. Tour. Heads the following formula: Preparatio pulianitha chicken in dill sauce, which is the correct description of the above formula. Tac, GV. Also commence the next with pullamanethidum, which is not correct, as the following recipe contains no dill. 236 Another chicken. A liter pullus 1. A little honey is mixed with broth, the cooked parboiled chicken is clean, skin taken off, sinews, etc., removed. The carcass dried with a towel, quartered. The pieces immersed in broth too, so that the savor penetrates thoroughly. Fry the pieces in the pan. Pour over their own gravy, sprinkle with pepper. Serve. 1 hum, list. Cf. Note 2 to number 235. 2 Marinated, but the nature of this marinade is not quite clear. A spicy marinade of wine and herbs and spices would be appropriate for certain game birds, but chicken ordinarily requires no marinade except some oil before frying. It is possible that Apicius left the cooked chicken in the broth to prevent it from drying out, which is good. 237 Chicken Parthian style. Pullum parthicum 1. Dress the chicken carefully 2 and quarter it. Crush pepper, lovage, and a little caraway 3. Moistened with broth, and add wine to taste. After frying, place the chicken in an earthen dish 4. Pour the seasoning over it, add laser and wine 5. Let it assimilate with the seasoning and braise the chicken to a point. When done, sprinkle with pepper and serve. One lister is of the opinion that the Pullus parthicus is a kind of chicken that came originally from Asia, Parthia being a country of Asia, the present Persia or northern India, a chicken of small size with feathers on its feet, i.e., a bantam. 2 Pluck, singe, empty, wash, trim. The texts, a navi. Hum. Hoc est, apart. Posterior ventris, qui ut navis cavus and figuri aegis non dissimili est dan. Takes. This literally, but navo, navis, here simply means to perform diligently. 3 Tour. Casei modicum, list. Carré more likely than cheese. 4 Cumana, an earthenware casserole, excellent for that purpose. 5 GV. Laser et vivum. 238 Chicken sour. Pullum oxysomum. A good-sized glass of oil, a smaller glass of broth, and the smallest measure of vinegar, 6. Scruples of pepper, parsley, and a bunch of leeks. GV laser asatis modus. These directions are very vague. If the raw chicken is quartered, fried in the oil, and then braised in the broth with a dash of vinegar, the bunch of leeks, and parsley, seasoned with pepper and a little salt, we have a dish gastronomically correct. The leeks may be served as a garnish, the gravy, properly reduced and strained over the chicken, which, like in the previous formula, is served in a casserole. 239 Guinea hen. Pullum numidicum. Prepare 1. The chicken as usual, boil it, clean. It 2. Seasoned with laser and pepper, and fry in the pan. Next crush pepper, cumin, coriander seed, laser, root, rue, fig dates, and nuts, moistened with vinegar. Honey, broth and oil to taste. 3. When boiling, thicken with roux, strain, pour over the chicken. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. Curaz. 2. Remove skin, tissues, bones, etc., cut in pieces and marinate in the pickle. 3. Immerse the chicken pieces in this sauce and braise them to a point. 240 Chicken with laser. Pullum laseratum. Dress the chicken carefully. 1. Clean, garnish. 2. And place in an earthen casserole. Crush pepper. Lovage, laser moistened with wine. 3. Add broth and wine to taste, and put this on the fire. When done, serve with pepper sprinkled over. 1. A navy. Cf. Note 2 to number 237. 2. GV. Lavabes, ornabes, with vegetables, etc. 3. GV. Laser vivum. 241 Roast chicken. Pullum paroptum. A little laser, 6 scruples of pepper, a glass of oil, a glass of broth, and a little parsley. 1. Parasize, from the Greek, a platter, dish. A most incomplete formula. It does not state whether the ingredients are to be added to the sauce or the dressing. We have an idea that the chicken is pickled in this solution before roasting, and that the pickle is used in making the gravy. 242 Boiled chicken in its own broth. Pullum ilixum xiuresua. Crush pepper, cumin, a little thyme, fennel seed, mint, rue, laser root, moistened with vinegar. Add fig dates. 1. Work well and make it savory with honey, vinegar, broth and oil to taste. The boiled chicken, properly cleaned and dried with the towel, is masked with this sauce. 2. 1. Gall. Cloves Caryophyllus, the originals have Caryatam and Caryatam. 2. Apparently another cold sauce of the vinaigrette type, similar to No. 235. 243 Chicken and pumpkin. Pullum ilixum cum cucurbites elixis. To the above described dressing add mustard. Pour over 1 and serve. 1. GV. Perfundes, Tor. Piper funds. The pumpkin, not mentioned here, is likewise served cold boiled, seasoned with the same dressing. It is perhaps used for stuffing the chicken and cooked simultaneously with the same. 244 Chicken and dashines. 1. Pullum ilixum cum colocaceus elixis. The above sauce is also used for this dish. Stuff the chicken with peeled dashines and stoned green olives, though not too much so that the dressing may have room for expansion, to prevent bursting. While the chicken is being cooked in the pot, hold it down with a small basket, lift it up frequently. 2. And handle carefully so that the chicken does not burst. 3. 1. Dashines are the equivalent of the ancient colocaceum, at least they are very close relatives. Cf. Notes to NOS 74, 216, 244, 322. 2. For inspection. GV lavas, Tor. Lavabes, for which there is no reason. 3. Dan and Gall, not knowing the colocaceum or dashine, have entirely erroneous versions of this formula. The dashine is well adapted for the stuffing of fowl. Ordinarily the dashine is boiled or steamed, mashed, seasoned, and then stuffed inside of a raw chicken, which is then roasted. Being very starchy, the dashine readily absorbs the fats and juices of the roast, making a delicious dressing. Akin in taste to a combined potato and chestnut puree. As the above chicken is cooked in bouillon or water, the dasheen may be used in a raw state for filling. We have tried this method. Instead of confining the chicken in a basket, we have tied it in a napkin and boiled slowly until done. Serve cold, with the above dressing. 245 Chicken a la Varus 1. Pullus Vardanus. Cook the chicken in the stock, broth, oil, wine. A bunch of leeks, coriander, sacchary, when done. Crush pepper, nuts with 2 glasses of water too. And the juice of the chicken. Retire the bunches. Of greens, add milk to taste. The things crushed in the mortar add to the chicken and cook it together. Thicken the sauce with beaten whites of egg 3 and pour the sauce over the chicken. This is called white sauce. 1 GV. Vardanus, Tor. Vardamus, Hum. Vardanus legendum, Puto, Varianus. Portentuosi luxurii imperator. Hum. Thinks the dish is dedicated to Emperor Varianus. The word may also be the adjective of Varus, Quintilius. V. Commander of colonial armies and glutton, under Augustus. Varus committed suicide after his defeat in the Teutoburg forest by the Germans. 2 GV. Broth, own stock I used a suo sibi. 3 Strain, avoid ebullition after the eggs have been added. Most unusual liaison, usually the yolks are used for this purpose. The whites are consistent with the name of the sauce. 246 Chicken a la Fronto 1. Pullum frontinianum. A half-cooked chicken marinated in a pickle of broth, mixed with oil, to which is added a bunch of dill, leeks, sacchary, and green coriander. Finish it in this broth. When done, take the chicken out. To dress it nicely on a dish, pour over the sauce, colored with reduced must, sprinkle with pepper and serve. One named for a Roman by the name of Fronto. There is a sucking pig a la Fronto, 2. Cf. number 374. M. Cornelius Fronto was orator and author during the reign of Emperor Hadrian. According to Dan, a certain Frontone, under Emperor Severus. 2 List, GV. Lavabes, Tor. Lavabes, for which there is little or no occasion. He may mean to clean, i.e. remove skin, tissues, sinews, small bones, etc. 247 Creamed chicken with paste 1. Pullus tractigalitus 2. Cook the chicken as follows, in broth, oil, with wine added, to which add a bunch of coriander and green onions. When done, take it out, 3 strain. And save the broth, and put it in a new saucepan. Add milk and a little salt, honey, and a pint 4 of water, that is, a third part, place it back on a slow fire to simmer. Finally break the paste, 1 put it little by little into the boiling broth, stirring well so it will not burn. Put the chicken in, either whole or in pieces. 5 Dish it out in a deep dish. This cover with the following sauce: 6 pepper, lovage, oregano, moistened with honey and a little reduced must. Add some of the chicken broth, heat in a small saucepan, and when it boils thicken with roux 7 and serve. 1 Spätzle, noodles, macaroni. This dish is the ancient chicken tetrazzini. Dan. Chicken pie or patty. 2 Tractum and gala, prepared with paste and milk. Cf. Tractumelitis, from Tractum and melli, paste, and honey. 3 Cf. No 2 to NOS 244 and 246. 4 List. Minimum, Tor. Heminum, SCH eminum. See measures. The noodle. Paste should be cooked separately in the water. 5. List. Vel carptum, which is correct. Tor. Vel carietam, out of place here. 6. This sauce seems to be superfluous. Very likely it is a separate formula for a sauce of some kind. 7. Seems superfluous, 2. The noodle paste in the chicken gravy makes it sufficiently thick. 248. Stuffed chicken or pig. Pullus farcilus 1. Empty the chicken through the aperture of the neck so that none of the entrails remain. Crush pepper, lovage, ginger, cut meat to cook spelt. Besides crush brains cooked in the chicken broth. Break eggs and mix all together in order to make a solid dressing. Add broth to taste and a little oil, whole pepper, plenty of nuts. With this dressing, stuff either a chicken or a suckling pig, leaving enough room for expansion. 3. 1 tor. Fusilis. 2. Preferably raw pork or veal. 3. A most sumptuous dressing, it compares favorably with our popular stale bread pap usually called chicken dressing. 249. Stuffed capon likewise. Semi-liter in capo facies 1. The capon is stuffed in a similar way but is cooked with all the bones removed. 2. 1 sch in capso. May be interpreted thus, cooked in an envelope of caul or linen, in which case it would correspond to our modern galantine of chicken. 2 tor. Ossibus eictus, hum. Omnibusi, i.e. all the entrails, etc., which is not correct. The bones must be removed from the capon in this case. 250. Chicken and cream sauce 1. Pullus lucosomus 2. Take a chicken and prepare it as above. Empty it through the aperture of the neck so that none of the entrails remain. Take a little water 3 n. Plenty of Spanish oil, stir, cook together until all moisture is evaporated. For when this is done, take the chicken out, so that the greatest possible amount of oil remains behind. 5. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 6. 1. The ancient version of chicken à la Maryland, Wiener Backhandel, etc. 2 tor. Leocozymus, from the Greek lokosomos, prepared with white sauce. The formula for the cream sauce is lacking here. Cf. number 245. 3. The use of water to clarify the oil which is to serve as a deep frying fat is an ingenious idea, little practiced today. It surely saves the fat or oil, prevents premature burning or blackening by frequent use, and gives a better tasting friture. The above recipe is a mere fragment, but even this reveals the extraordinary knowledge of culinary principles of Apicius, who reveals himself to us as a master of well understood principles of good cookery that are so often ignored today. Cf. note 5 to number 497. 4. The recipe fails to state that the chicken must be breaded, or that the pieces of chicken be turned in flour, etc., and fried in the oil. 5. Another vital rule of deep fat frying not stated, or rather stated in the language of the kitchen, namely that the chicken must be crisp, dry, that is, not saturated with oil, which of course every good fry cook knows. 6. With the cream sauce, prepared separately, spread on the platter, with the fried chicken inside, or the sauce in a separate dish, we have here a very close resemblance to a very popular modern dish. Scutch and Daniel insert here excerpta XXIX, XXX, and XXXI. End of Book 6. Explicit Trophets Apicii. Liber Sixtus Tac. Frying pan, round. Provided with a lip to pour out fluids, a convenience which many modern pans lack. The broad flat handle is of one piece with the pan and has a hole for suspension. On some ancient pans these handles were hinged so as to fold over the cavity of the pan, to save room in storing it away, particularly in a Soldier's knapsack. NTLMUS, Naples, 76,571, Field M 24024. Frontispice, 2nd Lister edition. Purporting to represent the interior of an ancient kitchen. J. Cookery, the artist and engraver, has invented it. The general tidiness differs from contemporary Dutch kitchens, and the clothing of the cooks reminds one of Henry VIII, who issued at Eltham in 1526 this order: provide and sufficiently furnish the kitchens of such scullions as shall not go naked, or in garments of such vileness as they do, nor lie in the nights and days in the kitchens, by the fireside. Ms. No. 642, Harleian Library. Apicius. Book 7. The Great Palace Athene Dish. One of the finest show platters in existence. Of Hellenic make. The object in the right hand of Athene has created considerable conjecture, but has never been identified. Hildesheim treasure. Frying pan, oval. This oblong pan was no doubt primarily used in fish cookery. An oblong piece of food material fitted snugly into the pan, thus saving fats and other liquids in preparation. Around the slender handle was no doubt one of non-heat conducting material. The shape and the lip of the pan indicate that it was not used for solder. NTLMUS, Naples, 76,602, Field M 24038. Book 7. Sumptuous dishes. Lib 7. Polyteles. Chap. I. Sow's womb, cracklings, bacon, tenderloin, tails, and feet. Chap. 2. Sow's belly. Chap. 3. Fig-fed pork. Chap. 4. Tid bits, chops, steaks. Chap. V. Roasts. Chap. 6. Boiled and stewed meats. Chap. 7. Paunch. Chap. 8. Loins and kidneys. Chap. 9. Pork shoulder. Chap. X. Livers and lungs. Chap. 11. Homemade sweets. Chap. 12. Bulbs, tubers. Chap. 13. Mushrooms. Chap. 14. Truffles. Chap. 15. Taros, dashings. Chap. 16. Snails. Chap. 17. Eggs. In addition to the above chapters, 2 more are inserted in the text of Book 7, namely Chap X, fresh ham, and Chap 11, to cook salt pork, these being inserted after Chap 9, pork shoulder, making a total of 19 chapters. I. Sow's womb, cracklings, udder, tenderloin, tails, and feet. Vulvi steriles, calum lumbelli coticuli et ungeli. 251 Spade sow's womb 1. Vulvi steriles. Sterile sow's womb, also udder and belly, is prepared in this manner: take 2 laser from Cyrene or Parthia, vinegar and broth. 1. The vulva of a sow was a favorite dish with the ancients, considered a great delicacy. Sows were slaughtered before they had a litter, or were spayed, for the purpose of obtaining the sterile womb. 2. Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 252 Another way. A liter. Take pepper, celery seed, dry mint, laser root, honey, vinegar, and broth. 253 Spade sow's womb. Vulvi steriles. With pepper, broth and Parthian laser. 254 Another way. A liter. With pepper, lovage 1 and broth and a little condiment. 1 wanting in Lister. 255 Cracklings, pork skin, tenderloin, tails, and feet. Calum, lumbelli 1 coticuli, ungeli. Serve with pepper, broth and laser, which the Greeks call sylphion, 2. 1 tor, gv. Libelli. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 256 grilled sow's womb. Vulvam ut tostum facius. Envelope in bran, afterwards one put in brine. And then cook it? 1. We would reverse the process, first pickle the vulva, then coat it with bran, or with bread crumbs, and fry. 2. 257 Sow's belly. Suman. Sow's udder or belly with the paps on it is prepared. In this manner 1. The belly boil, tie it together with reeds, sprinkle with salt and place it in the oven, or start roasting on the gridiron. Crush pepper, lovage, with broth, pure wine, adding raisin wine to taste, thicken the sauce with roux and pour it over the roast. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 258 Stuffed sow's belly. Sumen plenum. Full 1 sow's belly is stuffed with 2 crushed pepper, caraway, salt mussels, sew the belly tight, and roast. Enjoy this with a brine sauce and mustard. 1 full grown, also stuffed with forcemeat. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3. Fig-fed pork. Ficatum 1. 1 tor. Desicoto, id est, ficato. 259 Wine sauce for fig-fed pork. In ficato enogarum 1. Fig-fed pork liver, that is, liver crammed with figs, is prepared in a wine sauce with 2 pepper, thyme, lovage, broth, a little wine and oil. 3. 1 tor. Ficatum, e cursuium. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3. Reinsegnus, ficatum, or cicatum progeri. According to the invention of Marcus Apicius, pigs were starved, and the hungry pigs were crammed with dry figs and then suddenly given all the mead they wanted to drink. The violent expansion of the figs in the stomachs, or the fermentation, caused acute indigestion which killed the pigs. The livers were very much enlarged, similar to the cramming of geese for the sake of obtaining abnormally large livers. This latter method prevailed in the Strasbourg district until recently, when it was prohibited by law. 260 Another way. A liter. Trim the liver, marinate in broth, with pepper, lovage. 2 laurel berries, wrap in caul, grill on the gridiron and serve. Gall. Stick figs into the liver by making apertures with the knife or with a needle. It is by no means clear that the liver is meant. 4. Tid bits, chops, cutlets. Awfully 1. 261 Ostian 2 meatballs. Awfully ostinces. Prepare the meat in this manner. 3. Clean the meat of bones, sinews, etc. Scrape it as thin as a skin and shape it. Crush pepper, lovage, cumin, caraway, sylphium. 1 laurel berry, moistened with broth, in a square dish. Place the meatballs and the spices, where they remain in pickling for 2 or 3 days, covered crosswise with twigs. Then place them in the oven to be roasted. When done, take the finished meatballs out. Crush pepper, lovage. With the broth, add a little raisin wine to sweeten. Cook it, thicken with roux, immerse the balls in the sauce and serve. 1 gv. Afelli, apparently the old Roman hamburger steak. The term covers different small meat pieces, chops, steaks, etc. 2 Ostia, town at the mouth of the river Tiber, Rome's harbor. 3 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 262 Apician roulades. Ophilis Apicianus. Bone the meat for the roulades of pork loin, roll it, tie it. Oven, shape round, cover with or wrap in rushes. Roast when done, retire, allow to drip and dry on the gridiron but so that the meat does not harden. Crush pepper, lovage, rush 1, cumin, adding broth and raisin wine to taste. Place the roulades with this sauce together in a saucepan. Finish by braising. When done, retire the roulades and dry them. Serve without the gravy sprinkled with pepper. If too fat, remove the outer skin too. 1 Cyperus, os, Cyperus, variants for a sort of rush, probably Cyprian. Grass. 2 Dan. Dumplings, but this formula appears to deal with boneless pork. Chops, pork roulades, or filets mignons. 263 Pork cutlets, hunter style. Awfully a prognio. 1 more. In the same manner you can make tidbits of souse belly. 2 pork chops prepared in a manner to resemble wild boar are 3 pickled in oil and broth and placed in spices. When the cutlets are done, marinated, the pickle is placed on the fire and boiled. The cutlets are put back into this gravy and are finished with crushed pepper, spices, honey, broth, and roux. When this is done, serve the cutlets without the broth and oil, sprinkled with pepper. 1 GV. Aprogenio, list. Awfully aprogna, i.e. wild boar chops or cutlets. Vat mis aprognio more, tor. Progenuino more, tac. Aprogenio from aprognus. Wild boar. Mutton today is prepared in a similar way, marinated with spices, etc., to resemble venison, and is called mouton à la chasseur, hunter style. 2 This sentence, probably belonging to the preceding formula, carried over by Taurinus. 3 This sentence only in Taurinus. 264 Tidbits another way. A liter awfully. The balls or cutlets are 1 properly fried in the pan, nearly done. Next prepare the following: 1 whole 2 glass broth, a glass of water, a glass of vinegar, and a glass of oil, properly mixed. Put this in an earthen baking dish. Immerse meat pieces. Finish on the fire and serve. 1 tor. 2 tor. Sumi, list. Sumis, i.e. broth of the pork. 265 Tidbits in another style. A liter awfulus. Also fry the cutlets this way: 1 in a pan with plenty of wine sauce, sprinkle with pepper and serve. Another way: 2 The cutlets previously salt and pickled in a broth of cumin, are properly fried. 3. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 2 The texts have 2 formulae, by the transposition of the 2 sentences. The formula appears as a whole and one that is intelligible from a culinary point of view. 3 The texts have, in aqua rect friguntur, the aqua presumably belongs to the cumin pickle. To fry in water is not possible. V. Choice roasts 1. Aceturi. 266 Roasting, plain. Aceturum simplicem 2. Simply put the meats to be roasted in the oven, generously sprinkled with salt, and serve it glazed with honey. 3. 1 tor. De aceturi exquisiti apparatu. 2 Brandt adds plain. 3 Corresponding to our present method of roasting, fresh and processed. Ham is glazed with sugar. Roasting in the oven is not as desirable as roasting on the spit, universally practiced during the Middle Ages. The spit seems to have been unknown to the Romans. It is seldom used today, although we have improved it by turning it with electrical machinery. 267 Another style for roasts. A liter aceturas. Take 6 scruples of parsley, of laser 1 just as many, 6 of ginger, 5 laurel berries, 6 scruples of preserved laser root, Cyprian rush 6, 6 of oregano, a little costmary, 3 scruples of chamomile or pellitory, 6 scruples of celery seed, 12 scruples of pepper, and broth and oil as much as it will take up to 1 gv. Acerus. Asarum, the herb fulbit, wild spikenard. 2. No directions are given for the making of this compound which are essential to ensure success of this formula. Outwardly it resembles some of the commercial sauces made principally in England, Worcestershire, etc., which are served with every roast. 268. Another condiment for roast. A liter acituras. Crush dry myrtle berries with cumin and pepper. Adding honey, also broth, reduced must and oil. Heat and bind with roux. Pour this over the roast. That is medium done, with salt, sprinkle with pepper. And serve. 269. Another roast sauce. A liter acituras. 6 scruples pepper, 6 scruples lovage, 6 scruples parsley. 6 scruples celery seed, 6 scruples dill, 6 scruples laser root, 6 scruples wild spikenard 1, 6 scruples Cyprian rush, 6 scruples caraway, 6 scruples cumin, 6 scruples ginger, a pint of broth and a spoonful oil. 1 tor. Acerios, cf. note 1 to number 267. 270. Roast neck 1. Acituras in colliery. Put in a brazier 2 and boil pepper, spices, honey, broth, and heat this with the meat in the oven. The neck piece itself, if you like, is also roasted. With spices, and the hot gravy is simply poured over at the moment of serving. 3. 1. A piece of meat from the neck of a food animal, beef, veal, pork, a muscular, hard piece, requiring much care to make it palatable, a pot roast. 2. A roasting pan especially adapted for braising tough meats, with close fitting cover to hold the vapors. 3. Tor. Combines this and the foregoing formula. Gv siccum calidum, 4. Hot gravy. Perhaps a typographical error for succum. 6. Boiled, stewed meats, and dainty food. In Ilazam et Copadia. 271. Sauce for all boiled dishes. Jus in Ilazam amum. Pepper, lovage, oregano, rue, silphium, dry onion. Wine, reduced wine, honey, vinegar, a little oil. Boiled down, strained through a cloth and poured under the hot cooked meats. 1. A very complicated sauce for boiled viands. Most of the ingredients are found in the Worcestershire sauce. 272. Sauce for boiled viands. Jus in Ilazam. Make it thus: tor, pepper, parsley, broth, vinegar, fig dates, onions, little oil, poured under very hot. 273. Another. Jus in Ilazam. Crush pepper, dry rue, fennel seed, onion, fig dates. With broth and oil. 274. White bread 1. Sauce for boiled viands. Jus candidum in Ilazam. White sauce for boiled dishes is made thus: 2. Pepper, broth, wine, rue, onions, nuts, a little spice. Bread soaked to the saturation point, oil, which is cooked and spread under the meat. 1. Our present bread sauce, somewhat simpler, but essentially the same as the Apicius sauce, is very popular with roast partridge, pheasant, and other game. In England. 2. Tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 275. Another white sauce for boiled viands. A liter Jus candidum in Ilazam. Another white sauce for boiled dishes contains 1. Pepper, caraway, lovage, thyme, oregano, shallots, dates, honey, vinegar, broth and oil. 276 White sauce for dainty food. In Apicius 1 Jus album. Take cumin, lovage, rue seed, plums from Damascus. 2 Soak in wine, add honey, mead and vinegar. Thyme and oregano to taste. 3. 1 Lacking definite description of the Copadia, it is hard to differentiate between them and the awfully Cupidia, plot and gall, nice dainty dishes. From Cupiditas, appetite, desire for dainty fare. Hence Cupidinarius, Tarrant. And Cupidiarius, Lamprey, a seller or maker of dainties, a confectioner. 2 Damascena, they correspond apparently to our present stewed, dried prunes. It is inconceivable how this sauce can be white in color, but, as a condiment, and if taken in small quantity, it has our full approval. 3 Gv. Agitibus, i.e. stir the sauce with a whip of thyme and oregano. Twigs. Cf. note to following. 277 Another white sauce for appetizers. A liter Jus candidum in Apicius. Is made thus: 1 pepper, thyme, cumin, celery seed, fennel, rue, mint. 2 myrtle berries, raisins, raisin, wine, and mead to taste, stir it with a twig of sacchary. 3. 1 tor. 2 Gv, rue wanting. 3 An ingenious way to impart a very subtle flavor. The sporadic discoveries of such very subtle and refined methods, cf. notes to number 15, should dispel once and for all time the old theories that the ancients were using spices to excess. They simply used a greater variety of flavors and aromas than we do today. But there is no proof that spices were used excessively. The great variety of flavors at the disposal of the ancients speaks well for the refinement of the olfactory sense and the desire to bring variety into their fare. Cf. NOS 345, 369, and 385. 278 Sauce for tidbits. Jus in Apicius. Pepper, lovage, caraway, mint, leaves of spikenard, which the Greeks call nardosacium. Sic. 1 Yolks, honey, mead, vinegar, broth and oil. Stir well with sacchary and leeks. 2 And tie with rue. 1 tor. Sic, spicum nardi. Sentence wanting in other texts. Gv nardostachium. Spikenard. 2 A faggot of sacchary and leeks. Cf. notes to NOS 276 and 277. 279 White sauce for tidbits. Jus album in Apicius. Is made thus: 1 pepper, lovage, cumin, celery seed, thyme, nuts, which soak and clean, honey, vinegar, broth and oil to be added to 1, 2 First 3 and last 3 words in tor. 280 Sauce for tidbits. Jus in Apicius. Pepper, celery seed, caraway, sacchary, saffron, shallots, toasted almonds, fig dates, broth, oil, and a little mustard, color with reduced must. 281 Sauce for tidbits. Jus in Apicius. Pepper, lovage, parsley, shallots, toasted almonds, dates, honey, vinegar, broth, reduced must, and oil. 282 Sauce for tidbits. Jus in Apicius. Chop hard eggs, pepper, cumin, parsley, cooked leeks, myrtle berries, somewhat more honey, vinegar, broth and oil. 283 Raw dill sauce for boiled dish. In Ilizamanethidum crudum. Pepper, dill seed, dry mint, laser root, pour under. Vinegar, date wine, honey, broth, and a little mustard, reduced must and oil to taste, and serve it with roast pork shoulder. 284 Briny sauce for boiled dish. Jus in ilazam alecatum. Pepper, lovage, caraway, celery seed, thyme. Shallots, dates, fish brine 1 strained honey, and wine to taste, sprinkle with chopped green celery. And oil and serve. 1 gv. Alcm, Tour. Hail cm. 7. Paunch. Ventricula. 285 Pig's paunch. Ventorum porcinum. Clean the paunch of a suckling pig well with salt and vinegar and presently wash with water. Then fill it with the following dressing: pieces of pork pounded in the mortar, 3 brains, the nerves removed, mix with raw eggs, add nuts, whole pepper, and sauce to taste. Crush pepper, lovage, silphium, anise, ginger, a little rue, fill the paunch with it, not too much, though, leaving plenty of room for expansion lest it bursts. While being cooked, put it in a pot with boiling water, retire and prick with a needle so that it does not burst. When half done, take it out and hang it into the smoke to take on color. Now boil it over again and finish it leisurely. Next take the broth, some pure wine and a little oil, open the paunch with a small knife. Sprinkle with the broth and lovage, place the pig near the fire to heat it, turn it around in bran or bread crumbs, immerse in, sprinkle with brine and finish the outer crust to a golden brown one. The good old English way of finishing a roast joint called dredging. Lister has this formula divided into 2, Daniel and Scutch make 3 different formulas out of it. 8. Loins and kidneys. Lumbi et renes. 286 roast loins made thus. Lumbuliaceae et affuent. Split them into 2 parts so that they are spread out. 1. Sprinkle the opening with crushed pepper and ditto nuts, finely chopped coriander, and crushed fennel seed. The tender loins are then rolled up to be roasted, tie together, wrap in caul, parboil in oil too and broth, and then roast in the oven or broil on the gridiron. 1. Frenched, the meat here being pork tenderloin. 2 gv. Best broth and a little oil, which is more acceptable. 9. Ham. Perna. 287 Baked picnic ham, pork shoulder, fresh or cured. Pernam. The ham should be braised with a good number of figs and some 3 laurel leaves. The skin is then pulled off and cut into square pieces. These are macerated with honey. Thereupon make dough crumbs of flour and oil. 1. Lay the dough over or around the ham, stud the top with the pieces of the skin so that they will be baked with the dough. Bake slowly and when done, retire from the oven and serve. 2. 1. Ordinary pie or pastry dough, or perhaps a preparation similar to streusel, unsweetened. 2. Experimenting with this formula, we have adhered to the instructions as closely as possible, using regular pie dough to envelop the parboiled meat. The figs were retired from the saucepan long before the meat was done and they were served around the ham as a garnish. As a consequence, we partook of a grand dish that no inmate of Olympus would have sneezed at. In Pompeii, an innkeeper had written the following on the wall of his establishment: Ubi perna cocta est si convivia penitor non gustat pernam linguide. Alum aut cacabum. When we first beheld this message, we took the innkeeper for a humorist and clever advertiser, but now we are convinced that he was in earnest when he said that his guests would lick the saucepan in which his hams were cooked. 288 To cook pork shoulder. Perni 1 coctu ram. Ham simply cooked in water with figs is usually dressed on a platter baking pan sprinkled with crumbs and reduced wine, or, still better, with spiced wine, and is glazed under the open flame, or with a shovel. containing red-hot embers. 1 perna is usually applied to shoulder of pork, fresh, also cured. Coxa is the hind leg, or haunch of pork, or fresh ham. Cf. Note 1 to know. 289. X. 289 fresh ham. Must dice 1 pedicinum 2. A fresh ham is cooked with 2 pounds of barley and 25 figs. When done, skin, glaze the surface with a fire shovel full of glowing coals, spread honey over it, or, what's better, put it in the oven covered with honey. When it has a nice color, put in a saucepan raisin wine, pepper, a bunch of rue and pure wine to taste. When this sauce is done, pour half of it over the ham and in the other half soak specially made gingerbread 3 the remnant of the sauce after most of it is thoroughly soaked into the bread. Add to the ham 4. 1 mustius, fresh, young, new, vinum mustum, new wine, must properly. Perhaps, pedicinum ex mustices, cf. Note 3. 2 hum. Verum pediso coxa cum cruishank esse dissiter. Plainly, we are dealing here with fresh, uncured ham. 3 a certain biscuit or cake made of must, spices and pepper, perhaps baked on laurel leaves. Musticers was a kind of cake, the flour of which had been kneaded with must, cheese, anise, etc. The cake was baked upon laurel leaves. 4 Tor continues without interruption. He has the 3 foregoing formulae thrown into one. 11. 290 bacon, salt pork. Laridai 1 coctura. Cover with water and cook with plenty of dill. Sprinkle with a little oil and a trifle of salt. 1 Lister, at this point, has forgotten his explanation of laridum, and now accepts the word in its proper sense. This rather belated correction by Lister confirms the correctness of our own earlier observations. Cf. Note to NOS 41 and 148. 12. Livers and lungs. Ccinera sive pulmones. 291 sheep liver. Ccinera hodina vel agnina 1. Cook thus: make a mixture of water, mead, eggs, and milk in which thoroughly soak the sliced liver. Stew the liver in wine sauce, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 gv. Ccinera hodina. 292 Another way to cook lung. A liter in pulmonibus. Liver and lung are also cooked this way. 1. Soak well in milk, strain it off if offensive in taste. 2. Break 2 eggs and add a little salt, mix in a spoonful honey and fill the lung with it, boil and slice. 3. 1 Tor. 2 lungs of slaughtered animals are little used nowadays. The soaking of livers in milk is quite common, it removes the offensive taste of the gall. 3 gv. Continue without interruption. 293 A hash of liver. A liter. Crush pepper, moisten with broth, raisin wine. Pure oil, chop the lights 1 fine and add wine sauce. 2. 1 Edible intestines, livers, lung, kidney, etc., are thus named. 2 List, Tor, gv. Have both recipes in one. Dan is in doubt whether to separate them or not. 13. Homemade sweet dishes and honey sweetmeats. Dulcia domestica 1 et melsi. 294 Homemade sweets. Dulcia domestica. Little home confections, which are called dulciaria, are made thus: 2 little palms, or, as they are ordinarily called, 3 dates are stuffed after the seeds have been removed with a nut or with nuts and ground pepper, sprinkled with salt on the outside, and are candied in honey and served. 4. 1 Dulcia, sweetmeats, cakes, hence dulciarius, a pastry cook or confectioner. The fact that here attention is drawn to homemade sweet dishes may clear up the absence of regular baking and dessert formulae in Apicius. The trade of the dulciarius was so highly developed at that time that the professional bakers and confectioners supplied the entire home market with their wares, making it convenient and unprofitable for the domestic cook to compete with their organized business, a condition which largely exists in our modern highly civilized centers of population today. Cf. Cooks. 2 plus 3 tour. 4 still being done today in the same manner. 295 Another sweetmeat. A liter dulcia. Great scrape, peel some very best fresh afros 1. And immerse in milk. When saturated, place in the oven to heat but not to dry out. When thoroughly hot, retire from oven, pour over some honey, stipple the fruit so that the honey may penetrate. Sprinkle with pepper 2 and serve. 1 tour, tac, lan. Mustios afros, vatmis, gv. Afros, list. Apios, i.e. celery, which is farthest from the mark. Gall interprets this as cider apple. Reminiscent, probably, of mustios, which is fresh, new, young, and which has here nothing to do with cider. Afros is not identified. Perhaps the term stood for apricots, Old English. Africox, or some other African fruit or plant. Lister's celery is to be rejected on gastronomical grounds. The above treatment would correspond to that which is given apricots and peaches today. They are peeled, immersed in cream and sweetened with sugar. Apicius heating of the fruit in milk is new to us. It sounds good, for it has a tendency to parboil any hard fruit, make it more digestible and reduce the fluid to a creamy consistency. To the pepper again, as pointed out in several other places, here is some spice of agreeable taste as are used in desserts today. 296 Another sweet dish. A liter dulcia. Break slice fine white bread, crust removed, into rather large pieces which soak in milk and beaten eggs. Fry in oil, cover with honey and serve 1 French toast, indeed, sapienti sat. 297 Another sweet. A liter dulcia. In a chafing dish put 1 honey, pure wine, raisin wine, rue, pine nuts, cook spelt, add crushed and toasted hazelnuts 2 and serve. 1 gv. Piperidomidis. Piperidum is a dish prepared with pepper, any spicy dish. The term may here be applied to the bowl in which the porridge is served. Tac. Dulcia piperidomidis. 2 dan. Almonds. 298 Another sweet. A liter dulcia. Crush pepper, nuts, honey, rue, and raisin wine with milk, and cook the mixture 1 with a few eggs well worked in, cover with honey, sprinkle with crushed nuts, etc. and serve. 1 tractam, probably with the starch added, or else it is a nut custard, practically a repetition of NOS 129 and 143. 299 Another sweet. A liter dulcia. Take a preparation similar one to the above and in the hot water bath or double boiler make a very hard porridge of it. Thereupon spread it out on a pan. And when cool cut it into handy pieces like small cookies. Fry these in the best oil, take them out. Dip into hot honey, sprinkle with pepper 2 and serve. 1 This confirms the assumption that some flour or meal is used in No. 298 Also without which this present preparation would not stand up. 2 It is freely admitted that the word pepper not always stands for the spice that we know by this name. Cf. Note 2 to number 295 et al. 300 A still better way A liter. Is to prepare this with milk instead of water. 301 Custard. Tirapati nam. Estimate the amount of milk necessary for this dish and sweeten it with honey to taste, to a pint. 1 of fluid. Take 5 eggs, for half a pint to dissolve. 3 eggs in milk and beat well to incorporate thoroughly, strain through a colander into an earthen dish and cook on a slow fire in hot water bath in oven. When congealed, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 3. 1 Sextarium. 2 Ad hominem. 3 Dan calls this a cheesecake, which is a far-fetched conclusion, although standard dictionaries say that the Tyropatina is a kind of cheesecake. It must be borne in mind, however, that the ancient definition of custard is egg cheese, probably because of the similarity in appearance and texture. CFNOS 129 and 143. 302 Omelette soufflé 1. Ovis fongia ex lact. 4 eggs in half a pint of milk and an ounce of oil well beaten, to make a fluffy mixture, in a pan. Put a little oil, and carefully add the egg preparation. Without letting it boil too, however. Place it in the oven to let it rise, and when one side is done, turn it out into a service platter folded. Pour over honey, sprinkle with pepper. 3 and serve. 4. 1 Dan, misled by the title, interprets this dish as floating island. He, the chef, has completely misunderstood the ancient formula. 2 Tor. Sinas boulir, which is correct. List. Facies ut bouliat, which is monstrous. 3 GV. 4 Tor. Continues without interruption. 303 Cheese and honey. Mel et kcm 1. Prepare cottage cheese either with honey and broth brine or with salt, oil, and chopped coriander. 2. 1 GV. Melka, stem, list. Mel castum, refined honey, tac. Mel kcm. Tor. Mel, kcm. Cf number 294. 2 To season cottage, fresh curd, cheese. Today we use salt, pepper, cream, caraway or chopped chives, sometimes a little sugar. 14. 304 Bulbs 1. Bulbos. Serve with oil, broth and vinegar, with a little cumin sprinkled over. 1 Onions, roots of tulips, narcissus. Served raw, sliced, with the above dressing. Or cooked. Cf notes to number 307. 305 Another way. A liter. Soak 1 the bulbs and parboil them in water. Thereupon fry them in oil. The dressing make thus. Take thyme, fleabane, pepper, oregano, honey, vinegar, reduced wine, date wine, if you like to, broth and a little oil. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Tor. Tons, probably a typographical error, as this should read fundis, i.e. infundus. Wanting in the other texts. 306 Another way. A liter. Cook the bulbs into a thick puree 1 and season with thyme, oregano, honey, vinegar, reduced wine, date wine, broth and a little oil. 1 tons, i.e. mash. Practically a correction of number 305, repeated by Tor. 307 Varro says of bulbs 1. Vero si quid de bulbis dixit. Cooked in water they are conducive to love too. And are therefore also served at wedding feasts. But also seasoned with pignolia nut or with the juice of colewort, or mustard, and pepper. 1 The first instance in Apicius where the monotony and business-like recital of recipes is broken by some interesting quotation or remark. Brandt is of the opinion that this remark was added by a posterior reader. 2 The texts, Qui veneris ostium querant, seek the mouth of Venus. This favorite superstition of the ancients leads many writers, as might be expected, into fanciful speculations. Humelberg, quoting Martial, says, Veneram. Meyer stimulant, unde et salices a Martiali vocantur. 113, EP 34. Cum sit anus conjunx, cum sint tibi mortua membra. Nil aliud, bulbus quam satur esse potes. We fail to find this quotation from Varro in his works, M. Terran. Veronese Re Rustica, Lugduni, 1541, but we read in Columella and Pliny that the buds or shoots of reeds were called by some bulbs, by others eyes, and, remembering that these shoots make very desirable vegetables when properly cooked, we feel inclined to include these among the term bulbs. Platina also adds the squill or sea onion to this category. Nonnus, p. 84, Dieteticon, Antwerp, 1645, quotes Columella as saying, Jam magorus venient genitalia semina bulbi. 308 fried bulbs. Bulbos frictos. Are served with wine sauce enogarum. 15. Mushrooms or morels 1. Fungifarnia vel bolidi. 309 morels 2. Fungifarnia. Morels are cooked quickly in garum and pepper. Taken out, allowed to drip, also broth with. Crushed pepper may be used to cook the mushrooms in. 1. It is noteworthy that the term spongiolus, which creates so much misunderstanding in Book 2, is not used here in connection with mushrooms. Cf. Number 115. 2. Ash tree mushrooms. 310 for morels. In Fungus farnis. Pepper, reduced wine, vinegar, and oil. 311 Another way of cooking morels. A liter fungifarnia. In salt water, with oil, pure wine, and serve with chopped coriander. 312 Mushrooms. Bolitos fungos. Fresh mushrooms are stewed 1 in reduced wine with a bunch of green coriander, which remove before serving. 1 Tor. 313 Another style of mushrooms. Bolitos a liter 1. Mushroom stems or buds, very small mushrooms, are cooked in broth. Serve sprinkled with salt. 1 Tor. Bolitorum colliculi, GV. Colliculos. 314 Another way of cooking mushrooms. Bolitos a liter. Slice the mushroom stems 1, stew them as directed above, and finish by covering them with eggs 2. Adding pepper, lovage, a little honey, broth and oil to taste. 1 Thyrsos. 2 GV. In Patellum novum, nothing said about eggs. Tor. Concisos in Patellum. Ovici perfundes, tac. Ova perfundis. A mushroom omelette. 16. 315 Truffles. Tubera. Scrape, brush the truffles, parboil, sprinkle with salt, put several of them on a skewer, half fry them, then place them in a saucepan with oil, broth, reduced wine, pepper, and honey. When done, retire the truffles, bind the liquor with rue. Decorate the truffles nicely and serve 1. This formula clearly shows up the master Apicius. Truffles, among all earthly things, are the most delicate and most subtle in flavor. Only a master cook is privileged to handle them and to do them justice. Today, whenever we are fortunate enough to obtain the best fresh truffles, we are pursuing almost the same methods of preparation as described by Apicius. The commercially canned truffles bear not even a resemblance of their former selves. 316 Another way to prepare truffles. A liter tubera. Par. Boil the truffles, sprinkle with salt and fasten them on skewers, half fry them, and then place them in a saucepan with broth, virgin oil, reduced wine, a little pure wine, 1 crushed pepper, and a little honey. Allow them to finish gently and well covered. When done, bind the liquor with roux. Prick the truffles so they may become saturated with the juice, dress them nicely, and when real hot, serve. 1. Preferably sherry or Madeira. 317. Another way. A liter. If you wish, you may also wrap the truffles in caul of pork, braise and so serve them. 318. Another truffle. A liter tubera. Stew the truffles in wine sauce, with pepper, lovage, coriander, rue, broth, honey, wine, and a little oil. 319. Another way for truffles. A liter tubera. Braise the truffles with pepper, mint, rue, honey, oil, and a little wine. Heat and serve. 320. Another way for truffles. A liter tubera. 1. Pepper, cumin, silphium, mint, celery, rue, honey, vinegar or wine, salt or broth, a little oil. 1 wanting in GV. 321. Another way for truffles. A liter tubera. 1. Cook the truffles with leeks, salt, pepper, chopped coriander, the very best wine and a little oil. 1 wanting in tour. This, to our notion of eating truffles, is the best formula, save NOS 315 and 316. 17. Taro, dasheen. In colocasio. 322. Colocasium. 1 taro, dasheen. Colocasium. For the colocasium, which is really the colocasia plant, also called Egyptian bean, use 2 pepper, cumin, rue, honey or broth, and a little oil. When done, bind with roux. 3. Colocasium is the root of the Egyptian bean which is used exclusively. 4. 1 cf. Notes to NOS 74, 172. 216, 244, also the copious explanations by Humelberg, FOL 3. Tutor. Who is trying hard to explain the colocasium. His name, Egyptian bean, may be due to the mealiness and bean-like texture of the colocasium tuber, otherwise there is no resemblance to a bean, except, perhaps, the seed pod, which is not used for food. This simile has led other commentators to believe that the colocasium in reality was a bean. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has in recent years imported various specimens of that taro species, belonging to the colocasia, and the plants are now successfully being farmed in the southern parts of the United States, with fair prospects of becoming an important article of daily diet. The department has favored us repeatedly with samples of the taro, or dasheen, Colocasium antiquorum. And we have made many different experiments with this agreeable, delightful and important new vegetable. It can be prepared in every way like a potato, and possesses advantages over the potato as far as value of nutrition, flavor, culture, and keeping qualities are concerned. As a commercial article, it is not any more expensive than any good kind of potato. It grows where the potato will not thrive, and vice versa. It thus saves much in freight to parts where the potato does not grow. The ancient Colocasium is no doubt a close relative of the modern dasheen or taro. The Apician Colocasium was perhaps very similar to the ordinary elephant ear. Colocasium antiquorum shot, often called Caladium esculentum, or Tanya. More recently called the dasheen, which is a corruption of the French de chine from China, indicating the supposed origin of this variety of taro. The dasheen is a broad-leaved member of the arum family. The name dasheen originated in the West Indies, whence it was imported into the United States around 1910, and the name is now officially adopted. Mark Catesby, in his Natural History of Carolina, Florida, and the Bahama Islands, London, 1781, describes briefly under the name of Arum maximum Aegypticum a plant which was doubtless one of the tanyaus or taros. He says, "This was a welcome improvement among the Negroes and was esteemed a blessing. They being delighted with all their African food, particularly this, which a great part of Africa subsists much on. Taurinus, groping for the right name, calls it variously colosium, coldium, coloesium, till he finally gets it right, colocasium. 3. The root or tubers of this plant was used by the ancients as a vegetable. They probably boiled and then peeled and sliced the tubers, seasoning the pieces with the above ingredients, heated them in bouillon stock and thickened the gravy in the usual way. Since the tuber is very starchy, little roux is required for binding. 4. Afterthought by Tor. Printed in italics on the margin of his book. 18. Snails. Cockleys. 323 Milk-fed snails. Cockleys lacked pastas. Take snails and sponge them, pull them out of the shells by the membrane and place them for a day in a vessel with milk and salt. 1. Renew the milk daily. Hourly. 2. Clean the snails of all refuse. And when they are so fat that they can no longer retire to their shells, fry them in oil and serve them with wine sauce. In a similar way they may be fed on a milk porridge. 3. 1. Just enough so they do not drown. 2. Wanting in Tor. 3. The Romans raised snails for the table in special places called cochlearia. Flavius Hirpinus is credited with having popularized the snail in Rome a little before the civil wars between Caesar and Pompey. If we could believe Varro, snails grew to enormous proportions. A supper of the younger Pliny consisted of a head of lettuce, 3 snails, 2 eggs, a barley cake, sweet wine, refrigerated in snow. Snails as a food are not sufficiently appreciated by the Germanic races, who do not hesitate to eat similar animals and are very fond of such food as oysters, clams, mussels, cockles, etc., much of which they even eat in the raw state. 324 Another way. A liter. The snails are fried with pure salt and oil, and a sauce of laser, broth, pepper and oil is underlaid, or the fried snails are fully covered with broth, pepper, and cumin. Tor divides this into 3 articles. 325 Another way for snails. A liter. Cockleys. The live snails are sprinkled with milk mixed with the finest wheat flour. When fat and nice and plump they are cooked. 19. Eggs. Ova. 326 Fried eggs. Ova frizza. Fried eggs are finished in wine sauce. 327 Boiled eggs. Ova elixa. Are seasoned with broth, oil, pure wine, or are served with broth, pepper and laser. 328 With poached eggs. In Ovis hapilis. Serve pepper, lovage, soaked nuts, honey, vinegar, and broth. End of Book 7. Explicit Apicii polyteles, liber septimus tac. Apicius. Book 8. Craticula. Combination broiler and stove, charcoal fuel. The sliding rods are adjustable to the size of food to be cooked thereon. Pans of various sizes would rest on these rods. In the rear 2 openings to hold the kakabus, or stugpot, of which we have 4 different illustrations. The craticula usually rested on top of a stationary brick oven or range. The apparatus, being movable, is very ingenious. The roughness of the surface of this specimen is caused by corrosion and lava adhering to its metal frame. Found in Pompeii. Antlmus, Naples, 121,321, Field M, 26,145. Kakabus. A stewpot, marmite, kettle. The cover, rising from the circumference to the center in a succession of steps, fits inside the mouth of the kettle. NTLMUS, Naples 72,766, Field. M, 24,178. Book 8. Quadrupeds. Lib 8. Tetrapus. Chap. I. Wild boar. Chap. 2. Venison. Chap. 3. Chamois, gazelle. Chap. 4. Wild sheep. Chap. V. Beef and veal. Chap. 6. Kid and lamb. Chap. 7. Pig. Chap. 8. Hare. Chap. 9. Dormouse. I. 329. Wild boar is prepared thus. Aperita conditor. It is cleaned, sprinkled with salt and crushed cumin and thus left. The next day it is put into the oven, when done season with crushed pepper. A sauce for boar, honey 1 broth, reduced wine, raisin wine. 1 lan, tor. Vel instead of mel. 330. Another way to prepare boar. A liter in Apro. You boil the boar in sea water with sprigs of laurel. When done nice and soft, remove the skin. Serve with salt, mustard, vinegar. 331. Another way to cook sauce for boar. A liter in Apro. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, seedless myrtle. Berries, coriander, onions, add honey, wine, broth. And a little oil, heat and tie with roux. The boar. Roasted in the oven, is masked with this sauce, which you may use for any kind of roast game. 1 tour. Continues without interruption. 332. Make a hot sauce for roast boar thus. Jura ferventia in apromissum facies sic 1. Crush pepper, cumin, celery seed, mint, thyme, sacchary, saffron, toasted nuts or toasted almonds, honey, wine, broth, vinegar and a little oil. 1 tour. In aprum euroism, indicating, perhaps, that ordinary pork also was prepared boar style. Cf. number 362. 333. Another hot sauce for boar. A liter in apromissum iura ferventia. Pepper, lovage, celery seed, mint, thyme, toasted nuts, wine, vinegar, broth, and a little oil. When the simple broth 1 is boiling, incorporate the crushed things and stir with an aromatic bouquet of onions and roux. If you desire to make this a richer sauce, tie it with whites of egg, stirring the liquid egg in gently. Sprinkle with a little pepper and serve. 1. Presumably the broth or stock in which the meat was roasted or braised. 334. Sauce for boiled boar. Ius in aprum elixum. Real sauce for boiled boar is composed in this manner: 1 pepper, lovage, cumin, silphium, oregano, nuts, fig dates, mustard, vinegar, broth and oil. 1 tour. Sentence wanting in other texts. 335. Cold sauce for boiled boar. 1. Ius frigidum in aprum elixum. Pepper, cumin, lovage, crushed coriander seed, dill seed, celery seed, thyme, oregano, little onion, honey, vinegar, mustard, broth and oil. 1. Number 336 precedes this formula in tour. 336. Another cold sauce for boiled boar. A liter ius frigidum in aprum elixum. Pepper, lovage, cumin, dill seed, thyme, oregano. Little silphium, rather more mustard seed, add. Pure wine, some green herbs, a little onion, crushed. Nuts from the Pontus, or almonds, dates, honey. Vinegar, some more pure wine, color with reduced must and add broth and oil 1 strongly resembling our vinaigrette. 337 Another sauce for boar. A liter I use in Apro. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, celery seed, laser root, cumin, fennel seed, rue, broth, wine, raisin. Wine, heat, when done tie with rue, cover the meat with this sauce so as to penetrate the meat. And serve. 338 Shoulder of boar is stuffed in this manner. Perna a pruna ita impulter 1. Loosen the meat from the bones by means of a wooden stick in order to fill the cavity left by the bones with dressing which is introduced through a funnel. The dressing season with crushed pepper, laurel berries and rue, if you like, add laser. The best kind of broth, reduced must and sprinkle with fresh oil. When the filling is done, tie the parts thus stuffed in linen, place them in the stock pot in which they are to be cooked and boil them in sea water, with a sprig of laurel and dill too. 1 GV. Tarentina, referring to a place in the Campus Martius, where the Ludi Seculars were celebrated. Tor. Recentia, fresh. 2. The dressing consisted principally of pork or veal pounded fine, seasoned as directed above, and tied with eggs, as is often prescribed by Apicius. To verify how little high-class cookery methods have changed, consult one of the foremost of modern authorities, Auguste Escoffier, of the Carlton and Ritz Hotels, London and Paris, who in his guide culinaire presents this dish under its ancient Italian name of zampano. 2. Venison stag. In servo. 339 Sauce for stag. Ius in servum. Crush pepper, lovage, caraway 1 oregano, celery seed, laser root, fennel seed, moisten with broth, wine 2 raisin wine and a little oil. When boiling, bind with rue, the cooked meat immerse in this sauce, braise to penetrate and to soften, and serve. For broadhorn deer as well as for other venison follow similar methods and use the same condiments. 1 Tor. Carnum, hum. Legendum, carium. 2 Wanting in Tor. 340 Another way 1. A liter. Parboil and braise the venison. Crush pepper, lovage, caraway, celery seed, moisten with honey, vinegar, broth and oil, heat, bind with rue and pour over the roast. 1 Tor. Another little sauce for venison. 341 Venison sauce. Ius in servo. Mix pepper, lovage, onion, oregano, nuts, fig dates, honey, broth, mustard, vinegar, oil 1 resembling a vinaigrette, except for the nuts and dates. 342 Preparation of venison. Servani candidura. Pepper, cumin, condiments, parsley, onion, rue, honey, broth, mint, raisin wine, reduced wine, and a little oil, bind with rue when boiling. 343 Hot sauce for venison. Iura ferventia in servo. Pepper, lovage, parsley, cumin, toasted nuts or almonds, honey, vinegar, wine, a little oil, add broth and stir well. 344 Marinade for roast venison. Mbama 1 in Servanum Assam. Pepper, nard leaves, celery seed, dry onions, green rue, honey, vinegar, broth, add dates, raisins and oil. 1 tor. Intinctus, same, a marinade, a pickle or sauce in which to preserve, or to flavor raw meat or fish. 345 Another hot sauce for venison. A liter in servamissum iura ferventia. Pepper, lovage, parsley, stewed Damascus prunes. Wine, honey, vinegar, broth, a little oil, stir with. A faggot of leeks and sacchary 1. 1 A faggot of herbs, regarding this method of flavoring. Cf. Notes 2. Number 277 sec. A sauce resembling our Cumberland, very popular with venison which is sweetened with currant jelly instead of the above prunes. 3. Chamois, gazelle. In Capria. 346 Sauce for wild goat. IUS in Capria. Pepper, lovage, caraway, cumin, parsley, rue. Seed, honey, mustard, vinegar, broth and oil. 347 Sauce for roast wild goat. IUS in Capria ASSA. Pepper, herbs, rue, onion, honey, broth, raisin wine, a little oil. Bind with rue. 347A Still another. A liter. As above is made with parsley and marjoram 1. 1 wanting in GV. 347B Another sauce for wild goat. A liter IUS in Capria. Pepper, spices, parsley, a little oregano, rue. Broth, honey, raisin wine, and a little oil, bind. With rue 1. 1 wanting in tor. 4. Wild sheep. In ovifero, hoc est ova silvatica, 1. 348 Sauce for mountain sheep. IUS in ovifero fervens. That is, roast, the meat, prepare a sauce of 2. Pepper, lovage, cumin, dry mint 3, thyme, silphium. Moisten with wine, add stewed Damascus prunes. Honey, wine, broth, vinegar, raisin wine enough to color and stir with a whip of oregano and dry mint 3. 1 GV, list. In ovifero, den. Wild eggs, i.e., the eggs of game birds. And he comes to the conclusion that game birds themselves are meant to be used. In this formula, as no reference to eggs is made, there can be no doubt but what this formula deals with the preparation of sheep. Turinus says expressly, oviferum, hoc est, carnem ova silvestris the meat of sheep from the woods, mountain sheep. Ferum is wild, game, but it also means pregnant. For this double sense the formula may be interpreted as dealing with either wild sheep, or with pregnant sheep, or, more probably, with unborn baby lamb, which in antiquity as today is often killed principally for its skin. 2 tor. 3 Mint is still associated with lamb. The above sauce appears to be merely an elaborate Roman ancestor of our modern mint sauce, served with lamb, the chief ingredients of which are mint, vinegar, and sugar, served both hot and cold. 349 Sauce for all kinds of game, boiled or roast. IUS in venationibus omnibus elixis et assus 1. 8 Scruples of pepper, rue, lovage, celery seed, juniper. Thyme, dry mint, 6 scruples in weight each 3. Scruples of fleabane, reduce all this to the finest powder, put it together in a vessel with sufficient honey and use it with vinegar and garum. 1 tor. Jusculum omni venationi competens. 350 Cold sauce for wild sheep. IUS frigidum in ovifero 1. Pepper, lovage, thyme, cumin, crushed toasted nuts, honey, vinegar, broth, and oil, sprinkle with pepper. 1 list. Omnifero, which Dan interprets, all kind of game. Cf. Note 1. To number 348. v. Beef or veal. Bubula sive vitellina. 351 veal steak. Vitellina fricta 1. For a sauce with fried beef or veal, take 2 pepper, lovage, celery seed, cumin, oregano, dry onion, raisins, honey, vinegar, wine, broth, oil, and reduced must. 1. Evidently a beef or veal steak sauté. Beef did not figure very heavily on the dietary of the ancients, in contrasts to present modes which make beef the most important meat, culinarily speaking. The above sauce, save for the raisins and the honey, resembles the modern bordelaise, often served with beef steaks. Sauté, in contrast to the grilled steaks which are served with maître d'hôtel. Butter. 352 veal or beef with leeks. Vitellinum 1 sive bulliolum cum porous. Or with quinces 2, or with onions, or with dashines 3. Use broth, pepper, laser and a little oil. 1 gv. Same as vitellinum. 2 tor. Sidonias, list. Succedaneis. 3 cf number 332 et al. 353 Fricassee of veal. In vitellinum ilizam. Crush pepper, lovage, caraway, celery seed. Moisten with honey, vinegar, broth and oil, heat. Bind with roux and cover the meat. 354 Another veal fricassee. A liter in vitellina ex lisa. Pepper, lovage, fennel seed, oregano, nuts, fig dates, honey, vinegar, broth, mustard and oil. 6. Kid or lamb. In Hedovel agno. 355 dainty dishes of kid or of lamb. Copadia hedona sive agnina. Cook with pepper and broth, also with various ordinary beans 1 broth, pepper and laser, cumin. Dumplings 2 and a little oil 3. 1 comfes olis, green string beans. 2 tor. Imbrato, gv. Imbracto, broken bread, regular dumplings. 3 Lamb and beans is a favorite combination, as in the French haricot, made with white beans, or boiled lamb with fresh string beans, quite a modern dish. Taurinus omits the cumin, which is quite characteristic. 356 Another lamb stew. A liter hedonum sive agninum excaldatum. Put pieces of kid or lamb in the stew pot with chopped onion and coriander. Crush pepper, lovage, cumin, and cook with broth, oil and wine. Put in a dish and tie with roux 1. It appears that the binding should be done before the stew is dished out. But this sentence illustrates the consummate art of Apicius. The good cook carefully separates the meat, as it is cooked, from the sauce, eliminates impurities, binds and strains it and puts the meat back into the finished sauce. This is the ideal way of making a stew, which evidently was known to Apicius. 357 Another lamb stew. A liter hedonum sive agninum excaldatum. Add to the parboiled meat the raw herbs that have been crushed in the mortar and cook it. Goat meat is cooked likewise. 358 Broiled kid or lamb steak. Hedum sive agnomisum. Kid after being cooked in broth and oil is sliced and marinated 1 with crushed pepper, laser, broth and a little oil. It is then grilled on the broiler and served with gravy. Sprinkle with pepper and serve up. 1 The marinade is used to make the gravy. 359 Roast kid or lamb. A liter hedum sive agnomisum. Let us roast the kid or lamb, adding 1/2 ounce of pepper, 6 scruples of fulbit to a little ginger, 6 scruples of parsley, a little laser, a pint of best broth and a spoonful oil 3. 1 tor. 2 asarum, tor. Aceros, list. Asaros the herb fulbit, full food, wild. Spikenard. 3 tour. Continues without interruption. 360 stuffed boned kid or lamb. Hedus sive agnus syringiatus 1. Milk-fed 2 kid or lamb is carefully boned through the throat so as to create a paunch or bag. The intestines are preserved whole in a manner that one can blow or inflate them at the head in order to expel the excrements at the other end. The body is washed carefully and is filled with a liquid dressing. Thereupon tie it carefully at the shoulders, put it into the roasting pan. Baste well. When done, boil the gravy with milk and pepper, previously crushed, and broth, reduced wine, a little reduced must and also oil, and to the boiling gravy add roux. To play safe, put the roast in a netting, bag, or little basket and carefully tie together. Add a little salt to the boiling gravy. After this has boiled well 3 times, take the meat out, boil the broth over again to reduce it. Incorporate with the above described liquor, adding the necessary seasoning. 1 hollowed out like a pipe. 2 gv. Syringiatus, id est mammodestus. Tor. Mamacestus. We are guessing. 3 We would call this a galantine of lamb if such a dish were made of lamb. Today. This article, like the following, appears to be a contraction of 2 different formulae. 361 Stuffed kid or lamb another way. A liter Hedus sive agnus syringiatus. Kid or lamb is thus prepared and seasoned. Take 1 pint milk, 4 ounces honey, 1 ounce pepper, a little salt, a little laser, gravy of the lamb 8 ounces. Crushed dates, a spoonful oil, a little broth, a spoonful honey, 2 a pint of good wine and a little roux. 1 tor. 2 gv. 362 The raw kid or lamb 1. Hedus sive agnus crudus. Is rubbed with oil and pepper and sprinkled with plenty of clean salt and coriander seed, placed in the oven, served roast. 1 It is quite evident that the sentence belongs to the preceding formula, but all the texts make a distinct separation. 363 Kid or lamb a la tarpius 1. Hedum sive agnum tarpianum. Before cooking the lamb, truss it properly and marinate it in pepper, roux, sacchary, onions, and a little thyme and broth. Place the roast in a pan with oil, baste well while in the oven. When cooked thoroughly, fill the pan with crushed sacchary, onions, roux, dates, broth, wine, reduced wine, and oil. When this gravy is well cooked, strain, put it up in a dish, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 tor. Tarpianum. Tarpius, family name of Romans. Humelberg thinks this dish is named for the people who dwelled on Mount Tarpius. This was the Tarpeian rock from which malefactors were thrown. 364 Kid or lamb Parthian style. Hedum sive agnum parthicum. Put the roast in the oven, crush pepper, roux, onion, sacchary, stoned Damascus plums, a little laser, wine, broth and oil. Hot wine is served on the side and taken with vinegar. 365 Creamed kid flavored with laurel 1. Hedum laureatum ex lact. The kid dress and prepare, bone, remove the intestines with the rennet and wash. Put in the mortar pepper, lovage, laser root, 2 laurel berries, a little chamomile and 2 or 3 brains, all of which crush. Moisten with broth and season with salt. Over this mixture strain 2 pints 2 of milk, 2 little spoons of honey. With this force meat. Stuff the intestines and wrap them around the kid. Cover the roast with caul and parchment paper tightened with skewers, and place it in the roasting pan, adding broth, oil and wine. When half done, crush pepper, lovage, moisten with the roast's own gravy and a little reduced must, put this back into the pan, and when the roast is done completely garnish it and bind the gravy with roux and serve. 1 Dan thinks Laureata stands for the best, the prize-winning meat, but the laurel may refer to the flavor used. List remarks that cow's milk was very scarce in Italy, likewise was goat's and sheep's milk, hence it is possible that the kid was cooked with its mother's own milk. 2 pints sextarii. 7. Pig. In Porcello. 366 suckling pig stuffed 2 ways. Porcellum farcellum duo bus generibus. Prepare, remove the entrails by the throat before the carcass hardens immediately after killing. Make an opening under the ear, fill an ox bladder with Tarentine 1 sausage meat and attach a tube such as the bird keeper uses to the neck of the bladder and squeeze the dressing into the ear, as much as it will take to fill the body. Then seal the opening with parchment, close securely with skewers and prepare the roast for the oven. 1 Tor. Impensum Tarentinum, GV. Tarentinum. The bird keeper's tube may be an instrument for the cramming of fowl. 366a The other dressing is made thus. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, laser root, moisten with a little broth, add cooked brains, raw eggs, cooked spelt, gravy of the pig, small birds, if any, nuts, whole pepper, and season with broth. Stuff the pig, close the opening with parchment and skewers and put it in the oven. When done, dress and garnish very nicely, glaze the body and serve. 367 Another suckling pig. A liter porcellum. Salt, cumin, laser, add sausage meat. Dilute with broth 1 Remove the womb of the pig so that no part of it remains inside. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, moisten with broth, add wine 2 brains. Mix in 2 eggs, fill the previously parboiled pig with this force meat, close tight, place in a basket and immerse in the boiling stock pot. When done, remove the skewers but in a manner that the gravy remains inside. Sprinkle with pepper, serve. 1 GV. Treats the following as a separate article under the heading of Porcellum liquaminatum. 2 GV. Unum, 1 brain, instead of uinum. 368 Stuffed boiled suckling pig. Porcellum ilixum farcellum. Remove the womb of the pig. Parboil. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, moisten with broth. Add cooked brains, as much as is needed 1 likewise dissolve eggs, add broth to taste, make a sausage of this force meat fill the pig which has been parboiled and rinsed with broth. Tie the pig securely in a basket, immerse in the boiling stock pot. Remove. When done, wipe clean carefully, serve without pepper. 1 To have a force meat of the right consistency. 369 Roast suckling pig with honey. Porcellumisum tractamelinum 1. Empty the pig by the neck, clean and dry, crush 1 ounce pepper, honey, and wine, place this in a saucepan and heat, next break dry toast 2 and mix with the things in the saucepan, stir with a whip of fresh laurel twigs 3 so that the paste is nice and smooth until sufficiently cooked. This dressing fill into the pig, wrap in parchment, place in the oven, roast slowly, when done, glaze with honey, garnish nicely and serve. 1 Treated with honey. 2 Tor. Tactam cicatam for tractam. 3 Again this very subtle method of flavoring, so often referred to. This time, it is a laurel whip. CFNOS 277 SEQ, 345, 369, 385. 370 milk-fed pig, cold, Apician sauce. Porcellum lact pastum eligzum calidum iure frigido crudo apiciano. Serve boiled milk-fed pig either hot or cold with this sauce. 1 in a mortar, put pepper, lovage, coriander, seed, mint, rue, and crush it. Moisten with broth. Add honey, wine, and broth. The boiled pig is wiped off hot with a clean towel, cooled off covered with the sauce and served to 1 tour. 2 This sentence wanting in tour. 371 Suckling pig a la Vitellius 1. Porcellum vitellianum. Suckling pig called Vitellian style is prepared. Thus to garnish the pig like wild boar. 3 Sprinkle with salt, roast in oven. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, moisten with broth, wine and raisin wine. To taste, put this in a saucepan, adding very little oil, heat the roasting pig. Baste with this in a manner so that the aroma will penetrate the skin. 1 Named for Vitellius, Roman Emperor. 2 Tour. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 I.e. marinated with raw vegetables, wine, spices, etc. CFNOS 329-30. 372 Suckling pig a la Flaccus. Porcellum flaxianum 1. The pig is garnished like wild boar. 2 Sprinkle with salt, place in the oven. While being done put in the mortar pepper, lovage, caraway, celery, seed, laser root, green rue, and crush it. Moisten with broth, wine and raisin wine. To taste, put this in a saucepan, adding a little oil, heat, bind with rue the roast pig, free from bones, sprinkle with powdered celery seed and serve. 1 List. Named for Flaccus Hordenius, Puto. Flaccus was a rather common Roman family name. 2 Cf. Note 3 to number 371, also NOS 329-30. Lister is thoroughly puzzled by this procedure, but the problem is very simple. Just treat the pig like wild boar. 373 Suckling pig, laurel flavor. Porcellum laureatum. The pig is boned and garnished with a little wine sauce. 1 Parboil with green laurel in the center. 2 And place it in the oven to be roasted sufficiently. Meanwhile put in the mortar pepper, lovage, caraway, celery seed, laser root, and laurel berries, crush them, moisten with broth, wine and raisin wine to taste. Put this in a saucepan and heat. Bind with rue, untie the pig. Remove the laurel leaves, incorporate the juice of the bones from which a gravy has been made in the meantime and serve. 1 Marinate in the ordinary way with enogarum as the dominant flavor. 2 It is presumed that the boned pig is rolled and tied, with the leaves in the center. 374 Suckling pig a la Fronto 1. Porcellum frontinianum. Bone the pig, parboil, garnish, in a saucepan. Add broth, wine, bind. When half done, add a bunch of leeks and dill, some reduced must. When cooked, wipe the pig clean, let it drip off, sprinkle with pepper, serve. 1 List. Probably named for Julius Fronto, praetor urbanus under Vitellius. Cornelius Fronto was an orator and author at the time of Emperor Hadrian. Cf. Number 246. G.V. Frontinianus. 375 Suckling pig stewed in wine. Porcellum enococtum 1. Scald. Parboil the pig and marinate. 2 Place in a saucepan with oil, broth, wine and water, Tie a bunch of leeks and coriander, cook, in the oven. When half done, color with reduced must. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, caraway, oregano, celery seed, laser root, and crush them, moisten. With broth, add the pig's own gravy and raisin. Wine to taste. Add this to the meat in the saucepan and let it boil. When boiling, bind with roux the pig. Placed on a platter, mask with the sauce, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 Tor. Vino ilizatus, GV. Enococtum. 2. It is presumed that the pig is prepared for coction as in the foregoing, namely cleaned, washed, boned, etc. This also applies to the succeeding recipes. A pig. 376 Pig a la celsinus 1. Porcellum celcinianum. Prepare as above. Inject the following dressing made of pepper, roux, onions, saturate, the pig's own gravy, and eggs through the ear 2 and of pepper, broth, and a little wine. Make a sauce which is served in the sauce boat 3, and enjoy it. 1 Tor. Caesianus, Tac. Cicinianum, GV. Celcinianum. Lister goes far out of his way to prove that the man for whom this dish was named was Celsinus. He cites a very amusing bit of ancient humor by Petrus Lamsius, given below. 2. Really addressing in a liquid state when raw, a custard syringed into the carcass, which congeals during coction. Eggs must be in proper proportion to the other liquids. The pig thus filled is either steamed, roasted, or baked, well protected by buttered or oiled paper, all of which the ancient author failed to state, as a matter of course. 3. Acetabulum. The Porker's Last Will and Testament. By Petrus Lamsius. V. Barnab. Brisonium de Formulis lib 7, p. 677. Ex Lister, 1705, p. 196, Lister, 1709, p. 236. I, am Grunter Korokata Porker, do hereby make my last will and testament. Incapable of writing in my own hand, I have dictated what is to be set down. The chief cook saith, Come here, you who has upset this house, you nuisance, you porker. I'll deprive you of your life this day. Korokata Porker saith, What, perchance, have I done? In what way? Please, have I sinned? Have I with my feet perhaps smashed your crockery? I beg of you, Mr. Cook, I entreat you, if such be the case, kindly grant the supplicant a reprieve. The chief cook saith, Go over there, boy. Fetch me from the kitchen that slaughtering knife. I'm just itching to give this porker a bloodbath. Mr. Porker, realizing that this is the season when cabbage sprouts are abundant, and visualizing himself potted and peppered, and furthermore seeing that death is inevitable, asks for time and begs of the cook whether it was possible to make a will. This granted, he calls out with a loud voice to his parents to save for them the food that was to have been his own in the future, to wit, to my father, Mr. Genuine Bacon Fat, appointed by me in my last will I give and bequeath 30 measures of acorns, and to my mother, Mrs. Old Timer. So, appointed by me in my last will, I give and bequeath 40 measures of Spartan wheat, and to my sister, Crybaby, appointed by me in my last will, whose wedding, alas, I cannot attend, I give and bequeath 30 measures of barley, and of my nobler parts and property I give and bequeath to the cobbler. My bristles, to the brawlers, my jawbones, to the deaf, my ears, to the shyster lawyers, my tongue, to the cowherds, my intestines, to the sausage makers, my thighs, to the ladies, my tenderloins, to the boys, my bladder, to the girls, my little pig's tail, to the dancers, my muscles, to the runners and hunters, my knuckles, to the hired man, my hoofs, and to the cook though not to be named I give and bequeath and transmit my belly and appendage which I have dragged with me from the rotten oak bottoms to the pig's sty, for him to tie around his neck and to hang himself with. I wish to erect a monument to myself, inscribed with golden letters, M. Grunter Korokata Porker lived 999 years, and had he lived another half year, 1,000 years would have been nearly completed. I ask of you who love me best, you who live like me, I ask you, will not my name remain to be eulogized in all eternity? If you only will prepare my body properly and flavor it well with good condiments, nuts, pepper, and honey. My master and my relatives, all of you who have witnessed this execution of my last will and testament, you are requested to sign. Signed, Hard Sausage, Matchmaker, Fat Bacon, Bacon Rind, Cells Enus, Meatball, Sprout Cabbage. Thus far the story by Petrus Lamsius. The fifth of the signatories of the Porker's testament is Cells Enus, and since the other names are fictitious it is quite possible that Lamsius had a special purpose in pointing out the man for whom the dish, Porcella Celsinina suckling pig a la Cells Enus was named. Cells Enus was counselor for Aurelianus, the emperor. 377 Roast pig. Porcellamissum. Crush pepper, rue, sacchary, onions, hard yolks of egg, broth, wine, oil, spices, boil these ingredients. Pour over the roast pig in the saucepan and serve. 378 Pig à la jardinière. Porcellum hortulanum 1. The pig is boned through the throat and filled with quenelles of chicken forcemeat, finely cut. Roast thrushes, fig peckers, little sausage cakes. Made of the pig's meat, Lucanian sausage, stoned dates, edible bulbs, glazed onion, snails taken out of the shell, and poached mallows, leeks, beets, celery. Cooked sprouts, coriander, whole pepper, nuts. 15 eggs poured over, broth, which is spiced with pepper, and diluted with 3 eggs, thereupon sew it tight, stiffen, and roast in the oven. When done, open the back of the pig and pour over the following sauce: crushed pepper, rue, broth, raisin, wine, honey, and a little oil, which when boiling is tied with rue to 1 tour. Hortulanus, gardener's style, the French equivalent jardinier, a very common name for all dishes containing young vegetables. However, in the above rich formula there is very little to remind us of the gardener's style, excepting the last part of the formula, enumerating a number of fresh vegetables. It is unthinkable for any gourmet to incorporate these with the rich dressing. The vegetables should be used as a garnish for the finished roast. This leads us to believe that the above is really 2 distinct formulae, or that the vegetables were intended for garniture. To this extraordinary and rich dressing, perfectly feasible and admirable, when compared with our own Toulouse, financière, chipolata, can be palatable only when each component part is cooked separately before being put into the pig. The eggs must be whipped and diluted with broth and poured over the filling to serve as binder. The pig must be parboiled before filling, and the final cooking or roasting must be done very slowly and carefully, procedure not stated by the original which it takes for granted. 379 Cold sauce for boiled suckling pig. Jus poro 1 frigidum in porcellum eligzum. Crush pepper, caraway, dill, little oregano, pine nuts, moisten with vinegar, broth 2, date wine. Honey, prepared mustard, sprinkle with a little oil, pepper, and serve. 1 tour. only, poro indicating that the sauce may also be served with the foregoing. Wanting in list. Et al. 2 Wanting in tour. 380 Smoked pig a la Trajanus. Porcellum trajanum 1. Make thus, bone the pig, treat it as for stewing. In wine number 375, i.e. marinate for some time in spices, herbs and wine, thereupon hang it in the smokehouse 2 next. Boil it in salt water and serve thus 3 on a large platter 4. 1 tor. And tac. Traganum. 2 Adfamum suspens, gv. Et adpendias, et quantum adpendias, tantum. Solus in alum mits passage wanting in other texts, meaning, probably, that the more pigs are used for smoking the more salt must be used for pickling. Which is a matter of course, or, the heavier the pig. 3 tor. Et gita in lance epheres, tac. And sic eum, gv. Et sicum in lance infers. 4 hum. Salso recent, with fresh salt pork. Tor. Cum salsamento is stock recenti. And tor. Continues without interruption, indicating, perhaps, that the following formula is to be served, or treated, boiled, like the above. 381 Milk-fed pig. In porcello lactant 1. 1 ounce of pepper, a pint of wine, a rather large glass of the best oil, a glass of broth 2, and rather less than a glass of vinegar 3. 1 gv. Lactans, suckling, milk-fed, other texts, lactant, dan. Wild boar. 2 Wanting in tac. And tor. 3 A variant of the foregoing, a mild pickling solution for extremely young suckling pigs, prior to their smoking or boiling, or both, which the original does not state. Scutch and his disciple Daniel have inserted here 7 more pork formulae. SCHP 179, NOS 388 to 394, taken from the excerpts of Vini Darius, found at the conclusion of the Apicius formulae. 8. Hare. Leperum. 382 Braised hare. Leperum matidum. Is parboiled a little in water, thereupon place it on a roasting pan with oil, to be roasted in the oven. And when properly done, with a change of oil, immerse it in the following gravy: crush pepper, saturate, onion, rue, celery seed, moisten with broth, laser, wine, and a little oil. While the roasting of the hare is being completed, it is several times basted with the gravy. Wanting in gall. A difference in the literary style from the foregoing is quite noticeable. 383 The same, with a different dressing. Item alia adeum impensum. The hare must be properly kept, i.e. aged for a few days. After killing. Crush pepper, dates, laser, raisins, reduced wine, broth and oil, deposit the hare in this preparation. To be cooked when done, sprinkle with pepper. And serve. Wanting in gall. Tor. Continuing without interruption. 384 Stuffed hare. Leperum farsum. Whole pine nuts, almonds, chopped nuts or beech nuts, whole pepper are mixed with the force meat of hare thickened with eggs and wrapped in pig's caul to be roasted in the oven. 1. Another force meat is made with rue, plenty of pepper, onion, saturate, dates, broth, reduced wine, or spiced wine. This is reduced to the proper consistency and is laid under, but the hare remains in the broth flavored with laser. 1 Reminding of the popular meatloaf, made of remnants, fowl's share haze. Imitation hare, as it is known on the continent. The ancients probably used the trimmings of hare and other meat for this. Force meat, or meat loaf, either to stuff the hare with, or to make a meal of the preparation itself, as indicated above. We also recall that the ancients had ingenious baking molds of metal in the shape of hares and other animals. These molds, no doubt, were used for baking, or the serving of preparations of this sort. The absence of table forks and cutlery, as is used today, made such preparations very appropriate and convenient in leisurely dining. 385 White sauce for hare. Ius album inissum leperum. Pepper, lovage, cumin, celery seed, hard boiled. Yolks, properly pounded, made into a paste. In a saucepan boil broth, wine, oil, a little vinegar, and chopped onions. While boiling add the paste of spices, stirring with a faggot of oregano or sacchary. 1. And when the work is done, bind it with rue. 1. Faggots, or whips made of different herbs and brushes, are often employed by Apicius, a very subtle device to impart faint flavors to sauces. The custom has been in use for ages. With the return of mixed drinks in America, it was revived by the use of cinnamon sticks with which to stir the drinks. The above hare formulae are wanting in gall. 386 Lights of hare 1. A liter in leperum 2. A fine hash of hare's blood, liver, and lungs. Put into a saucepan broth and oil, and let it boil. With finely chopped leeks and coriander, now add the livers and lungs, and, when done, crush pepper, cumin, coriander, laser root, mint, rue. Fleabane, moistened with vinegar 3. 1 wanting in gall. 2 tor. Condimentum ex visceribus leporinis. 3. The various texts combine the above and the following formula, but we are of the opinion that they are two distinct preparations. 387 Lights of hare, another way. A liter. To the hare's liver add the blood and pound it with honey and some of the hare's own gravy. Add vinegar to taste and put in a saucepan. Add the lungs chopped fine, make it boil. When done, bind with rue, sprinkle with pepper and serve. This and the preceding formula resemble closely our purées or forcemeats of livers of game and fowl, which are spread on croutons to accompany the roast. 388 Hare in its own broth 1. A liter leperum ex suo iure. Prepare the hare, bone it, garnish 2. Put it in a stew pot 3. And when half done add a small bunch of leeks, coriander, dill. While this is being done, put in the mortar pepper, lovage, cumin, coriander seed, laser root, dry onion, mint, rue, celery seed, crush, moisten with broth, add honey. The hare's own gravy, reduced must and vinegar. To taste, let it boil, tie with rue, dress, garnish the roast on a platter, underlay the sauce, sprinkle, and serve. 1 cf. Gall. Number 381. 2 with vegetables for braising, possibly larding. 3 braisiere, for this is plainly a pot roast of hare. The boned carcass should be tied. This is perhaps meant by or is included in orna's garnish, i.e. getting ready for braising. 389 Hare a la Pasenianus 1. Leperum Pasenianum. The hare is dressed, boned, the body spread out. 2. Garnished with pickling herbs and spices and hung into the smokestack. 3. When it has taken on color, cook it half done, wash it, sprinkle with salt and immerse it in wine sauce. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, and crush, moisten with broth, wine and a little oil, heat, when boiling, bind with rue. Now detach the saddle of the roast hare, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. This personage, Pausanias or Pausanias, is not identified. 2. To bone the carcass, it usually is opened in the back, flattened out end. All the bones are easily removed. In that state it is easily pickled and thoroughly smoked. 3. Lan, tack, and tor. Suspens ad fernum, hum, list, and gv. Ad famum. We accept the latter reading, in the smoke, assuming that fernum is a typographical error in Lan. And his successors, tack and tor, still, roasts, have for ages been hung on chains close to or above the open fire. Taurinus may not be wrong, after all, in this essential direction. However, a boned and flattened out hair would be better broiled on the grill than hung up over the open fire. 390 Chromeskes of hair. Leperum isitiatum. The hair is cooked and flavored in the same above manner. Small bits of meat are mixed with soaked nuts. This salpicon 1 is wrapped in caul or parchment, the ends being closed by means of skewers and fried. 1. We call this preparation a salpicon because it closely resembles to our modern salpicons of fine mince of meats, mushrooms, etc., although the ancient formula fails to state the binder of this mince, either eggs or a thickened sauce, or both. 391 Stuffed hair. Leperum farcilum. Dress the hair as usual. Garnish, marinate it. Place in a square pan. 1. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, oregano, moisten with broth, add chicken livers. Sauté cooked brains, finely cut meat. 2. 3. Raw eggs, broth to taste. Wrap it in caul or parchment. Fasten with skewers. Half roast on a slow fire. Meanwhile put in the mortar pepper, lovage. Crush and moisten with broth, wine, season, make it hot. When boiling bind with roux, the half done hair. Immerse, finish its cooking in this broth. Sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. Quadratum impones, which is plain enough. The hair is to be roast therein. Dan. Cut in dice, gall. Spread it out. Cf. illustration of square roast pan. 2. Presumably the trimmings of the hair or of pork. This force meat is supposed to be used for the stuffing of the hair. It, being boned, is rolled up, the force meat inside, the outside covered with caul or paper, fastened with skewers. Daniel's interpretation suggests the thought that the raw hare's meat is cut into squares which are filled with force meat, rolled, wrapped, and roast a roulade of hair in the regular term. 392 Boiled hair. A liter. Leperum elixum. Dress the hair, boil it. In a flat saucepan pour oil, broth, vinegar, raisin wine, sliced onion, green roux and chopped thyme, a sauce which is served on the side. And so serve it. Tor. Continuing without interruption. 393 Spiced sauce for hair. Leperus candidura. Crush pepper, roux, onions, the hare's liver, broth. Reduced wine, raisin wine, a little oil, bind with roux when boiling. Tor. Id. 394 Sprinkled hair. Leperum, pipera, sicco sparsum. 1. Dress the hair as for Kid a la Tarpius number 363. Before cooking decorate it nicely. 2. Season with pepper, roux, sacchary, onion, little thyme, moisten with broth, roast in the oven, and all over sprinkle half an ounce of pepper, roux, onions, sacchary, 4 dates, and raisins. The gravy is given plenty of color over the open fire, and is seasoned with wine, oil, broth, reduced wine, frequently stirring it, basting the hair so that it may absorb all the flavor. After that serve it in a round dish with dry pepper, 1 tack, tor, succo sparsum. 2. We have no proof that the ancients used the larding needle as we do, or did, in our days. Decorate may, therefore, also mean garnish, i.e. marinate the meat in a generous variety of spices, herbs, roots, and wine. It is noteworthy that this term, garnish, used here and in the preceding formulae has survived in the terminology of the kitchen to this day, in that very sense. 395 Spiced hare. A liter leperum conditum. The well-prepared hare cook in wine, broth, water, with a little mustard seed, dill, and leeks with the roots. When all is done, season with pepper, sacchary, round onions, Damascus plums, wine, broth, reduced wine and a little oil, tie with roux, let boil a little longer, baste so that the hare is penetrated by the flavor, and serve it on a platter masked with sauce. 9. Dormice. Glurs. 396 Stuffed dormouse 1. Glurs is stuffed with a force meat of pork and small pieces of dormouse meat trimmings, all pounded with pepper, nuts, laser, broth. Put the dormouse, thus stuffed, in an earthen casserole, roast it in the oven, or boil it in the stock pot. 1. Glee, dormouse, a special favorite of the ancients, has nothing to do with mice. The fat dormouse of the south of Europe is the size of a rat, arboreal rodent, living in trees. Galen, 3, De Alim, Plinius, 8, 57-80 seconds, Varro, 3, describing the glirarium, place where the dormouse was raised for the table. Petronius, cap 31, describes another way of preparing dormouse. Nonnus. Dieteticon, p. 194/5, says that Flavius Hirpinus was the first man to raise dormouse in the glirarium. Dormouse, as an article of diet, should not astonish Americans who relish squirrel, opossum, muskrat, coon, etc. End of Book 8. Explicit Apicii Tetrapus Liber Octaus Tac. Go to transcription of text. Title page. Schola Apiciana, Antwerp, 1535. Apicius. Book 9. Wine pitcher, elaborately decorated. Egg and bead pattern on the rim. The upper end of handle takes the form of a goddess Scylla, or Diana, with 2 hounds ending in acanthus leaves below the waist. On the curved back of handle is a long leaf. The lower attachment is in the form of a mask, ivy-crowned monade. NTLMUS, Naples. 69,171, Field M, 24,048. Cacabus. Stupot, marmite, without a base, to fit into a hole of stove. The flat lid fits into the mouth of the pot. Found in Pompeii. NTLMUS, Naples, 74,806, Field M, 24,171. Book 9. Seafood. Lib 9. Thalassa. Chap. I. Shellfish. Chap. 2. Ray. Chap. 3. Calamari. Chap. 4. Cuttlefish. Chap. V. Polypus. Chap. 6. Oysters. Chap. 7. All kinds of bivalves. Chap. 8. Sea urchin. Chap. 9. Mussels. Chap. X. Sardines. Chap. 11. Fish sauces. Chap. 12. Bayan seafood stew. I. Shellfish. In locusta. 397 Sauce for shellfish. IUS in locusta et capri 1. Chopped scallions fried lightly, crush pepper, lovage, caraway, cumin, fig dates, honey, vinegar, wine, broth, oil, reduced must, while boiling add mustard. 1 locusta, spiny lobster, father langoust, GV. Cap arus, not clear, cam arus. A crab, list. Carabus long-tailed lobster or crab, the cancer cursor of Linnaeus, according to Beckmann, mentioned by Plinius. 398 Broiled lobster. Locustus asses. Makes thus, if broiled, they should appear in their shell, which is opened by splitting the live lobster in two. Season with pepper sauce and coriander sauce, moisten with oil and broil them on the grill. When they are dry, keep on basting them more and more with oil or butter until they are properly broiled too. 1 i.e. when the soft jelly-like meat has congealed. 2 same procedure as today. 399 Boiled lobster with cumin sauce 1. Locustum ilazam cum cuminato. Real boiled lobster is cooked with cumin sauce. Essence n, by right, throw in some whole 2 pepper, lovage, parsley, dry mint, a little more whole cumin, honey, vinegar, broth, and, if you like, add some bay leaves and malabatharan 3. 1 cumin, mustard, and other spices similar to the above are used for cooking crawfish today. 2 sentence extor. Wanting in other texts. 3 malabatharum, aromatic leaves of an Indian tree, according to Plinius the Laurus cassia wild cinnamon. 400 Another lobster dish, mince of the tail meat. A liter locustum isitia decauda eius sic facies. Have leaves ready in which to wrap the mince croquettes. Boil the lobster, take the cluster of spawn from under the female's tail, and the coral of the male thereupon cut fine. The boiled meat of the tail, and with broth and pepper and the eggs make the croquettes and fry. It is understood that hen eggs are added to bind the mince. 401 Boiled lobster. In locusta elixa. Pepper, cumin, rue, honey, vinegar, broth and oil. 402 Another lobster preparation. A liter in locusta. For lobster let us properly employ 1 pepper, lovage, cumin, mint, rue, nuts, honey, vinegar, broth, and wine. 1 tor. Rect ad hypomus, sentence not in the other texts. 2. Ray, skate. In torpedine 1. 403 A sauce for ray. In torpedine. Crush pepper, rue, shallots, adding honey, broth, raisin wine, a little wine, also a few drops of oil. When it commences to boil, bind with rue. 1 torpedo, the raya torpedo of Linnaeus, a ray or skate. 404 Boiled ray. In torpedine elixa. Pepper, lovage, parsley, mint, oregano, yolks of egg, honey, broth, raisin wine, and oil. If you wish, add mustard and vinegar, or, if desired richer, add raisins. This appears to be a sauce to be poured over the boiled ray. Today the ray is boiled in water seasoned strongly and with similar ingredients. When done, the fish is allowed to cool in this water, the edible parts are then removed, the water drained from the meat, which is tossed in sizzling brown butter with lemon juice, vinegar, and capers. This is ray au beurre noir, much esteemed on the French seaboards. 3. Calamari. In Liligene 1. 405 Calamari in the pen. In Liligene in patina. Crush pepper, rue, a little honey, broth, reduced wine, and oil to taste. When commencing to boil, bind with rue. 1 calamari, Inkfish, cuttlefish. Cf. Chap 4. GV Lologene. 405A Stuffed calamari 1. In Liligene farsili. Pepper, lovage, coriander, celery seed, yolks. Honey, vinegar, broth, wine, oil, and bind to. 1x list, SCH, and GV. Evidently a sauce or dressing. The formula for the force meat of the fish is not given here but is found in No. 406 stuffed. Sepia, a fish akin to the calamari. 4. Sepia, cuttlefish. In Sepias. 406 stuffed sepia. In sepia farsili. Pepper, lovage, celery seed, caraway, honey. Broth, wine, basic condiments 1 heat in water. Throw in the cuttlefish, when done split, then stuff the cuttlefish 2 with the following force meat. Boiled brains, the strings and skin removed, pound. With pepper, mix in raw eggs until it is plenty. Whole pepper to be added. Tie the filled dish into little bundles of linen and immerse in the boiling stock. Pot until the force meat is properly cooked. 1 condimenta coctiva salt, herbs, roots. 2 GV. Treat this as a separate formula. 407 boiled cuttlefish 1. Sepias Elizaza Beheno 2. Are placed in a copper kettle with cold water. And pepper, laser, broth, nuts, eggs, and any other seasoning you may wish. 1 list. Connects this article with the foregoing. 2 tour. Aheno for copper kettle, list. Amalo. 408 Another way to cook cuttlefish. A liter sepias. Pepper, lovage, cumin, green coriander, dry mint. Yolks, honey, broth, wine, vinegar, and a little oil. When boiling bind with roux. V. Polypus 1. In polypo. 409 polypus. In polypo. Cook with pepper, lovage, broth, laser, ginger 2. And serve. 1. The polypus, or 8-armed sepia, has been described by Plinius, Galen, Cicero, Diocles, Athenaeus and other ancient writers. The ancients praise it as a food and attribute to the polypus the power of restoring lost vitality, molly. Carn Pisces, and suaves gustus sunt, and ad venerum conferunt Diocles. Wanting in the vat ms. 2 Wanting in list. And GV. Extor. P 100. 6. Oysters. In Austrace. 410 Oysters 1. In Austrace. To oysters which want to be well seasoned add 2 pepper, lovage, yolks, vinegar, broth, oil, and wine, if you wish also add honey 3. 1 Wanting in the vat ms. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in the other texts. 3 cf number 14 for the keeping of oysters. It is not likely that the oysters brought from Great Britain to Rome were in a condition to be enjoyed from the shell raw. The above formula appears to be a sort of oyster stew. 7. 411 All kinds of bivalves. In Omne genus Conciliorum 1. For all kinds of shellfish use pepper, lovage, parsley, dry mint, a little more of cumin, honey, and broth, if you wish, add bay leaves and malabathrin too. 1 Wanting in the vat ms. 2 cf note to number 399. The shellfish is cooked or steamed with the above ingredients. 8. Sea urchins. In Echino. 412 Sea urchin. In Echino. To prepare sea urchin, take a new earthen pot, a little oil, broth, sweet wine, ground pepper, and set it to heat. When boiling, put the urchins in. Singly. Shake them well, let them stew, and when Done, sprinkle with pepper and serve. Pliny states that only a few small parts of the sea urchin are edible. 413 Another method. A liter in echino. Pepper, a little costmary, dry mint, mead, broth. Indian spikenard, and bay or nard leaves. 414 Plain boiled. A liter. Put the sea urchin singly in boiling water. Cook, retire, and place on a platter. 415 In chafing dish. In Thermospodio 1. To the meat of sea urchins, cooked as above, add a sauce made of bay leaves, pepper, honey, broth, a little oil, bind with eggs in the hot water bath to sprinkle with pepper. And serve. 1. This formula is combined with the preceding in the original. 2. Thermospodium, in this respect resembling seafood à la Newburgh. The thermospodium is an elaborate food and drink heater, used both in the kitchen and in the dining room. Our drawing illustrates an elaborate specimen which was used to prepare dishes such as this one in front of the guests. 416 Salt sea urchin. In echino salso. The cooked meat of salt sea urchin is served up with the best fish broth, reduced wine and pepper to taste. Undoubtedly a commercial article like crab meat today. The sea urchins were cooked at the fisheries, picked, shells, refused, discarded, the meat salted and marketed. The fish was also salted in the shell as seen in the following. 417 Another way. A liter. Take salt sea urchins, add the best broth and treat them in a manner as to look like fresh that have just come out of the water. 9. Mussels. In Michaelis 1. 418 Mussels. In Michaelis. Best 2 broth, finely cut leeks, cumin, raisin, wine, must 3 and add water to make a mixture in which to cook the mussels. 1 Variously spelled Michaelis, Mutualis, an edible mussel. Tor. And list. Marula, merling, whiting, father merlan. Marula also is a blackbird, which is out of place here. The Vatmis reads in Michaelis. 2 Tor. 3 Tor. Vinum mustum, list. V mixtum. X. Sardines, baby tunny, mullet. In Sarda 1 Cordula 2 Mugil 3. 419 Stuffed sardine. Sardam farcilum. Properly, ought to be treated in this manner. The sardine is boned and filled with crushed fleabane. Several grains of pepper, mint, nuts, diluted with honey, tied or sewed, wrapped in parchment, and placed in a flat dish above the steam rising from the stove. Season with oil, reduced must n. Oregano 4. 1 The freshly caught sardine. 2 Cordilla, the young or the fry of tunny. 3 Mugil, sea mullet. 4 Tor. Oregano, list. Alce, with brine. 420 Another preparation of sardines. Sarda ita fit. Cook and bone the sardines, fill with crushed pepper, lovage, thyme, oregano, rue, moistened with date wine, honey, place on a dish, garnish with cut hard eggs. Pour over a little wine, vinegar, reduced must, and virgin oil. 421 Sauce for sardines. Ius in sarda. Pepper, oregano, mint, onions, a little vinegar, and oil. Resembling our vinaigrette. 422 Another sauce for sardines 1. Ius aliat in sarda. Pepper, lovage, dry mint 2 Cooked, onion, chopped, honey, vinegar, dilute with oil, sprinkle with chopped hard eggs. 1 Another vinaigrette. 2 Tack and tor. Mentum eridam coctam, dry mint cooked, which is reasonable. To soften it, GV. Dry mint, cooked onion, there is no necessity to cook the onion. As a matter of fact, it should be chopped raw in this dressing. The onion is wanting in tack and tour. 423 Sauce for broiled baby tunny. IUS in Cordula ASSA. Pepper, lovage, celery seed, mint, rue, fig date or its wine honey, vinegar, wine. Also suitable for sardines. 424 Sauce for salt sea mullet. IUS in Mugel salso. Pepper, lovage, cumin, onion, mint, rue, sage 1. Date wine, honey, vinegar, mustard, and oil. 1 tor. Calva, GV. Calvum. Does not exist. Calva legendum puto. Salvia. 425 Another sauce for salt sea mullet. A liter IUS in Mugel salso. Pepper, oregano, rocket, mint, rue, sage 1, date. Wine, honey, oil, vinegar, and mustard. 1 same as above. 11 426 Sauce for catfish, baby tunny, and tunny. IUS in Saluro 2 in Palamid 3 ET in Thinno 4. To make them more tasty use 5 pepper, lovage, cumin, onions, mint, rue, sage 6 date wine, honey, vinegar, mustard, and oil. 1 The 12 chapters of Book 9, as shown in the beginning of the text are here increased to 14 by GV, to wit, 12, IUS in Mullo Terrico and 13, Salsum Sine Salso, but these are more properly included in the above. Chapter 11, as does Tor. All of the above fish were salt, and probably were important. Commercial articles. The Salurus, for instance, is best in the river Danube. In the Balkans, while the red mullet, as seen in number 427, came from the Sea of Galilee. CFNOS 144, 149. 2 Salurus, probably the sly Salurus, or sheatfish, in the U.S. called hornpout. Large catfish. 3 Palames, a tunny before it is a year old. 4 tunny, tuna fish. 5 tor. Wanting in the others. 6 CF Note 1 to number 424. 12. 427 Sauce for salt red mullet. IUS in Mullo 1 Terrico 2. If in need of condiments use 3 pepper, rue, onions, dates, ground mustard, mix all with flaked meat of sea urchins, moisten with oil, and pour over the fish which is either fried or broiled, omitting salt. 4. 1 tor. Mullo, the red surmullet, a very esteemed fish. 2 Tarichea, town of Galilee, on the Sea of Galilee. Salt mullet as prepared at Tarichea was known as Tarichus. This became finally a generic name for all kinds of salt fish, whether coming from Tarichea or from elsewhere. We have an interesting analogy in Finnan haddock, smoked haddock from Findon, Scotland. Corrupted into Finnan, and now used for any kind of smoked haddock. CFNOS 144, 149. 3 tor. Quite correctly, he questions the need of condiments for salt fish. 4 list. Uses this last sentence as the title for the next formula, implying that more salt be added to the salt fish, tor. Is explicit in saying that no salt be added, which of course, is correct. 13. Another way, without salt pork. A liter, sine salso 1. 428 Fish liver pudding. Salsum, sine salso 2. Cook the liver of the mullet, crush 3 and add pepper. Either broth or salt. 4 add oil, liver of hare or of lamb. 5 or of chicken, and, if you like, press Into a fish mold 6 unmold, after baking sprinkle. With virgin oil 7. 1 torr. 2 gv. Plainly, a contradiction. The possible meaning may be, salt fish. Without salt pork, as salt fish is frequently served with bacon. 3 dan. Crush the liver, which is probably correct. A paste or forcemeat of the livers and fish were made. 4 The addition of salt would be superfluous if the liver of salt meat is used, excepting if the liver of hare, etc., predominated. 5 gv. Or liver of kid, wanting in torr. 6 Such fish-shaped molds existed, made of bronze, artistically finished. Same as we possess them today, such molds were made in various styles and shapes. Cf. number 384. 7 This is an attempt to make a fish of livers, not so much with the intention to deceive as to utilize the livers in an attractive way. A very nutritious dish, and a most ingenious device, requiring much skill. This is another good example of Roman cookery, far from being extravagant. As it is reputed to be, it is economical and clever, and shows ingenuity in the utilization of good things which are often discarded as worthless. 429 Another way, for a change. A liter visem garen salsi 1. Cumin, pepper, broth, which crush, adding a little raisin wine, or reduced wine, and a quantity of crushed nuts. Mix everything well, incorporate with the salt 2 fish, mix in a little oil and serve. 1 gv. Alter vi salsi. 2 torr. And salibus imbue, list. And salsa rede. There is no sense to listers. Version, nor can we accept gv. Who have et salary de funds. 430 Another way. A liter salsum in 1 salso. Take as much cumin as your 5 fingers will hold, crush half of that quantity of pepper and 1 piece of peeled garlic, moisten with broth and mix in a little oil. This will correct and benefit a sour stomach and promote digestion too. 1 torr, gv. Sign. 2 The title has reference to salt fish or salt pork, but the formula obviously is of a medicinal character and has no place here. 1214. 431 Bayan seafood stew. Imbractum 1 Bayanum 2. Minced poached oysters, mussels 3 or scallops n. Sea nettles put in a saucepan with toasted nuts. Rue, celery, pepper, coriander, cumin, raisin wine. Broth, reduced wine and oil. 1 list. Amfractum a caudal, a stew. Seafood stews of this sort are very popular in the south of Europe, the most famous among them being the bouillabaisse of Marseilles. 2 Baya, a very popular seaside resort of the ancients located in the Bay of Naples. The stew was named after the place. Horace liked the place but Seneca warned against it. 3 torr. Spondylos, list. Spondylos scallops. Both terms, if used in connection with the shellfish, are correct. Lister in several places confuses this term with spongiolus mushroom. This instance is the final vindication of Taurinus, whose correctness was maintained in NOS 41, 47, 115, SEQ 120, 121, 183, 309, sec. End of Book 9-1. Explicit apici ithalisa liber nanis 2. 1 It appears to us that Book 9 and the following, Book X, judging from its recipes, phraseology, and from other appearances, is by a different author than the preceding books. Long after having made this observation, we learn from Volmer, Study N, that books 9 and X were missing in the Archetypus fuldensis. 2 Tack. Roast platter. The indenture is corrugated to receive the juices of the roast. Hildesheim trees. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Taurinus edition, Basel, 1541. Inscribed with comments by Apicius, contemporary scholar. The flyleaf bears the autograph of M. Tiedemann, 1806, and references to the above Apicius. There are further inscriptions by ancient hands. In Latin and French, referring to the Barnhold sic Apicius, to the Diatique, to Aulus Cornelius, Celsus, Hippocrates and Galen. Also complaints about the difficulties to decipher the Apician text. Apicius. Book X. Shallow saucepan. The plain bowl is molded, the fluted handle ends in a head of the young Hercules in a lion's skin, with the paws tied under the neck. This corresponds somewhat to our modern chafing dish pan both in size and in utility. This pan was used in connection with the plain thermospodium for the service of hot foods. In the dining room. NTLMUS, Naples, 73,438, Field M, 24,032. Cacabus. Stewpot, kettle, marmite. The cover fits over the mouth. The rings in which the bale plays are attached by rivets to a sort of collar encircling the neck of the pot. NTLMUS, Naples, 74,775, Field M, 24,173. Book X The Fisherman 1. Lib X Halias. Chap. I. Different kinds of fish. Chap. 2. Muranas. Chap. 3. Eel. The numbers of the chapters differ in the various texts. I. 432 A sauce finds herbs for fried fish. IUSD a button and 2 pro 3 pice frixo. Use any kind of fish. Prepare clean, salt, turn in flour. Salt for and fry it. Crush pepper, cumin, coriander, seed, laser root, oregano, and rue, all. Crushed fine, moistened with vinegar, date wine. Honey, reduced must, oil and broth. Pour in a sauce pan, place on fire, when simmering pour over the fried fish, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. This chapter principally deals with fish sauces. Apparently it is by a different author than books I-8, which have many formulae for fish. While we have no direct proof, we are inclined to believe that Book X is a Roman version of a Greek treatise on fish sauces, a monograph, of which there existed many, according to Athenaeus, which specialized on the various departments of cookery. 2. Tor. Diabotum, in Greek characters, Greek, relating to herbs. 3. Tor. GV in 4 GV. Salsas. 433 Sauce for boiled fish. IUS in pice elixo. Pepper, lovage, cumin, small onions, oregano. Nuts, fig dates, honey, vinegar, broth, mustard, a little oil. Heat this sauce, and if you wish it to be richer, add raisins. 434 Another sauce for boiled fish. A liter in pice elixo 1. Crush pepper, lovage, green coriander, sacchary. Onion, hard-boiled yolks, raisin wine, vinegar, oil, and broth. 1 Tor. Frixo fried fish, although his heading reads elixo. 435 Another sauce for boiled fish. A liter IUS in pice elixo. Prepare the fish carefully, in the mortar put salt, coriander seed, crush and mix well, turn the fish therein, put it in a pan, cover it and seal it with plaster. 1 Cook it in the oven. When done, retire the fish from the pan, sprinkle with strong vinegar, and serve. 1 remarkable culinary ingenuity, resembling in principle the North American Indian method of cooking whitefish wrapped in clay. Today we use flour and water made into a stiff paste to seal a pan hermetically if no pressure cooker is available. This formula cannot be classified under sauce for boiled fish. 436 Another sauce for boiled fish. A liter IUS in piece elixo. When the fish is prepared, put the same in a flat pan with coriander seed, water, and green dill. When cooked, sprinkle with vinegar and serve. 1. Another fair example of the incompleteness, on the one hand, of the directions, and of the superfluity, on the other hand, of words such as the initial and the closing words, which characterizes so many of the formulae. This is characteristic of ever so many culinary authors of all ages, who, lacking literary training, assume that the reader is thoroughly versed with the methods indicated. A versatile modern author would have said, poach the filleted fish in small water seasoned with coriander seed and green dill, sprinkle with vinegar before serving. He mentioned neither the salt nor the oil, which he undoubtedly used. 437 Alexandrin 1 Sauce for broiled fish. IUS Alexandrinum in piece asso. Pepper, dry onions, shallots, lovage, cumin, oregano, celery seed, stoned Damascus prunes pounded in the mortar, filled up to with vinegar, broth, reduced must, and oil, and cook it. 1 Alexandria, Egyptian city, at the mouth of the river Nile, third of the 3 great cities of antiquity excepting Carthage during Apicius' time, arrival of Rome and Athens in splendor and commerce. Most important as a Mediterranean port, where fishing and fish eating was, and still is, good. 2 GV. Mulsum, mead. 438 Another Alexandrin sauce for broiled fish. A liter IUS Alexandrinum in piece asso. Pepper, lovage, green coriander, seedless raisins. Wine, raisin wine, broth, oil, cooked together. 439 Another Alexandrin sauce for broiled fish. A liter IUS Alexandrinum in piece asso. Pepper, lovage, green coriander, onions, stoned Damascus prunes, raisin wine, broth, oil and vinegar. And cook. 440 Sauce for broiled conger. IUS in con gross asso. Pepper, lovage, crushed cumin, oregano, dry onions. Hard yolks, wine, mead, vinegar, broth, reduced must, and cook. GV Gongo. 441 Sauce for horned fish. 1. IUS in cornutum. 1. Pepper, lovage, oregano, onions, seedless raisins. Wine, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, and cook it. 2. 1 Cornuta, cornutus horned, having horns and unidentified sea fish. 2 Gall. Collects all succeeding formulae for sauces into 1. 442 Sauce for broiled mullet. IUS in Molossos. Pepper, lovage, rue, honey, nuts, vinegar, wine, broth, a little oil, heat and pour over. 1. List is of the opinion that this is fresh mullet, while salt mullet was treated in the preceding formulae. 443 Another sauce for broiled mullet. A liter IUS in Molossos. Rue, mint, coriander, fennel, all of them green pepper, lovage, honey, broth, and a little oil. 444 Seasoning for baby tunny. IUS in Palamide SSA. Pepper, lovage, oregano, green coriander, onion. Seedless raisins. 1. Raisin wine, vinegar, broth, reduced must, oil, and cook. 1 Wanting in tour. 445. This sauce is also suitable for boiled tunny, if desired. Add honey. 446 Sauce for perch. IUS in per cam 1. Pepper, lovage, crushed cumin, onions, stoned Damascus. Prunes, wine, mead, vinegar, oil, reduced. Must, cook it. 1 perxa, perch sea perch or sea bass. 447 Seasoning for red snapper. Condimentum in rebellionum 1. Pepper, lovage, caraway, wild thyme, celery. Seed, dry onions, wine, raisin wine, vinegar, broth. And oil, bind with rue. 1 rubellio, a reddish fish, perhaps a species of the red mullet or red snapper. Says the Latins called the fish rubellions, rubellos, and rubros. The Greeks erythrinos or erythricos, because of their reddish color. A fish, according to Athenaeus, similar to the pager or pagrus, fager or fagrus, also called pagur, which is not quite identified. 2. 448 Sauce for broiled murena. IUS in murena ASSA 1. Pepper, lovage, sacchary, saffron 2, onions, stoned Damascus, prunes, wine, mead, vinegar, reduced. Must and oil, cook it 3. 1v doubting that this is broiled. 2 tor. Crocomagma, list. Crocum magnum, still used today in some fish preparations, particularly in the bouillabaisse. 3. The laconic style in which all these fish preparations are given, is very confusing to the uninitiated. We assume that most of these ingredients were used to season the water in which to boil fish, or, to make a court bouillon, a fish essence of the bones and the trimmings of the fish, in which to poach the sliced fish. The liquor thus gained was reduced and in the moment of serving was bound with roux or with yolks, and the fish was masked with this sauce. The exceptions from this rule are, of course, in cases where the fish was broiled or fried. 449 Sauce for broiled murena. IUS in murena ASSA. Pepper, lovage, stoned Damascus, prunes, wine, mead, vinegar, broth, reduced must, oil, cook it. 450 Another sauce for broiled murena. A liter IUS in murena ASSA. Pepper, lovage, catmint 1 coriander seed, onions, pine nuts, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, cook it. 1 Nepeta montana nep. 451 Another sauce for boiled murena 1. A liter IUS in murena elixa. Pepper, lovage, dill, celery seed, coriander, dry mint, pine nuts, rue, honey, vinegar, wine 2 broth. A little oil, heat, and bind with rue. 1 X tack. And tor, wanting in list. And gv. 2 tack, wanting in tor. 452 Another sauce for boiled murena. A liter IUS in murena elixa. Pepper, lovage, caraway, celery seed 1 coriander. Fig dates, mustard, honey, vinegar, broth, oil. Reduced wine. 1 list, sch, dan. Add here which is wanting in tor. Rus Syriacum Syrian. Sumac. The originals are considerably confused on the above and the following formulae. 453 Another sauce for boiled murena. A liter IUS in murena elixa. Pepper, lovage, vinegar, celery seed, Syrian sumac. 1 fig date wine, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, mustard, and reduced must. Serve 2. 1 See note to number 452. 2 Ex tor. It appears that this formula is a correction of number 452, as this is wanting in the other editions. Tor also lacks the following formula. In tac. The above formula follows the next. 454 Sauce for boiled fish. Ius in piece elixo. Pepper, lovage, parsley, oregano, dry onions. Honey, vinegar, broth, wine, a little oil. When boiling, tie with roux and serve in a small sauce. Boat 1. 1 in lance. Lengths may also mean a large oblong platter on which fish would be served. Cf. illustration oval dish with handles. Horace 2 Saturday 8 in patina perecta, a special dish to hold the cooked murina and to display it to advantage. Such special dishes are found in any good table service, to serve special purposes. Not so long ago special forks and knives were used for fish service which have been gradually discarded. 455 Sauce for boiled Lacertus fish. Ius in lace rtos elixos 1. Pepper, lovage, cumin, green rue, onions, honey, vinegar, broth, a little oil. When boiling tie with roux 2. 1 Lacertus, an unidentified sea fish. 2 cf. Note 3 to number 448. In GV. This formula precedes the above. 456 Sauce for broiled fish. Ius in piece asso. A sauce for this broiled fish make thus 1 pepper, lovage, thyme, green coriander, honey, vinegar, broth, wine, oil, reduced must, heat and stir well. With a whip of rue branches, and tie with roux. 1 tor. Wanting in others. 457 Sauce for tunny. Ius in thinno. Tunny, by means of this sauce will be more palatable. 1 pepper, cumin, thyme, coriander, onions, raisins, vinegar, honey, wine, and oil. Heat, tie with roux, and serve for dinner 2. 1 and 2 first and last sentences from Tor, wanting in others. 458 Sauce for boiled tunny. Ius in thinno elixo. Pepper, lovage, thyme, crushed herbs 1, onions, fig dates or fig wine, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, mustard, and tie 2. 1 condimenta mortaria, herbs crushed in the mortar, also pulverized. Spices. 2 and tie wanting in list. Leave it out, and you have an acceptable vinaigrette, a cold sauce for cold fish. 459 Sauce for broiled toothfish. Ius in dentis asso 1. Sauce for broiled tooth 1 fish is made thus 2. Pepper, lovage, coriander, mint, dry roux, cooked quinces 3, honey, wine, broth, oil, heat and tie with roux. 1 dentex, hum. Dentex forma orati similis, verum major. The toothfish is similar to the dory in shape, though larger. 2 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. 3 malum sidonicum. 460 Boiled toothfish. In dentis elixo 1. Pepper, dill, cumin, thyme, mint, green rue, honey, vinegar, broth, wine, a little oil, heat and tie with roux. 1 X list, wanting in Tor. 461 Sauce for dory. Ius in piece orida 1. A seasoning for dory is made thus: 2 pepper, lovage, caraway, oregano, rue berries, mint, myrtle, berries, yolks of egg, honey, vinegar, oil, wine, broth, heat and use it so. 1 orida the golden dory. Very esteemed fish. Martial, 3, EP 90. Non omnes laudum prelium qui orate meritur. Sed cui solus erit concha lucrina cibus. 2 tor. Wanting in other texts. 462 Sauce for broiled dory. Ius in piece orida assa. A sauce which will make broiled dory more tasty. Consists of 1 pepper, coriander, dry mint, celery, seed, onions, raisins, honey, vinegar, wine, broth and oil. 463 Sauce for sea scorpion 1. IUS in scorpion elixir. Pepper, caraway, parsley, fig date wine, honey, vinegar, broth, mustard, oil and reduced wine. 1 sea scorpion, boiled like shellfish, with the above ingredients. The cold meat is separated from the shell and is eaten with vinaigrette sauce. 464 Wine sauce for fish. In pice inogarum. Crush pepper, rue, and honey, mix in raisin wine. Broth, reduced wine, heat on a very slow fire. 465 Another way. A liter. The above, when boiling, may be tied with rue. 3. Eel. 466 Sauce for eel. IUS in anguillum. Eel will be made more palatable by a sauce which has 1 pepper, celery seed, lovage 2, anise, Syrian. Sumac 3, fig date wine 4, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, mustard, reduced must. 1 tor. Sentence wanting in other texts. To note the position of lovage in this formula. Usually it follows pepper. We have finally accounted for this peculiarity. Taurinus, throughout the original, treats pepper and lovage as one spice, whereas we have kept the two separate. He believed it to be a certain kind of pepper, Piper ligusticum. Piper, as a matter of fact, stands for pepper, and ligusticum is the herb, lovage, an umbelliferous plant, also called levisticum. The fact that the two words are here separated plainly shows that Taurinus has been in the dark about this matter almost to the end. One wonders why he did not change or correct this error in the preceding books. His marginal errata prove that his work was being printed as he wrote it, or furnished copy therefore, namely in installments. Since the printer's type was limited, each sheet was printed in the complete edition, and the type was then used over again for the next sheet. 3 tor. Thun. 4 wanting in tor. 467 Another sauce for eel. A liter IUS in anguillum. Pepper, lovage, Syrian sumac, dry mint, rue berries. Hard yolks, mead, vinegar, broth, oil, cook it. End of Book X. The last of the books of Apicius. Cheliae Pitae Halias Liber Decimus and Ultimus. Explicit tack. Cantharus, wine bowl, or cup. With elaborate ornamentation, over a sacred fountain. The walls of a theatre, with emblems of a theatrical nature. And garlands of flowers and fruits, wineskins, tyrsus. Torches, masks and musical instruments. Hildesheim treasure. Go to transcription of text. Opening chapter, Book I, Venice, 1503. From the Lancelotus edition, printed by Tacuinus in Venice in 1503. Identical with the two previous editions except for very minor variants. The rubrication is not completed here. Fine initials were painted in the vacant spaces by hand, the small letter in the center of the square being the Q for the rubricator. This practice, a remnant from the manuscript books, was very soon abandoned after the printing of books became commercialized. The excerpts from Apicius by Vini Darius. Go to transcription of text. Brevis Pimentorum. Manuscript of the 8th century. From the Codex Salmogenus, excerpts from Apicius by Vini Darius. Cacabus. Stewpot, marmite, or kettle. With a ring. Base. The cover fits over the mouth. NTL. MUS, Naples, 74,813, Field M, 24,172. The excerpts from Apicius. By Vini Darius. The illustrious man. Apici excerpta a Vini Dario Viro Inlustri. 5th century. Venidarius, a Goth, of noble birth or a scientist, living in Italy. Vinida Hargis is the native name. Of his time and life very little is known. It appears that he was a student of Apicius and that he made certain excerpts from that book, which are preserved in the Uncial Codex of Salmasius, Seq. 8, Paris, Lat. 10318. Volmer in his Apicius commentary says that Salmasius and his predecessors have accepted them as genuine. Scutch incorporated these recipes in the Apicius text of his editions, in appropriate places, as he thought. This course cannot be recommended, although the recipes should form an integral part of any Apicius edition. M. who faithfully reprinted the excerpta in the Archive F. Lat. Lex. 1564, FF says distinctly, these excerpts have nothing to do with the 10 books of Apicius, even if some recipes resemble each other, and other researchers have expressed the same opinion. Volmer, however, does not share this view. If I may be permitted to concur with Volmer, I would say that the excerpts are quite Apician in character, and that in a sense they fill certain gaps in the Apicius text, although the language is strongly vulgarized, which may be readily expected to be the case in the age of Venidarius. The recipes of Anthimus, written around AD 511, also confirm the close relation existing between Venidarius and Apicius. Anthimus was the Greek physician to Theodoric I, the Great, Frankish king living in Italy. He was not acquainted with Apicius. Summary of spices. Brevis Pimentarum 1. Which should be in the house on hand so that there may be nothing wanting in the line of condiments. Saffron, pepper, ginger, laser, leaves laurel baynard. Myrtle berries, costmary, chervil 2, Indian. Spikenard, Adena 3, cardamom, spikenard. 1 Pigmentorum speciorum spices. The old pigmentum is really any coloring matter. The word, corrupted to pimento and pimiento, is now used for sweet red pepper and also for allspice. 2 Caryophyllus cerefolium cherophyllin, Father Surfuria, Ger Kerbal. This should be among the herbs. 3 Not identified. Of seeds to be on hand. Disseminibus hoc. Poppy seed, rue seed, rue berries, laurel berries. Anise seed, celery seed, fennel seed, lovage seed. Rocket seed, coriander seed, cumin, dill, parsley. Seed, caraway seed, sesame. Of dried herbs, etc., to be on hand. Desiccus hoc. Laser root, mint, catnip, sage, cypress, oregano. Juniper, shallots, Bacchus timi 1, coriander, Spanish. Chamomile, citron, parsnips, Ascalonian shallots. Bulrush roots, dill, fleabane, Cyprian rush. Garlic, legumes 2, marjoram 3, inula 4 silphium. Cardamom. 1 Not identified. Perhaps the seed of thyme, though the word Bacchus would be out of place there. 2 Ospera, i.e., Ospreos. 3 Samsuku, i.e., Sampsuchum elderberries. 4 Not identified, perhaps Laurus inubus, dried virgin laurel leaves. Of liquids to be on hand. Delicaribus hoc. Honey, reduced must, reduced wine, Apiperio 1. Raisin wine. 1 Not identified. We take it to be honey mead, or some other honey preparation. Maybe, piperidum, pepper sauce. Of nuts to be on hand. Denucleis hoc. Larger nuts, pine nuts, almonds 1 hazelnuts. Filberts 2. 1 Acmigula, i.e., amygdala. 2 Abellana Abellini Avellana, Father Avelline. Of dried fruits to be on hand. Depomes siccus hoc. Damascus prunes, dates, raisins, pomegranates. All of these things store in a dry place so that they may lose neither flavor nor other virtues. Summary of dishes 1. Brewis Cyborg 1. I. Casserole of vegetables and chicken. Cacabina minor. 2. Stuffed chartreuse. Cacabina fusel. 3. Braised cutlets. Aphelis geratas. 4. Roast meatballs. Aphelis asses. V. Glazed cutlets. A liter Aphelis. 6. Meatballs with laser. Aphelis gratin. 7. Sea scorpion with turnips. Pisces scorpions rapulatas. 8. Any kind of fish, fried. Pisces frixos quaescum generis. 9. Fried fish. Item Pisces frixos. X. Roast grilled fish. Pisces assos. 11. Fried fish and wine sauce. Pisces enotogonon. 12. Sardines, baby tunny, whiting. Sardoche. 13. Fish stewed in wine. Item Pisces enotogonon. 14. Stewed mullet with dill. Mullos aintidos. 15. Mullet, different style. A liter mullos. 16. Murana and eel. Muranas et anguillas. 17. Spiny lobster and squill. Lacustas et aquillas. 18. Boiled fish. Pisces elixos. 19. A dish of sole and eggs. Patinas obrum. XX. Suckling pig, coriander sauce. Porcello coriandridu. XXI. Suckling pig, wine sauce. Porcello inacuctu. XXII. Pork, pan gravy. Porcello eoiure. XXIII. Pork sprinkled with thyme. Porcello thymo crapsu. XXIV. Pickled pork. Porcello exossum. XXV. Laser sauce for pork. Porcello laceratu. XXVI. Sauce for pork. Porcello iacelu. XXVII. Plain lamb. AGNU simplice. XXVIII. Kid and laser. HEDU laceratu. XXIX. Thrush, health style. Turdos apontominus. Triple X. Turtle doves. Turchers. XXXI. Sauce for partridge. IUS in perd ices. 1 brevis Ibero could be nicely and appropriately rendered with menu, something. Minute, short, but this list is not a menu in our modern sense. It is an enumeration of recipe names, a summary of dishes contained in the excerpts. There is considerable variation in the spelling of the names here and in the following. Syllables ending with U are invariably abbreviations of I. 468 A casserole 1 of vegetable and chicken. Cacabinum minorum. Arrange different kinds of cooked vegetables in a casserole with cooked chicken interspersed, if you like, season with broth and oil, set to boil. Next crush a little pepper and leaves, and mix an egg in with the dressing. Add this to the vegetables, press into the casserole, eliminating the juice. 2. 1. The dish resembles a chartreuse. 2. Juice should be extracted before the addition of the egg, if the dish is to be unmolded. IA 469. The same, with another dressing, a cabbage chartreuse. Alias, tritura unde perfuns cacabinum. Crush whatever quantity of leaves is required. With chervil and 1 1/4 part of laurel. Berries, a medium-sized boiled cabbage, coriander. Leaves, dissolve with its own juice, steam in the hot ashes, but first place in a mold when stiff. Unmold on a platter, decorate, pour under a well-seasoned sauce, and so serve. 1. Either the vegetables and chicken of number 468 are combined with this dressing, or a puree of the above cabbage, etc., is made, which will make this an integral dish. The instructions are vague enough to leave room for this choice. But there can be no doubt but what we have here: a formula for a vegetable puree or a pudding, a genuine chartreuse, such as were prepared in the fancy molds so popular in old Rome. The chartreuse, then, is not original with the vegetarian monks of the monastery by that name, the Carthusians. 2. 470 A stuffed chartreuse. Cacabinum 1 fusilum. Take cooked mallows, leeks, beets, or cooked cabbage, sprouts, shoots, or tender strunks, thrushes, roast n. Quenelles of chicken, tidbits of pork or squab, chicken, and other similar shreds of fine meats that may be available. Arrange everything alternately in layers in a mold or in a casserole. Crush pepper and lovage with 2 parts of old wine, 1 part broth, 1 part honey, and a little oil. Taste it, and when well mixed and in due proportions, put in a saucepan and allow to heat moderately. When boiling, add a pint of milk in which about 8 eggs have been dissolved. Next, pour this spiced custard over the layers of vegetables and meats, heat slowly without allowing to boil, and when congealed, serve either in the casserole or carefully unmold the dish on a service platter. 2. 1. It is interesting to note how the generic terms, salicacabia and cacabina, have degenerated here. In these formulas the terms have lost all resemblance to the former meaning, the original salt meat boiled in a pot. Such changes are very often observed in the terminology of our modern kitchens, in every language. They make the definition of terms and the classification of subjects extremely difficult. They add much to the confusion among cooks and guests in public dining places and create misunderstandings that only an expert can explain. 2. This dish affords an opportunity for a decorative scheme by the arrangement of the various vegetables and meats in a pleasing and artistic manner, utilizing the various colors and shapes of the bits of food as one would use pieces of stone in a mosaic. Of course, such a design can be appreciated only if the chartreuse is served unmolded, i.e. if the cook succeeds in unmolding it without damaging the structure. 3. 471 Braised cutlets. Apicius gratus 1. Place the meat in a stew pan, add 1 pound 2 of broth, a like quantity of oil, a trifle of honey, and thus braise. 3. 1 derived from garum or enogarum, the wine sauce. These are supposed to be meatballs or cutlets prepared with garum, but the garum is not mentioned in the formula. This also illustrates the interesting etymology of the word. It is not recognized in everyday ancient language because it is a typical technical term, the much complained of lingua culinaria. We find, therefore, that at least in this instance garum no longer stands for a sauce made from the fish garus, but that garum has become a generic term for certain kinds of sauces. Daniel renders gratus with laceratus, which is clearly out of place. 2. In this instance, and in several others, and also according to Swithin, cause fluids were weighed. What idea could be more practical, useful, and more modern than this? Sheer commercial greed, stubbornness, indolence have thus far made futile all efforts towards more progressive methods in handling foodstuffs, particularly in the weighing of them and in selling them by their weight. Present market methods are very chaotic, and are kept purposely so to the detriment of the buyer. 3. The original, et sic frigis frigo, is equivalent to frying, drying, parching. The word here has taken on a broader meaning, because the frying process is clearly out of question here. It appears that the terminology of frigo and that of ASO in the next formula, has not been clearly defined. As a matter of fact, not many modern cooks today are able to give a clear definition of such terms as frying, broiling, roasting, braising, baking, which are thus subject to various interpretations. 4. 472 roast meatballs. Apicius asses. Meatballs previously sauté, carefully prepared, arrange in a shallow stew pan and braise them in wine sauce, afterwards serve them in the same sauce or gravy, sprinkled with pepper. V. 473 glazed cutlets. A liter of Apicius. The meat pieces are braised 1 in broth and are glazed 2 with hot honey 3 and thus served. 1 cf. Note 3 to excerpt 3. 2 Unguenter. 3 Dan. Oil, GV. Mel honey. It is quite common to use honey for glazing foods. Today we sprinkle meats, ham, with sugar, exposing